Believe it. And more? I'm going to owe Macduff a great deal before this is over. Her eyes were suddenly twinkling. But I think the Laird will enjoy being able to tap on that gratitude if he gets the chance. It's his nature. After all, he's descended from Highlanders and border bandits. And Syra? Eve looked out at the mist on the lake and said softly, "Yes, we mustn't forget Syra." "And we mustn't forget that you haven't told me what you're doing here," Jane said pointedly. "You wouldn't let me, my dear." "But this isn't the time." She turned and headed for Macduff. "Later, Jane." That meal was incredible. Eve took a sip of her Merlot and gazed out at the moonlight glinting on the lake. Is Lisa always that good? Often better. And in 3 days she's whipped Macduff's executive affairs back into shape so that he can at least deal with them in his spare time while he's on the hunt. She reached over and tucked the throw higher over Michael, who was curled up asleep on the grass a few feet away. "She's remarkable, and I don't believe that we have any idea of the depths of how remarkable. Every time I turn around, she shows me something new. It's as if she's been learning and gathering little nuggets all her life and hid all that skill and knowledge beneath that facade of defiance and rebellion." She shrugged. And maybe she did. Caleb wanted her to hide her psychic talents while she was growing up. Perhaps she closed herself off in other ways. Possibly, but she's beginning to open those doors now. Interesting. Fascinating. I'm enjoying her tremendously. Sometimes, she sipped her wine, when I don't have to be on guard that she'll do something that will hurt her. The salvation for both of us has been that she's kept herself busy. Now she wants to help Macduff in the mist. We'll see if he gives in on it. Well, maybe we'll be able to give her something else to do instead. She smiled. If she'd be willing to help. She did offer, didn't she? Eve. Jane's eyes were suddenly narrowed on her face. What are you up to? You sound like a mother suspicious of a mischievous child. Eve's smile widened. Don't worry, I think you'll like this. Though it may surprise you. It surprised me. Her eyes widened. Good God, you're pregnant again. Eve's jaw dropped, and then she threw back her head and laughed uproariously. When she could finally speak, she said, In my wildest dreams, I never thought you'd go in that direction. No, Michael is quite enough for me at present. She looked at the sleeping child, and her face softened with love. More than enough. I've just come to believe that we should try to be more than enough for him. Take all the extra steps to keep him safe and secure. With you and Joe as parents, there's no question that Michael will be both, Jane said. And you know I'll be here for him, forever. Yes, I know that's true. Eve reached out and covered Jane's hand with her own. And I couldn't be happier to trust him to you if it became necessary. You're everything he would need. She shook her head. But Joe and I have no intention of giving you our son any time soon. Forget it. Life's too good with him around. That goes without saying, Jane said. Then what the hell extra steps are you talking about? You're driving me crazy. Sorry. It's just one extra step that's going to happen here at Gailcar. Her smile was gone, and her hand tightened on Jane's. I asked Macduff's permission to arrange for Joe and I to be married here. What? Jane stared at her, stunned. Married? Eve chuckled. That was my reaction when I made the decision, and Joe's was even more extreme. He practically went into shock. You've been living together for years, and you've never seen fit to get married. I just assumed that it was the choice you'd made. I didn't know if you'd even discussed it. We discussed it. For years after I lost Bonnie, our relationship was very rocky. I was obsessed, and he couldn't stand the pain I was going through. We weren't even sure it would survive while we were trying to find her killer. Then, later, it was so solid and secure that saying words in a registry or chapel didn't seem necessary. She added softly, "We knew what we had, and that love was the only thing that was important." "But that's changed now?" "No, that's still the only thing that's important." She smiled. "But we're ready to let the world in to see what they're missing." She made a face. "In exchange for making Michael's life easier by letting bureaucracy take him under its wing." "Easier?" "Entrance into medical facilities, schools, anything that requires the system to work. The world runs on the concept of certain rules of behavior and family order. I want everything to go smoothly for him. We adopted you when you were 10, and thank heaven you were healthy and didn't require hospitalization at any time. But when we entered you in college, it was a nightmare of paperwork. I remember, I was a street kid who'd lived in dozens of foster homes. There weren't any good records of who my real parents were. And Joe and I had to sign medical permission slips for each other because we weren't married. Bureaucracy, again. Times are changing, but bureaucracy keeps growing." "And you want to eliminate that hurdle for Michael?" "All the hurdles. Of course, I'm not going to be able to do that, but maybe I can help get rid of this one." "Maybe you can." "How do you feel about it?" She gazed at Eve searchingly. "It's not only Michael, it's you and Joe." "How do I feel about it?" She was silent, thinking. "I don't have any experience with the conventional happy home. I'm illegitimate. Bonnie was born out of wedlock, too. Joe's parents were married, but it didn't make for a happy home or family. You came into our lives when you were 10, and those years with you couldn't have been happier, but they weren't ordinary either. In the end, I believe the only important things are love and family. Joe and I are fantastically blessed in that department. And I can't imagine an official document making it any better. But if that document makes it a little easier for Michael to negotiate a few of the pitfalls of this world, then it will make me happy." She looked at Jane. "Is that enough of an answer?" Jane nodded. "Anything that makes you happy is the right answer." She could feel her eyes sting with tears. "But why here? Why now? Michael is almost 2. You said yourself that he's changing all the time. He'll have to face the world sooner than we think. I figured it was time to start putting preparations in motion." She looked out at the lake. "Why here? I kept thinking about Syra and her son Marcus and the mist. I kept thinking how close I felt to Joe when we were here when I was pregnant with Michael. It's totally private, and there won't be any question of publicity of any sort. It just seemed the right place." She smiled. "And you were here. I couldn't tell how long you'd be tied up with Macduff's treasure hunt, so I arranged to come to you." "I'm glad you did." She grinned. "But I would have dropped Macduff to come running to you." "I think he knew that, and it may be why he's been so cooperative," Eve said. "He said anything I wanted would be provided." Jane had a sudden thought that put a damper on the euphoria she was feeling. "That's why he was putting on the extra guards. He wanted to make sure that I'd feel you had full protection." Her gaze flew to Eve's face. "I'm not sure you should have come. Lisa is here, and she might still be a draw for Santara. I don't want you and Michael exposed to any threat." Eve tilted her head. "And do you feel Lisa is in danger here?" "No. I wouldn't let her stay here if I did. I made certain she'd be safe. Macduff is super careful, and so is Jock, and Caleb looked over the security and approved it." "But you still aren't sure it's safe enough for us?" "You're Eve." Jane looked at the sleeping boy. "And Michael. I want to wrap you both in cotton wool." "And you've done it. Do you think Macduff didn't tell me all this? That Joe didn't call him and talk to him? Do you think I'd put Michael in danger?" She reached out and covered Jane's hand with her own. "Do you know that McDuff's guard, Darren, searched my car before he let me cross the perimeter, even though he'd been told to expect me? This may be the safest place on the planet right now for Michael." Jane still gazed at her uncertainly. "I feel this is the right place." Her hand tightened on Jane's. "And so does Michael. I'd know if he was in danger." Jane believed her. She drew a deep breath. The decision had been made. All she could do was embrace it. "When? What day?" "I haven't decided. It depends on Joe. Within a week or so." She chuckled. "But it's not as if McDuff is going to have to go to elaborate lengths to help me out. This is going to be a very simple ceremony." "Most weddings start out that way, I understand. Why does the date depend on Joe? Why did he stay behind?" "He's bringing a few guests, and he may have trouble locating them." "So much for privacy," Jane laughed. "And this wedding must mean more to you than you've said if you're bringing friends hopping over the Atlantic to attend." "Perhaps. But friends are family, too, if they're close enough. I admit this is a sort of landmark event in our lives. I don't want to leave anyone out who might want to come." She looked down at her sleeping child. "And Michael might want to remember their being here." Jane lifted a brow. "At 2 years? Michael remembers more than you'd think." She got to her feet. "And that young man needs to be put to bed." She leaned down and carefully picked him up and cuddled him close. "Before dinner I caught a glimpse of the portrait you're doing of him. You're right, it should be in oils." Jane nodded. "But I'll do a sketch of him here at the lake, and you might decide you prefer that one." She watched Eve tuck the throw around him. "I'll carry him for you. You've had a long, hard day." Eve shook her head. "I love these moments. But he's already getting a little heavy for me. Soon they'll be gone. Life with children is constantly giving up moments we never get back."
"Mama?"
Michael's drowsy murmur drifted up to them as he cuddled nearer to Eve.
"Always."
"Yes, always." Eve pressed her lips to his forehead, "but never the same." She carried him up the hill toward her tent. "Good night, Jane." "Good night." She watched until Eve disappeared into her tent. She was still stunned about Eve's announcement, but she supposed she shouldn't be. In spite of all the practicality Eve had voiced, this marriage was also a gesture of completion for Eve and Joe's relationship. Jane had watched their love grow through the years, had been part of it and them since she was 10. How lucky she had been to have them with her. Their life together had always been interesting and full of love, but with a multitude of changes waiting just around the next corner. And now there was going to be still another change. She lifted her wine glass in a half salute to that change as the lantern in Eve's tent went on. "Good luck, Eve. Be happy." She whispered Eve's last words. "Always, but never the same." Jane's phone rang 2 hours later, waking her from a sound sleep. "Caleb!" Sleep vanished. She sat upright in bed as she reached for the phone. "You always call Lisa. What's wrong, Caleb?"
"Maybe nothing. That's why I'm calling you. I just talked to Lisa, and she told me that you've had an influx of visitors tonight. What's Eve doing there? Did you call her and tell her to come?"
"Hell no." Her heart was steadying, but her temper was not. "Why would I do that? She brought Michael, for God's sake. I believe Lisa's safe here, but I wouldn't deliberately bring anyone else here if there was even a minute chance of a problem. It was Eve's idea entirely."
"Why? Was she worried about you?"
"No. Why would she be? It's Lisa who's the target."
"Is it? Why is Eve there? Did Joe hear something from Interpol?
No. Just tell him and get it over with, she decided. She and Joe have decided to get married here at Gailcar. Eve just told me before she went to bed tonight. Silence.
What the hell?
She was immediately on the defensive. If she wants to do it, then we'll make it work.
Whatever Eve wants, Caleb said dryly. That's your mantra, isn't it?
Yes, and it's a good one. All through our years together, Eve never thought twice about making certain I had what I wanted or needed. This is important to her. I'll make certain she gets it. You're not going to be able to...
Do you need me there?
What?
I know that I'm not going to be able to dissuade you, but I'm not going to let Eve or her child be threatened. She's a new element in the mix, and I don't like it. But I'll deal with it. I need to know if I should break off what I'm doing here in Dubai and fly back to Gailcar. Do you need me?
She was taken off guard. She had expected an argument, but not commitment.
Jane.
She thought for a moment. I don't need you. The security situation here hasn't changed appreciably just because Eve is here. It's not as if they're going to be running around the countryside. I'll see to that. Macduff's already increased his security forces since they arrived. You know how lethal Jock can be. Joe's not here right now, but when he arrives, I believe you'll agree that he's capable of being a megaforce in that area.
No doubt about it. Caleb paused. Have you seen any sign of strangers about?
Santara? No strangers. Jock questions all the security people every evening, and no one has seen anything suspicious since we got here. He keeps them on constant alert.
That's good. But Santara is very good. You might not be able to see anything suspicious if he doesn't want you to.
Comforting.
I don't want to be comforting. I want you to be worried and scared, because I am. I hate like hell not being there.
What are you doing in Dubai? Lisa said you hadn't found out anything yet about the meeting between Santara and the Romanos.
Moving forward. Pollock has located a local contact Santara uses when he needs information about jobs he's planning. The word is that he definitely met with Santara during that time period. Pollock should know by later tonight.
Call me.
Really? His voice was mocking. But you have a wedding to plan.
Caleb, she said, slowly and precisely. I might have a funeral to plan instead. Call me.
Very well. I'd actually prefer to call you instead of Lisa at this point. I've noticed that she's beginning to be a little too eager.
You haven't seen her after you've hung up, she said dryly. She's on the edge. Having Eve here to keep her busy may be a godsend.
I hope you're right, Caleb said. It was your call, but I find myself very grateful that you saw fit to take care of her when you cast me into the outer darkness.
As you said, it was my call, she added. But if you're so grateful, you can take the trouble to call me if Pollock comes through for you.
I'll think about it. But you've never been certain any of my softer emotions were really authentic, have you? Good night, Jane.
He hung up. Leaving me disturbed and troubled and bewildered as usual, she thought, as she lay back down. Pollock might be pointing the way, but Caleb was the hunter, and he'd be the one who would go after the prey and get answers. He would be the one to face one of Santara's accomplices, who could be just as dangerous as Santara was. But whoever it was couldn't be as lethal as Caleb. Why was she worried? Close your eyes, she told herself. Go to sleep. He probably wouldn't bother to call her anyway. She was right. He didn't call her. But a text came in 2 hours later. I have a name. Syed Ben Kemal. You see, you were wrong. I do occasionally let myself come in out of the darkness. Nothing else. No indication what he was going to do or had done after he found out that name. Damn him. Chapter 11. Dubai.
You're sure he's here?
Caleb asked, his gaze on the balcony overlooking the spectacular man-made lagoon that added to the lush oasis setting of the apartment building.
I've no desire to climb up to that balcony and disarm the alarm if there's no payoff. He's there. I told you what he was planning for tonight, but your payoff may be a dagger in the gullet,
Pollock said sourly.
Ben Kemal's very good with a knife. If he kills you, word may get around, and my contacts here in Dubai may dry up like that desert out there. But Dubai specializes in turning deserts into lagoons like this apartment's. You'll be fine, he said, then added softly, as long as you didn't tell Ben Kemal I was coming in exchange for favors, then you won't be fine at all, Pollock. I'm not a fool. You're a good customer. Besides, though I'm not above a little betrayal now and then, I've seen the remains of a few people who have displeased you. His white teeth flashed in his olive face. I don't intend to be one of them. I'm going to get rich on people like you, buy a palace in Morocco, and live a long life. I applaud your ambition.
Caleb moved across the garden and started to climb the trellis at the side of the building. He hadn't really thought Pollock would betray him, but it never hurt to send a ripple of uncertainty through people with whom you worked. Pollock was smart and his contacts infallible, but, as he'd said, he'd seen Caleb at work. Fear could do strange things to twist a man's thinking in ways other than the desired direction. He reached the balcony and jumped silently down and glided toward the French doors. The alarms in this apartment building were top of the mark, as was everything else here. Sometimes that assurance bred a false confidence in the people who rented the luxury spaces. It took Caleb only 10 minutes to disable the outside alarm and 5 to take care of the motion detectors inside. The hunt was on. He could feel his blood start to sing in his veins as he moved across the huge living room toward the bedroom area in the north side of the apartment. He stopped and listened. Yes, Ben Kemal was in the apartment. He could hear sounds from the bedroom just ahead. The sounds he should have expected from what Pollock had told him of Ben Kemal's sexual preferences. Perhaps he should have trusted Pollock. As if that was going to happen. He moved toward the bedroom door. Sobbing, and that sharp leather crack. He silently opened the bedroom door. It was what he'd expected. A handsome young boy of 12 or 13 was tied naked to a huge bed with a carved headboard. His thin body was crisscrossed with livid whip marks, and as Caleb opened the door, another cutting stripe was added on his lower body. The boy arched upward with an agonized moan. The dark-haired man standing above him, wielding the whip, laughed.
"Louder,"
he said mockingly in Arabic.
"Tell me who owns you."
His face was flushed and he was fully aroused.
"Tell me who is your master."
He hadn't even noticed the door opening, Caleb realized. He was too involved with the sobbing boy on the bed. He did hope that Ben Kemal wasn't going to prove to be easy prey. He found he was very annoyed at the sight of that young boy.
"Stop moaning and give me the words."
Ben Kemal raised the whip again.
"Do you want me to tell Mohammed that you didn't please me?"
"No, please. He will—"
The tears were pouring down the boy's cheeks, and he couldn't speak.
"Anything but that."
"Not fast enough, Ahmed."
The whip was coming down. But Caleb was there before it reached the boy, and he jerked it away and out of Ben Kemal's hand.
I thought his answer was quite adequate, Ben Kemal. You're much too picky.
There was an instant of shock on Ben Kemal's face. Who? He broke off and dived for the drawer of the nightstand a few feet away. The next instant, he had a gun in his hand and was rolling on the floor behind a chair. A bullet tore past Caleb's ear and buried itself in the carved headboard. Not too easy, Caleb thought with satisfaction.
That bullet almost hit the boy.
He was zigzagging across the room.
Of course, you wouldn't care about that, but I really don't like bullies. And your particular preference is a prime example.
He was over the top of the chair and landing on Ben Kemal like an attacking jaguar.
So you'd better be very cooperative and not displease me. Son of a bitch!
He was struggling to get his gun up to aim at Caleb.
I'll blow your brains out! Who the hell are you?
Someone who needs information. That's what you sell, isn't it?
Get it over with quickly, he told himself. No matter how much time he'd like to spend on the bastard, he needed to get in and out of here before anyone else showed up. Pollock had said Ben Kemal sometimes invited friends to these parties. He liked to watch as well. The edge of his hand came down on Ben Kemal's forearm, causing the pistol to fly out of his hand and sail halfway across the room.
So you're going to talk to me. But first, I need to get rid of the boy. You'll be going to sleep for the next few minutes. Take advantage of it. You'll need the rest.
His hand reached down and clamped Ben Kemal's carotid artery, and the man slumped sideways, unconscious. Caleb jumped to his feet and went over to the bed. He quickly cut the ropes binding the boy.
Get dressed and get out of here, Ahmed. Go down to the garden and you'll see a man in a brown suit and beige vest. I'll call ahead and tell him to take care of you.
The boy was looking at the slumped body of Ben Kemal.
"He'll kill me," he whispered. "He'll blame me and hurt me."
No, he won't. That's over. This may be your lucky day. I'll see that Pollock will give you a chance. After that, it's up to you.
He saw that Ben Kemal was beginning to stir, and he reached for his phone to dial Pollock.
Out.
By the time he'd finished talking to Pollock, the boy had dressed and scampered out of the apartment. Ben Kemal was glaring at him as he came fully awake.
Who are you? Why did you take the boy? None of this was necessary.
Then he was trying to make his tone ingratiating.
We could make a deal. I would have sold my time with Ahmed to you. I had him for the whole weekend.
Did you? Then I'm afraid that you've lost your money. You weren't listening. I got rid of Ahmed because he was in the way.
He paused.
And I thought that he'd been traumatized enough without witnessing what I'll do to you if you don't tell me what I want to know.
Are you threatening to torture me? He asked scornfully. Don't waste your time. I grew up in Afghanistan and I was trained by the Taliban to resist torture.
Yes. I was told that you might prove difficult. He knelt beside Ben Kemal.
But there is torture, and then there is torture. You'll find it completely different to have your own body betray you and eventually kill you. It's bewildering and exquisitely painful. You will break, Ben Kemal.
Screw you.
Just the response I wanted from you, but I feel bound to give you the opportunity to tell me the information I need. He paused. Santara contacted you when he was last here. He spent at least 2 days here at your apartment. Another day, you drove to the house he'd rented out of the city. I think that might have been the day that he'd arranged to have you meet with the Romanos. Is that right?
I don't know any of those people.
You'll remember them soon.
All I want to know is what information Santara and the Romanos wanted from you. Or was it more than information? Did they pay for services, too?
I'm not stupid. How do you think I've survived as long as I have? He asked. I sell only information and leave the rest to bastards like Santara and you.
And then go back to pretty boys like Ahmed to expend all your money and venom? He put his hand on Ben Kamal's wrist. This is your whip hand, isn't it?
Yes, I remember.
In 1 minute, it's going to swell to twice its size, and blood is going to start pouring from beneath your fingernails. His hand tightened. Just a small harbinger of things to come.
You're crazy!
Tell me what information Santara paid you to get.
Nothing,
he said defiantly.
I gave him...
He stopped as he saw the blood gushing from beneath his thumb. His eyes widened in horror.
What?
Caleb's hand moved to the bridge of his nose.
30 seconds, and the blood will start pouring out of your nostrils and down your throat as the vein ruptures. If I don't stop it, the blood could choke you. What information?
Ben Kamal was looking down at his swollen hand, which was now gushing blood from every finger.
Get away from me!
No. Next we'll go to your lungs. In fact, I'll start the pain there now.
Ben Kamal was suddenly frantically clutching at his chest.
What's happening to me?
He gasped.
Only what I told you.
Ah,
there comes the blood from your nostrils.
He moved his hand.
I need to know what Santara wanted from you.
No!
It was almost a scream. Very well. It may take a little longer than I thought. Bad for you, good for me.
Caleb sat with legs crossed, gazing down at him with a smile.
I'll wager about 15 minutes.
Chapter 12. It took 12 minutes.
Interesting.
Caleb rose to his feet and headed for the bathroom, where he washed and dried his hands. He came out and gazed down at Ben Kamal.
I'm tempted to spend a little more time with you, but I think I know everything you know. Do I?
He studied the panic twisting Ben Kamal's features.
Oh, yes. Then there's only the final instructions. I'm leaving now, and you'll lie there for the next 20 minutes. I was never here. You never talked to anyone about your time with Santara or the Romanos. The moment you open your lips to do it, your heart will start to pound and the pain will begin again. He smiled. You might experiment to make sure. I admit I like to think of you suffering because of your own ugliness and stubbornness.
Monster!
Ben Kamal's eyes were glaring up at him with rage and horror.
Devil!
I've been called both. I wonder what you're called at that whorehouse where you get your playmates.
He headed for the door.
By the way, I think you should obey your Quran and leave those little boys alone from now on. And you do want to please me, don't you?
He heard Ben Kamal cursing behind him, but he wasn't moving or making any effort to come after Caleb. A minute later, Caleb was on the balcony and climbing down the trellis. Pollock appeared out of the shrubbery.
It took you long enough.
His gaze went to the balcony.
Quiet.
You got what you wanted? As much as he knew.
Caleb moved down the path toward the parking lot.
But I'll find out more. Once I trace Santara's steps and go over the info Ben Kamal turned over to him. He shrugged. It offered a few surprises. I assume some that you're going to have me explore. Of course. I'd never think of giving my business to anyone else. There are so many unscrupulous people in your line of expertise. It's such a waste of time weeding them out.
Pollock gave another glance at the balcony.
But I believe you may have enjoyed the weeding this time. Is he going to cause you any trouble?
No. They'd reached the car.
Where did you send the boy?
To my cousin's village near Petros.
There's construction work there, as there is all over Dubai. She'll see that he gets some schooling on this side. He can live with her until he can find a place for himself, and I'll add his rent to my increasingly hefty fee from you.
I didn't think anything else.
I never rely on generosity from anyone.
He got in the passenger seat.
But there's something I want you to get on right away. You haven't been able to find a trace of the Romanos anywhere. I thought perhaps Italy or Greece, but you came up with nothing. Ben Kemal said that the Romanos weren't only vacationing when they were here. They were looking for a temporary residence. He thought that they are probably still here in Dubai, or at least close by.
So you want me to find them? Pollock said.
Top priority. They control Santara. Or, rather, Teresa does. After talking to Said Ben Kamal, there's absolutely no doubt that he thought Teresa Romano was pulling all the strings. Her loving spouse, Gino, appears to be fading fast into oblivion, he said grimly. Hell yes. Top priority.
Loch Gaelcar. By 5:30 in the morning, Jane was tired of tossing and turning and mentally heaping curses on Caleb's infuriating head. Just forget him and get on with your life, she thought, as she jumped out of her bedroll and started dressing. Then she was striding out of her tent and into Eve's tent next door. "Come on, Michael." Jane scooped up the little boy and snatched the clothes that Eve had set out for him the night before. "We're going to leave your mama alone to sleep in and go help Lisa cook breakfast." "I don't need to sleep in," Eve yawned. "It's just a little jet lag, or I would have been up sooner." She smiled. "And I don't think Lisa needs help either, judging by that meal last night." "You're right, but it won't hurt you to have a little time to yourself." She headed for the door. "1 hour and I'll call you for breakfast." She balanced Michael on her hip as she left the tent and started down the hill.
"Down, Jane,"
Michael said firmly. "That sounds like a command you'd give a puppy." She put him on the grass and just held his hand. "Though you've never had one yet. I have to introduce you to my dog, Toby. But right now he's going to school on Summer Island, just like you'll be going to school in a couple years." She saw Lisa preparing breakfast by the fire and started to increase her pace. Then she slowed as she realized Michael couldn't keep up with her. Adjustments. So many adjustments with a child. And Eve had made all of them beautifully. Amazing, since she had been able to keep up with her forensic sculpting as well. "Hi, Lisa," she said as she came into the glowing circle of the fire. "I'm trying to give Eve a break with Michael, but I'm realizing I'm not great at this." Lisa glanced up from the dough she was kneading on a cutting board a few yards from the fire. "You seem to be doing okay. What's the problem?" "Adjustment." She was quickly changing Michael from pajamas to his jeans and green plaid shirt. "Mindset. All of the above." She wiped his face with a cloth dipped in a pail of water from the lake. He giggled and grabbed for the cloth. "Oh, you like that?"
"It's cold."
Michael was laughing up at her and reached a hand in the pail to splash her face with water. He laughed harder as she splashed back at him.
"Swim?"
"No, not now. That's going to be up to your mama. This lake is different from the one you're used to at home."
"Different."
Michael repeated the word as he gazed out at the mist hovering over the lake.
"But still home, Jane."
"You think so?" Jane asked gently as she wiped his face and then her own. "You'll have to discuss that with your mama." "But in the meantime, would you like a cup of orange juice?" asked Lisa, who was suddenly beside them with one of the child's cups that Eve had given her the evening before. "Is that okay, Jane?" She was frowning. "I don't know anything about the care and feeding of children." "I'm surprised. You've seemed to pick up a little of everything in your 19 years. I'm sure you're annoyed with yourself that you missed out on this." She handed Michael the cup. "Okay, Michael?"
Okay.
He was smiling at Lisa.
Thank you.
Lisa's brows rose as she watched him drink the orange juice.
Manners.
Isn't that unusual in a kid his age? It depends on the kid, but then Michael is unusual. As Eve says, he picks up everything that comes his way. I tried to tell you, Lisa.
Yes, you did, but he's still not what I was expecting.
She paused. Neither is Eve Duncan. She played me well yesterday. I knew she had to be clever, but I didn't believe she could do that. She was sincere, Jane said. Eve's always honest. I could tell that, but that doesn't mean she can't be clever enough to get her own way when she chooses. Lisa smiled faintly. And I think she loves you. She didn't want anyone around you to be uncomfortable because it might make you unhappy. That's extraordinary. No, it isn't. It's just Eve. And it's you, too. I watched the two of you together. Was it like that all the time you were growing up? Jane nodded. From the time we came together. She glanced at Lisa's face. There had been nothing in Lisa's barren life that resembled the strength and tightness of the family bond Jane had known. And perhaps you're right. But I know how lucky I am. Lisa shook her head. No, you don't. You just think you do. But I can see why Caleb wanted to save her. He knew. Eve was only interested in saving Michael. You must have seen how she adores him. He's pretty extraordinary himself. Lisa's eyes were narrowed on Michael's face. He said, swim. He lives on a lake. He's been in the water all his life. Eve wanted to make certain he knew what he was doing, so she had an instructor out from the local YMCA who specializes in teaching toddlers to give him lessons.
Jody.
Michael lowered his cup. He'd evidently been listening.
She likes to float. Nice, but boring.
And life-saving for most small children, Jane said sternly. She did a good job, Michael. He nodded.
Nice.
Lisa suddenly chuckled. Diplomatic, but non-committal. And he already understands the concept of boring. She turned to Jane. I think I like him. I'm sure he'll be grateful. Jane got to her feet. And I'll be grateful for a cup of coffee. But first I have to run up to the tent to get his set of building blocks to keep him amused. He's into construction right now. Will you keep an eye on him? She'd already turned and was hurrying back up the hill. Don't look so wary. He's completely non-threatening. So you say, Lisa called after her as she watched Jane disappear into the darkness. Non-threatening? He was a beautiful child and appeared to be good-tempered, but being responsible for any child is frightening, Lisa thought. That was why she had avoided them through the years. They had a tendency to slip beyond the barriers, and she didn't allow anyone to do that. It hurt too much when they went away. But this was only for a short time, she told herself. It will be fine. She turned to Michael. Okay. What do we do? He smiled at her. Dear God, that was an enchanting smile. Don't give me that. Save it for all your fans. She went back to kneading the biscuits. I have to finish these biscuits, or I'll lose my credibility with Macduff. You have to give something to get something in this world.
Mist.
She stiffened and looked at him. He was still smiling radiantly at her. Well, what had she expected? Yes, exactly. Though that had to be an accidental reference. Want some more juice? He was on his feet and coming toward her.
No juice. Biscuits.
He plopped down on the ground beside her and watched her hands move on the board. His face was intent, his eyes fastened with fascination on the formation of the dough.
Me?
You want some dough? She gave him some. Okay, but don't eat it raw. I don't think that's on a healthy kid's diet. He shook his head impatiently.
Not eat. Build it.
His hands were separating, kneading, copying her movements. But he got the dough too thin, and it fell apart as he tried to form the circle of the biscuit. He looked baffled, and then he gazed up at Lisa again.
More?
Whatever. She gave him some more dough and then stood up and took her completed biscuits and put them on the cookie sheet. But you're on the right track. That's how I learned a lot of things. You just do it, and then make it better and better. She straightened the biscuits. Pretty soon, you're the best. It's important to be best. People can't argue with best. It's the... She stopped. She had turned back to Michael, and he was giving her that smile again. And the biscuit in front of him was fully formed and round, a tiny bit off-kilter, but acceptable, even by Lisa's standards.
Not best.
His smile widened eagerly.
Next time?
She stared at that radiant, sunny expression and slowly nodded her head. Maybe. I wouldn't put it past you. But give yourself a little time. I get impatient, too, and sometimes I don't let myself enjoy things. She was sure this wasn't how she should be talking to a 2-year-old. Too bad. It felt right, and she'd go with it. She held out her hand to him. Come over to the fire, and we'll sit and smell the biscuits and watch them bake. Good idea? He took her hand, but said firmly,
My biscuit, Lisa.
She laughed and carefully picked up his biscuit. By all means, your biscuit, Michael. I just got off the phone with Joe, Eve said as she came down from her tent an hour later when they were all gathered for breakfast. It seems we may get the first guest arriving for the ceremony today, she said wryly. Rather unexpected. She won't wait to come with Joe when he brings the others. The minute she heard what was happening, she told him she had to be with me right away. I guess we don't have to guess who that is, Jane said ruefully. And it's not unexpected. You know how protective Kara is about you and Michael. It was barely okay as long as you were safely ensconced with Joe only hundreds of miles away from her school. An ocean is a different matter. Jock stiffened. Kara's coming? Eve nodded. Joe wanted her to stay another week and finish her semester. She wasn't having any of it. She told Joe to put her on the first plane out today. Kara, Lisa repeated, trying to dredge down to make the connection. Kara Delaney? She lives with you, Eve? When she's not at Juilliard. She's sort of our ward. Family. She made a face. But she sometimes thinks Michael and I are her wards. Today? Jock's body was tense as he leaned forward, ignoring everything but what was important to him. When? 4 today, Eve said. Joe's putting her on a flight to Edinburgh in a few minutes. He asked me to send one of Macduff's men to pick her up. She glanced at Macduff. I thought maybe Robbie MacDonald would be. Not bloody likely, Jock said sharply. I'm going to go get her. Macduff needs you at the North Bank, Eve said quietly. I don't want to be here one day and start disrupting routines.
You're not doing it. It's Kara, he said curtly. She should have stayed with Joe, where she'd be safe.
Joe wouldn't have sent her if he hadn't thought it would be safe for her.
Then we don't agree.
He smiled recklessly.
And I'm on the spot, so I win.
I can go after her, Jock, Jane said.
With all due respect, I don't regard your capabilities in the same league as Joe's.
He turned to Macduff.
I can give you until 2 today, and then I'll have to go get her.
Macduff shrugged.
I don't like it. You're sure it's necessary?
I'm sure. She's a target.
She's the granddaughter of the most influential mob boss in Russia. He has enemies who might love to hand Kara's head to him on a platter. But the fact that she's Kaskov's granddaughter also offers her protection. Nothing's happened to Kara since Eve took her under her wing. Wouldn't they hesitate to go after her if it meant facing him?
Hesitate? Screw hesitate. It's not going to happen. I won't have it. And how do you know they wouldn't have gone after her? He got to his feet.
I'm going down to the mists and get started. Don't worry. I'll bring her to you, Eve.
I know you will. She was gazing at him thoughtfully. And you said, wouldn't have gone after her, Jock. Curious sentence. It makes me wonder if you put some insurance in place to keep her safe during these last months. Did you? He didn't answer. Jock?
Aye, he shrugged. She was alone in New York at that school. Perhaps I had a contact to keep an eye on her.
Perhaps, Eve shook her head. And no one can take care of her but you. We love her, Jock.
I know. But she almost died before you and Jock took her into your home, and it was my fault. I'm not going to let it happen again. Learn to live with it, Eve.
He turned and headed for the north bank.
Well, that appears to be that.
Macduff shook his head and took a last swallow of coffee before he got to his feet.
It appears that there's a chance I'm going to be short-handed for at least today.
He glanced at Lisa.
Are you in any shape to come help? I promise I'll be easy on you.
Lisa's head lifted, her eyes bright and alert. Right now?
No. Let's limit it to half a day to start out. You can stay here and make preparations for dinner.
He grimaced.
I don't intend to do without that luxury. I've begun to look forward to it. Come around 2 when I'm being deserted.
He looked at Eve.
I'd forgotten what a distraction Kara could be when I invited you to treat my lands as your own. Her only saving grace is her entertainment value.
Wrong. That's only her most obvious one, Eve said. And you know it, Macduff. Want me to pack up and go somewhere else?
I didn't say that,
he said gruffly.
I like the lass.
He turned away.
Besides, I'd lose Jock if he had to go chasing after Kara to make certain that she was safe.
He glanced at Lisa.
We'll work it out.
Lisa smiled. You won't be sorry, Macduff. I learned fast.
I believe you. Don't disappoint me.
He followed Jock down the bank. Lisa immediately turned back to Jane. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes shining. I've got it! Jane nodded. Cold, damp, invisible work in the mist. Lucky you. But it's different and interesting. Her eyes were on the mist. And Syra. Then you'll have to thank Kara when she gets here, Jane said. I think Jock's temporary desertion was the straw that broke Macduff's will. I would have gotten him anyway. It just would have taken longer, Lisa said. And I don't think I should thank her. If she knew Jock had hired someone to keep an eye on her, it might annoy her. It would me. Kara is the furthest thing from you in the universe, Jane said dryly. But it probably would annoy her in this case. For a youngster, she's very independent. Youngster,
How old is she?
14. The same age I was when Seth left me. She shook off the memory.
Then she's old enough to get through anything. It's rough for a while, but I got along fine, and so will she.
She doesn't doubt that, Eve said quietly. And Kara has had it rough all her life and survived it. When I found her, she'd been on the run from a murderer from one of the Mexican cartels since she was 3 years old. Her older sister and her best friend had already been murdered by that time. Lisa gave a low whistle.
If she went through all of that, I definitely don't think that she needs Jock to take care of her.
You won't be able to convince him of that, Jane said. You heard him.
I heard him.
She was frowning, puzzled.
But I didn't understand it. What is she to him?
Jane and Eve exchanged a glance. How to explain that bond that linked Jock and Kara? Best friend? Sister? Soulmate? Eve shrugged. When I brought Kara here 2 years ago and she met Jock, it was as if they made an immediate connection. I'd never seen anything like it. They'd both had backgrounds that were tortured and left them feeling terribly alone. They seemed to fulfill each other. They became very close. He was the perfect big brother. She adored him. She still does.
He said he almost got her killed.
The hitmen who were after Kara almost took out Macduff, and Jock went after them. She followed him and walked right into their hands.
But she got away from them?
Eventually. But it was a total nightmare. Jock went after her and saved her life. Eve added, so you can see why he's a bit protective of her. He's not going to let that happen again. Lisa nodded slowly.
You have to take care of the people you love. You shouldn't let them be alone.
Jane didn't like the direction this was heading.
But you can also be a handicap if you're not capable of contributing, and they have to end up helping you.
Lisa smiled.
And of course you're not talking about me. You're talking about Kara, who was only a 12-year-old child at the time.
Jane smiled back at her. Of course.
I thought so.
She turned away.
But I'm getting very close to not being a handicap any longer. A few days of gentle exercise, working with Macduff in the mist, might just put me over the finish line. I can probably afford those days. Seth hasn't told me anything that would hint at something different.
But Caleb had told Jane about Said ben Kamal, and that was the first break he'd had. He might be trying to keep the knowledge from Lisa, but she was his sister and possessed that link with him. Jane didn't know if Lisa might somehow sense he was keeping something from her. Well, at least you'll get those few days in the mist after all your hard work paving the way. She turned away. Now I think I'll take Michael for a walk along the bank and then get one of those tents ready for Kara. Kara Delaney saw Jock as soon as she arrived at customs. Lord, she had been hoping he would be here to meet her. And there he was, standing outside the barrier and wearing a white shirt and black jeans, and he was as wonderful looking as always. But then he never changes, Kara thought, as the joy and excitement poured through her. The first time she had met him, she had thought he looked like the prince in a fairy tale. But then she had learned there was so much more to him inside than out that she hardly noticed it anymore except at moments like this.
"I'll be right there, Jock," Kara called to him. "No checked luggage, just my carry-on and my violin."
He nodded.
"I'm surprised you brought a carry-on. After all, the violin is the only thing that's important to you." He smiled. "Take your time. I'll wait."
"You'd better."
She nodded and turned back to the crowded desk. 10 minutes later, she was grabbing the duffel and her violin and almost running behind the barrier. She dropped both and flew into his arms. "Jock," she whispered as she hugged him as tightly as she could. She wanted to stay there, but she let him go and stepped back. "I was afraid they'd send someone else," she said unsteadily. "I know how busy you are."
"True," he smiled down at her. "And why would I want to drive all this way to pick up a brat like you?" He brushed his lips on her forehead. "But I happen to have a few spare hours, so I thought that I'd save anyone else the bother." He looked down at the duffel and violin she'd dropped. He clucked his tongue. "Careless. Very careless. I imagine that's the first time that violin has dropped so rudely since it was crafted in the 18th century.
"It's very well padded." She picked up the case. "Too bad your skull isn't, because I'm going to crack it if you don't tell me you're glad to see me."
"It's possible." He grabbed her duffel. "No, probable." He was guiding her toward the door. "But I would have preferred that you hadn't travelled by yourself. I'm not fond of impulsive moves on your part. I believe we discussed that when I saw you in New York."
"You mean lectured?" She smiled at him. "Probable. Why is it so difficult for you to say? I'll say it again. I miss you all the time, and I'm glad to see you. You're my best friend, and I don't see enough of you. Now you say it."
He was silent. "Kara, you're just a kid," he said gruffly. "You have a good home with Eve and Joe now. You have your music and friends at school. It's time to step away from me. How many times do I have to tell you? I get in your way."
"You keep telling me that. Stop it." She shook her head. "I'll never step away from you. You're my best friend. You saved my life. You know me the way no one else does." She looked at him. "And I'm not going to let you spoil these couple weeks by pushing me away. You're always doing that anyway. I came here early because I wanted to be here for Eve and Michael. But you're a plus, and I'm going to enjoy it." She grinned. "So you say it, Jock." "I'm listening." He was silent, gazing down at her.
"The older you get, the more stubborn."
"You once told me I owned my soul and my choices. It meant a lot to me, and I've been trying to live by it. Say it." He gave her that radiant smile that lit his whole face with warmth.
"I've missed you, and I'm glad to see you." He reached out and touched her hair. "And you are my best friend."
"Thank you." She cleared her throat. "But you could have been more generous about it."
"That's what I'm trying to be." He opened the car door for her. "You have a chance to have a good life after the hell you've been through. I just have to see that you take advantage of it." He shut the door and ran around to the driver's seat. "Now tell me about that new music teacher at your school that you emailed me about. Is he really that good?"
"Taldoff?" She nodded. "He was with the Sydney Symphony, and he's wonderful. I'm lucky to have him as a teacher."
"He's lucky to have you. Someday he'll brag that he taught Cara Delaney."
"No, he won't. With him, it's all about the music."
"Like you?"
She nodded. "In the end, there's nothing else. And there doesn't have to be."
"Not for anyone who listens to you, either. You give gifts." He was gazing straight ahead as he pulled out of the parking lot. "You should be a little chary with those gifts. Have you heard from your grandfather lately?" She had known this was coming.
"No, but I probably will soon. He's been very patient."
"The hell he has. You don't owe him anything. Kaskov is head of one of the most notorious mafia groups in Moscow. He can just keep the hell away from you. You don't have any business being anywhere near him."
"But I do," she said quietly. "I asked him to help save Eve's life when she was pregnant with Michael, and he did it. But I realized at the time that he didn't believe anything was free. We both knew that I'd have to pay.
No, you won't. It just means that I make a visit to Moscow. He smiled recklessly. Or you just tell him no. Make a choice.
It's not as if he's asking so much. He just wants me to spend 1 month a year with him, and I choose the place.
And you think he'd keep his word? He's a criminal who's made murder a way of life since the time he was a young man. You spent only a few weeks with him, and yet you believe you know him?
She shook her head. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. I don't know why he wants to spend that time with me. I think it has something to do with the music. Her lips curved in the ghost of a smile. And in spite of what you think, he was patient. He gave me time to settle in with Eve and Joe, and then these last months to get used to being at Juilliard.
It probably pleased his vanity that you'd been accepted there, he said bitterly. Just being in his circle is a danger to you. If he doesn't get bored and decide you're expendable, one of the heads of a rival crime syndicate might decide to punish him by killing you.
You told me that in New York. I won't live in a cage, Jock. I spent my life running, but a cage is just as bad. I'll be careful because I want to live, but I can't be afraid all the time.
A little more fear would be in order. Tell your grandfather you've changed your mind about this damn deal.
Eve would have died, and so would Michael if he hadn't helped, she said. How could I change my mind? She forced herself to smile. Don't talk about it anymore, Jock. I haven't heard from him yet. Who knows? Maybe I won't.
And maybe you will. Will you tell me if you do?
She didn't want to promise him that. It was bad enough that he still thought himself the assassin who had been created when he was a boy not much older than she was now. If he believed he was protecting her, he could become very close to reverting back to that time. No. He was silent a moment, and she could see a subtle hardening in his face, a coldness that was frightening her. She had seen that expression before, and it terrified her.
I'll find out anyway, he said softly. I've been trained in all the paths that lead to a kill. I'm good at it. That's why you should take that step away from me. If you tell me, we can at least talk about it. You can try to persuade me.
And that was the only way to stop him. That hardness was knife-sharp, and he'd almost reached the point where she couldn't reach him. But she had to reach him. I'll tell you. She looked him in the eye. And I will persuade you. You won't do it.
And why not?
Because it would break my heart, she said simply. His expression flickered, changed.
Oh, shit. How am I supposed to fight that?
You can't. So let's not talk about it any longer. You've already spoiled a perfectly beautiful drive, she said jerkily. Tell me, did you come to pick me up because you were as eager to see me as I was you? Or did you just want to make certain no one was going to shoot me? He was silent for a moment.
Well, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't tell you that I told them all that I had to go because it was my job to keep you from getting killed.
She wished she hadn't asked that question. And that was why you came?
Absolutely.
He was silent for a moment.
What I didn't tell them was that I couldn't bear the thought of anyone but me being there to watch over you. Do you want to know why?
Yes. He was smiling, and she knew it was going to be okay. That terrible, keen edge was gone, and there was no way he was going to say anything that would hurt her. He was the Jock she knew now. But it better be something good. I deserve it after all that stuff you just put me through.
It had to be me. because who wouldn't want to be the one to watch over their very best friend in the world?
His voice lowered to honey gentleness.
And it had to be me, because I didn't know how I'd survive without her. That will always be the reason, Kara.
She cleared her throat. That was pretty good. And you wanted to see me as much as I wanted to see you, right? She prompted.
Without question.
She breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then. That's over. Sometimes it's like pulling teeth with you. She leaned back in the seat. Now, tell me all about the new lights you've been putting in the mist, and what Jane's been doing, and how does Michael like the lake, and all about that Lisa Redondo that Joe was telling me about. Chapter 13. Eve! Eve turned and saw Kara running down the slope toward her. She barely had time to hold out her arms before the girl reached her. She was enveloped in a huge embrace, which she returned with equal enthusiasm. Then she pushed Kara away and smiled down at her. You could have waited for Joe. It's not as if I was having an emergency. It's just a wedding, Kara. You might need me. I don't know anything about weddings, but I thought I should be here. Kara always thought she should take care of her, Eve thought with rueful affection. From the moment she had come into their lives, she had wanted to repay Eve and Joe for taking her under their wings and protecting her from the cartel enforcer who had killed her sister. That devotion could be both touching and exasperating. I always need you. She kissed her on the cheek. But that's because I love you. No service required. Where's Jock? Coming. He told me he'd bring down the luggage. I think he wanted to give me time to say hello. She smiled as she looked out at the lake. It's just as I remembered it. I don't wonder you wanted to have the wedding here. Not everything that happened at Gailcar was good, but I think you and Joe were happy here. She gazed at the mist. And it wasn't because of the place. There's music here, Eve. Is there? And who would know better than Kara, who was filled with music herself? I believe you. I don't hear it, but sometimes I think I can feel it. It's there. Sometimes sad, sometimes joyous, always strong. Like life? She nodded and pulled her gaze away from the mist. Where are Jane and Michael? I think she needed a break from having Michael watch her painting that portrait of him. He's fascinated, but he wanted to do it himself. She decided that she'd take him for a walk along the bank to meet Lisa and Macduff when they come back for supper. Maybe I'd better go after them and help her with—
No.
Jock was suddenly beside them.
You go to your tent and change and catch a few minutes of rest.
He set her violin case and duffel down.
Trust me. I'll go make sure that they don't disappear into the mist.
I didn't think that Jane would— But Kara was talking to air as Jock strode away from them down the bank. She made a face. Bossy, I just wanted to help. You always do. Eve's lips were twitching as she picked up Kara's duffel. That moment she had witnessed between them was so very familiar. Jock, the strong, charismatic young man, Kara, no longer a child, but not yet a woman, but the strength of the bond almost visible between them. I'll help get you settled. You started traveling early this morning. You've got to be tired. A little. Kara started up the hill toward the tent area, but the trip here from the airport wore me out more than the jet across the ocean. She was frowning as she looked back at Jock. He's always so difficult these days. Why can't he just be happy? Because he's Jock, Eve said. Because of the life he's led. Because he never expected that anyone like you would come into his life, someone for whom he'd suddenly feel responsible. She paused. Of course, If you don't want to deal with that difficulty, you could just let him go.
No!
Kara's eyes widened with alarm.
I couldn't do that, she whispered. Never. I just want him to be happier. He should be happy. He has that wonderful shining inside.
She stopped at the tent.
I have you. I have my music. I'm happier than I've ever been. Except for Jock.
Eve nodded. And that's probably not going to go away anytime soon. It's a long-range problem that you'll always have to deal with yourself.
And I'll do it.
She gave Eve a hug.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to complain. Slap me if I do that again.
I'll take that under consideration. At the moment, I'm too glad to see you to inflict violence. She set Kara's bag down inside the tent. So just do what that bossy Jock told you to do and get a little rest. I'll call you when it's time for supper. She stopped as she was going to leave. What kind of delay was Joe having that you didn't opt to wait for him to bring you?
Margaret Douglas, Kara said. He couldn't find her, and he knew she would want to be here.
I should have guessed, Eve said. Margaret is as close to a gypsy as anyone I've ever met.
I know. I like her. You told me that she had a wonderful talent with animals.
Eve nodded. She has friends at a special veterinary clinic on Summer Island in the Caribbean. I'll tell Joe to put out feelers there. She smiled. He's not had an easy job. My friends appear liable to be in the four corners of the earth at any given moment.
He'll find them, Kara said. And you're not the only one. He had his own list. He was also looking for someone named Venable and Sean Galen.
Then it's good that you didn't wait, Eve said. Venable is CIA and can be very elusive.
I'm glad that you're not upset with me, Kara said. I know that I can be annoying when I push too hard. It's just so important that I take care of you and Michael. You sent me away to school, so I can't do it all the time. But let me do it during the next week or so, okay?
Okay, Eve said gently. But you'll find plenty of other things to do here, Kara. Macduff is close to finding his treasure, and Caleb's sister, Lisa, is always trying to do too much. She tilted her head. I wonder how the two of you will get along. She's not at all like you.
I'll just do what you tell me. I won't cause you any trouble.
Eve laughed. Not at all like you, she repeated. She gave Kara another kiss on the forehead. I'll see you in an hour. The sun was low on the horizon and casting a golden glow on the mist as Eve left the tent. She could see Macduff, Lisa, and Jock coming toward the camp with Jane and Michael, who were following them at a slower pace. Lisa was walking stiffly, holding her shoulders very straight. She's hurting, Eve thought. She had done too much. She was supposed to have had a light day, but she'd probably pushed herself and not let Macduff see how tired she was getting. Then she saw Jock grab Lisa's backpack, ignoring her protest, and then fall back to where Jane and Michael were walking. He was smiling as he said something to Michael and then lifted him on his shoulders. She saw Michael laughing as Jock trotted ahead of the others in the group coming down the bank. The sunlight fell on Jock's shock of fair hair and burnished it as he moved. He has that wonderful shining inside. Kara's words came back to her as she watched him. That beautiful exterior and the scars that sometimes hid that shining that Kara could see so well and that Jock refused to believe was there. Eve could see it now. She could see the strength and beauty in all of them. Macduff, with his humor and tough drive, which hid a heart that made his people love him. Lisa, who was emerging from pain and struggle and yet would give her life for Caleb. Jane, her wonderful Jane, who had been through so much and was still battling. Eve suddenly had a sense of infinite rightness. as she looked down at them with the lake of golden mist behind them. Her friends, her family, this place, this time. Did you ever feel like that, Syra? Somehow she thought that she might have. She kept her gaze fixed on those very special people enveloped in that golden haze as she slowly started down the hill to join them. Jumeirah, Dubai. It was here. Teresa Romano quickly took the document from the FedEx envelope and turned it and went back inside the villa. Gino was sitting by the indoor Moroccan pool and looked up with a scowl.
Only 7 more days, Teresa. You promised me Santara would come through for us. I never should have believed you.
More complaints. She was sick to death of putting up with him. She'd increased the drugs she made available to him. She'd furnished him with different whores every day to distract him, but he still managed to get in her way. She had been nervous enough herself during these last days without having to soothe Gino. Just a little longer. Then she would be on that plane to Moscow and wouldn't have to serve anyone but herself. Santara will come through. He's not clever, but he's efficient. I can still work with him. He just had to be guided in the right direction.
And if you can't, we'll lose everything we've invested in this crazy plan of yours. We'll be paupers.
He added maliciously,
You're not going to like living on the crumbs of all the people here in Dubai you so carefully cultivated. You think that those people who snubbed you when you were growing up were bad. It's nothing like it is here in Dubai. Here, the rich are rich and the rest are nothing.
He was enjoying this too much. When things had gone sour for them, he had begun to fling her background at her. She had never liked him, but that's when she had begun to hate him. She held on to her temper. Don't strike out, she thought. It isn't going to be that long. That's not going to happen. Caleb is still the key. I refuse to give him up when he's so perfect. The plan is still the same. I just had to readjust it a little. I admit I was overconfident because I felt I knew Caleb so well. I started out with too little information. She held up the envelope she'd just received. No longer. Even a man as private as Caleb leaves footprints. What do you think I've been waiting for? I contacted Alex Nalari, one of the investigators you hired when you needed to use leverage on someone. She opened the envelope and was scanning the report. All I need is a weapon. His smirk vanished.
And you think that Nalari's going to give you one?
Teresa was going quickly over the contents on the first page, then the second, then the third. Could it be? She went back to the first page and checked. Yes, she'd found what she needed. She felt excitement start to climb as she realized what she had in her hands. I've got you, Caleb. Oh, yes. She went to the desk and underlined a name on the second sheet. I just have to tell Santara to look for an opportunity. Nalari has definitely given me the weapon I need. Loch Gaelcar, 12:40 a.m. Beautiful, Lisa thought drowsily as she roused from sleep. The wind, the mist. No, both of them, surrounding her, becoming her. She shook her head to clear it. No, it was just music. Just music? She sat up in bed and threw her blanket aside. It was a violin, so it must be Cara Delaney playing somewhere out there in the darkness. She hadn't met her yet because Jane and Eve had ganged up on her after she'd arrived back at camp and made her go immediately to her tent after eating a light meal. She hated to admit it, but they'd probably been right. because she'd collapsed and been lost to the world 5 minutes after she'd reached her tent. Until the music. And it was still playing, luring her as the mist had lured her. Why not? She had to know what she had to deal with in terms of Cara Delaney, just as she always took the measure of everyone else who came into her life. She put on her shoes, but didn't bother changing out of her nightshirt. Then she was out of her tent, listening, her gaze searching. The far bank, just before the woods that led into the mist. She could see the bright moonlight outlining the girl, gleaming on the violin she was holding as she sat there on the bank. Lisa was down the hill and moving swiftly around the campfire to the bank. The girl doesn't even know I'm coming toward her, she thought impatiently. She's so absorbed in the music that there's no one else on her radar. Not smart. She'd been told that Cara Delaney had been on the run for most of her life. It was a wonder that she hadn't been caught and killed before this. Someone should tell her that she shouldn't be out here by herself, and... The music stopped, and Cara was looking at her. She lowered her bow and then the violin to her lap.
"Hello. You must be Lisa Redondo. I'm sorry, did I wake you?"
"Yes," Lisa said curtly. "No big deal. It was fine once I figured out where the music was coming from. It was kind of pretty."
Cara smiled. "I promised I'd practice every day. It was the only way I was able to leave school before finals. There was a big furor, and the principal was threatening to kick me out."
"That's happened to me a few times." Lisa dropped to the grass a few yards away. "But you held your ground and called their bluff?"
"No, I think they meant it. Juilliard's rules are very strict. I told them that they had to do what they had to do," she added simply, "and that I had to go to Eve."
"Then it was a bluff," Lisa said adamantly.
She shrugged. "It didn't matter, did it? I like the teachers at Juilliard, but it's the music that's important. And they only asked me to promise to practice every day, so it was cool. I would have played every day anyway, so it's easy to keep that promise."
Lisa's gaze was narrowed on her face. "But you would have kept it anyway."
"Promises are important, even when they're difficult to keep."
She changed the subject.
"Are you all right now? Eve said that you'd been hurt."
"I'm fine. I was just a little tired today," she added testily. "Eve can be very determined. I didn't need to go right to bed."
"Yes, you did, or Eve wouldn't have told you to do it." Cara smiled. "And you're stubborn, so you wouldn't have done it if you hadn't known she was right. It just gave you a reason."
"What do you know? I don't need reasons."
Cara was silent.
Lisa suddenly chuckled. "Okay, sometimes you have to build on what people expect you to be. You wouldn't want to disappoint them."
Cara smiled back at her. "That seems to take a lot of effort." She tilted her head. "And it sounds like something Caleb would say. I can tell that he's your brother."
"You should," she said fiercely. "I'm proud that he's my brother. He's wonderful."
"You don't have to be defensive about him around me. He did me a big favor a couple years ago. I don't know quite why he did it, but I'm grateful that he did."
"What did he do?"
"He took me to see my grandfather when everyone else was telling me I couldn't go." She grinned.
"It got him in trouble with everyone." "The grandfather who's some kind of mob boss?" Lisa shrugged. "Well, if Seth wanted to do it, why not?"
"I think you'd say that no matter what he did. I'm just saying that he's different. I've learned that people have the right to make their own choices. He made one that helped me and caused him a headache."
"Jock," Lisa murmured. "He mentioned something about your grandfather's being a danger to you."
Jock wasn't pleased, but he and Caleb are okay now.
"I'm certain that Seth wouldn't have been worried about that."
"Then you'd be wrong," Cara said quietly. Caleb would be worried about anything that affects Jane, and she considers Jock family. It's best that you know that.
Lisa looked at Kara in disbelief.
Is that a threat?
No. I just want you to understand. I think you must love Caleb very much. I don't want you to make a mistake. Lisa was silent. And you don't want there to be any chance of Seth or me or anyone else hurting Jock. You're trying to protect him. Kara repeated gently, I don't want you to make a mistake. Strength. Beneath Kara's almost fragile gentleness was iron-hard strength. I seldom make mistakes. Ever since I was a little girl, I've studied and learned so that won't happen. Good. Kara picked up the violin off her lap, her hand caressing the exquisite wood. I did too, but I had my friend Elena to help and keep me safe, until I lost her. She tucked the violin beneath her chin. I'm going to play now. I'll try to make it soothing if you want to go back to bed. She was being dismissed in favor of that violin, Lisa realized in amusement. She had an idea that Kara would have done the same to anyone, unless it was Jock. None of them was important at this moment in comparison to the music. The music, the wind, the mist. Just the thought of that wisp of melody was beckoning, luring Lisa again. But you shouldn't be out here alone at this time of night, you know. Then neither should you. You're just a kid. I can take care of myself. That's how you got shot? Things are different with me now. Eve said there are all kinds of guards around the property, and Jock and Macduff. All I have to do is call out. And Joe is beginning to teach me karate. I'm getting fairly good. But Lisa had been older and stronger than Kara, and Santara had managed to take her. She looked down at her bandaged thumb. What would a broken thumb mean to Kara Delaney? What would it mean to her life and her music? She found her stomach clenching at the thought. Kara was probably right about her being safe, but bad things happened, and they both knew it. They had different ways of looking at how to face and handle things. Of course, Lisa's was the intelligent way to do it, so she should just get up and go back to her tent. She didn't move. Even though she was right, she had an idea that it would not help this worry go away. So why not give in to it? After all, it was purely selfish and had nothing to do with actually protecting Kara. If it made Lisa feel better, it wouldn't hurt to stay and form a barrier against some of those bad things that might possibly be waiting for the kid. Okay. Lisa waved an impatient hand. Have it your way. But I might as well stick around until you finish. I liked that music you were playing when I came down here. She stretched out and cradled her head on one arm. But don't be offended if I fall asleep. I won't. Kara smiled into her eyes. But you won't fall asleep, Lisa. She started to play. Music. Kara was playing, Jane realized drowsily. How good it was to have her here. What a beautiful way to wake. The strains of music streaming through the night, touching everything around it, rippling over the lake, caressing the mist, creating a fragile rhythm on the path as she walked along the bank. Soon, she'd be there. Soon, she'd be with him.
You're certain about this? Antonio asked. It will be difficult to retrieve the chest if we ever have to flee here as we did Herculaneum.
Then the solution is never to have to flee, Cyrus said. I'm done with running away. We've built our home and we'll fight to keep it. Here is where we stay. She looked at Antonio. "Where I stay. I hope you'll stay with me."
"How good of you to include me, since I've given you a number of fine sons and daughters to start your dynasty."
He reached over and gently kissed her cheek.
"I'm content in this land. I'm just trying to be sensible in case I have to defend my family in the best way I can."
"You will do it very well, right here," she said unsteadily. "And I'm glad that you don't choose to leave me. I would feel very much alone without you."
"And I would feel as lost in the world as I do in this damnable mist. The torch helps a little, but not nearly enough."
His gaze left her to strain to see through the thick mist ahead.
"I can't understand how Marcus ever found his way through it. It's a wonder he didn't end up in the lake. I'm surprised you let him play down here without you."
"He was full of dreams, and he felt at home here. Me? I was just glad he had his dog, Gallo. I could call Gallo's name and he'd come running." She felt the tears sting her eyes. And then Marcus would come running. So happy, so eager.
"He's still here, Syra."
Antonio's hand closed on her own.
"You've told me that you feel him sometimes."
"Yes, but it's hard for me not to be able to see him." She wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand. "I think perhaps Gallo sees him. Every now and then I see him cock his head and stare at—" She paused and shrugged. "Nothing. It doesn't seem fair that a dog should be able to see my son and not me."
"Imagination, love?"
"Maybe. How do I know? Perhaps Marcus needed his playmate and I couldn't go where he goes. Gallo didn't want to leave him when we brought him to his final home here. And he's always eager to run back to the cave whenever I bring him with me to visit Marcus." She swallowed. "And I may think it unfair, but I pray that Marcus does still have his friend."
"As do I,"
Antonio said gently.
"But may I suggest that you call Gallo to come and get us and take us the rest of the way? Because we've reached the point where I can't see a thing now."
Syra laughed. "Nor I. But that means we're very close." "Gallo!" Barking. Then the lean tan hound was dashing through the mist toward them. He stopped short, his gaze on Syra. Then he turned and moved slowly ahead of them, looking back to make sure they were following. A few minutes later, the cave loomed ahead of them. Antonio went forward and rolled the boulder aside. Darkness. It took Syra a moment to light the torch affixed to the wall. Marcus's beautifully carved wood and bronze casket with its polished granite inlay rested on a rock shelf directly ahead. Syra closed her eyes for a moment. "Hello, my dear love. I hope all is well with you." She opened her eyes and saw Gallo lying contentedly beneath the stone shelf, his head on his paws. "You think it is? Then I will too." She said over her shoulder to Antonio, "Bring it in. I think over there in the cavity in the cave wall, don't you?"
"As good as anywhere."
Antonio lifted the chest off the crude wagon they had been wheeling down the bank. He paused a moment, gazing at the casket. He blinked rapidly, and then carried the chest over to the wall that Syra had indicated.
"We have a duty for you, my boy. Duty is good. Not always enjoyable, but good."
He slid the chest deep in the cavity and then started to pile rocks up against it.
"But I think you might want to help us in this way."
"I'm sure of it," Syra said unevenly. "You always liked the idea of playing that you were bringing me jewels out of the mist, Marcus. This is very close. Keep it safe to protect the family you love and who love you." She stood there looking at the casket, remembering all the vitality, the laughter, the joy of him. It seemed impossible that she had to turn away and leave him again. A whimper, not of sorrow, but of joy. Her eyes flew to Gallo lying on the floor below the casket, but his gaze was not looking up at the casket as he was whimpering. His tail was wagging in welcome, but he was looking at her. No, not at her, she realized suddenly. Something to her right. Or someone? She inhaled sharply as she felt the wave of overpowering certainty sweep over her. Standing beside her in comfort and love, trying to tell her that he had not really left her.
Syra,
Antonio was beside her.
are you ready to go?
He didn't understand, and she couldn't tell him right now. She was too filled with the closeness and the completeness of what Marcus was trying to convey to her. She would tell Antonio later, when she understood more herself. She nodded jerkily and reached up to take the torch from the wall. Come on, Gallo. Lead us out of here. It's time to go. Because now Syra knew what Gallo knew, that there was no reason to stay. She knew that she would never really go away from Marcus, because he would always be with her. Jane realized tears were pouring down her cheeks, even before she opened her eyes. Darkness, dawn, sadness that was no sadness, love that never went away. Syra. She sat upright in bed and tried to stop sobbing. Stupid. There was nothing to cry about. That was what Syra had been trying to tell her, what she had discovered that night in the mist. She took a long, shaky breath. I'm okay now, Syra. I guess I'm not as strong as you are. You kind of blew me away. She tossed her blanket aside and got to her feet. Then she was out of her tent and going down the hill toward the bank. No music, she realized vaguely. No Kara. The camp was quiet. Everyone must be asleep. She had no idea how much time had passed since she'd become aware of the sound of Kara's violin when she'd been on the edge of slumber, the edge of Syra's world. It wasn't important how much time had passed. It was only important that she stay here by the lake until she made sense of what had happened tonight. She stood on the edge of the bank and looked out at the mist. The moonlight was shading it with pale silver, but it was as mysterious and inexplicable as ever. As enigmatic as Syra had always been to Jane since that first dream when she was 17. No, that wasn't true. She had always understood Syra. She just didn't know why Syra had wanted her to understand. All the years that had passed, Syra's life and story gradually unfolding to Jane, even as she grew in spirit and experienced her own tragedies and struggles. Through it all, Jane had never known the reason. And she didn't know why Syra had brought her here to this place tonight and shown her the depths of her sorrow and her soul, and her triumph. Why, Syra? Why now? Wasn't I ready before? No answer. But the answer would come, Jane knew suddenly. If she stayed here on the bank, if she let the wind and the mist tell her what she needed to know. Your move, Syra. Eve, Jane whispered. She shook her gently. Wake up. Eve tensed, even as she opened her eyes. Jane? What's wrong? Nothing. At least, I don't think there is. The hell there's not. Her hand was on Jane's arm. You're cold. Cool, she said, correcting her. I've been outside by the lake for a few hours. I'm fine. Eve sat up and brushed the hair away from her face. Something about Lisa? No. Something about me. Her hand reached out to grasp Eve's. Something about Syra. I've been out there trying to figure it out. I believe I may have done it. She smiled. But as usual, I had to run to you for confirmation and help. That goes on forever. Wrong. You don't come running to me nearly often enough. Well, I'm here now. Her hand tightened on Eve's. And I need you to do me a favor, Eve. 8:10 a.m. You're not painting today? Lisa asked Jane as she glanced at the covered easel. I thought it was going well. It is, Jane said, but I didn't come here to paint. I thought I'd go to the bank this morning and see if I can help. I tried, Lisa made a face. It's all your fault for sending me to bed as soon as I got back yesterday. Macduff didn't like it that I got so tired. He said that he'd give it a couple more days before he'd let me help again. I couldn't talk him out of it. That must have been disappointing. Well, he has Jock back today. It wasn't that I didn't do a good job. I'm sure it wasn't. She was looking out at the mist. And there's not much that I can do today either. I just want to be there. Why? Lisa's gaze was fixed on her face. Are you okay? You look a little weird. Do I? I had trouble sleeping last night. Well, it wasn't Kara's fault, she said quickly. She didn't play that long, and it was all quiet stuff, so don't blame her. I wouldn't think of it, Jane smiled, since you evidently don't. She promised the people at her school that she'd practice. She had to keep her promise. Jane chuckled. Lisa, you don't have to defend her. We all love her music. A little less sleep is okay when weighed in the balance. I guess you found that out. Lisa nodded. But I'll try to get her to practice in the daytime today. I don't care what she says. It's not smart for her to be sitting around in the dark playing that violin. You do that. Jane grabbed her backpack. What else do you plan to do today besides trying to run Kara's life? Cook. Make myself invaluable to your Eve and the kid. She grinned. Maybe look up a few recipes for wedding hors d'oeuvre on the internet. Do some of Macduff's paperwork to show him how generous and forgiving I am. She paused. And think about how quiet you are today and why you want to go to the North Bank. Jane wasn't really surprised that Lisa had sensed something in her demeanor that had sent up flares. Lisa might not have been linked to Jane, but she was Caleb's sister, and they were evidently close enough for her to pick up vibes. I'm never permitted to be quiet around you because you have entirely too many questions. She met Lisa's eyes. And you once asked me if I minded your working in Syra's world because she belonged to me. The answer is still no, but that doesn't mean that the time won't come that I'll have to be the one to do what she's always wanted me to do. Lisa's smile faded. What's happening, Jane? I'm not sure, but I think that it's what's supposed to happen. She started down the trail leading toward the bank. We'll have to see, won't we? 1:25 p.m. When do you think you'll be able to turn on the lights? Jane asked Macduff in the middle of the day as she stopped to wipe her brow. You have 4 poles mounted with those space-age wonders, and all the transformers are connected now. When?
Soon. Maybe we'll come back tonight after supper.
He rubbed the back of his neck.
We did a run-through with the first ones we put up, and they were marginally successful. But these transformers may make the difference.
His voice was tense.
It's got to work, Jane. I feel it. We're getting close.
Yes, we're close. She looked out at the mist. I feel it too. And you deserve it, Macduff. What's more, your family needs and deserves it. She smiled faintly. And Syra was always very protective of her family, remember?
You'd know that better than I. You're the expert on Syra.
He wearily turned back to where Jock was working.
All I know is that we've got to get those lights working. I realize it's become something of an obsession with me, but I'll do it, Jane. There's no way on earth I'll let them beat me.
He smiled faintly at her over his shoulder.
I'm glad you came today. You haven't been down here for a few days. I was afraid you'd given up on us.
Never, she smiled back at him. It just didn't seem the time.
And now it does.
She nodded as she got to her feet and followed him. Yes, she said quietly. Now it definitely does, Macduff. 9:15 p.m. Jane turned off her lantern and lay there in the dark, trying to relax. There was no use being this tense. She'd made a decision, and now she had to accept that she had to... Her cell phone rang. Caleb. Lisa's fine, she said as soon as she picked up. As long as she stays busy, she's not nearly as edgy. She's getting stronger every day, and she...
I know all that,
Caleb replied, interrupting her.
She makes sure that she tells me these days that she's a cross between Wonder Woman and Supergirl every time I talk to her, though she really prefers Elektra, but she says Supergirl has more power. How are you?
What?
How are you? When I just called Lisa, she said that you seemed too quiet when you were at supper tonight. She didn't think you were ill, and she knew her meal was fantastic, and that couldn't possibly be it. You went to the North Bank with the guys today, instead of painting. That might mean that you didn't want to be social with anyone at the camp. So, is it something that Lisa's doing that you're not telling me about? Should I talk to her about it? Should I return?
Oh, for heaven's sake! She couldn't believe this. I was quiet, and suddenly your sister is doing something terrible that could cause me to spiral downward into some kind of depression?
It was a thought. I could tell she was worried.
He paused.
And what you might think terrible wouldn't necessarily appear that way to Lisa.
Yes, it would. She's not as callous as you, Caleb, or she wouldn't be worried about me.
True. But she doesn't think I'm callous at all, and most of the time she thinks I can do no wrong. So, there you are.
He paused.
If it wasn't her, what is it? Lisa has excellent instincts, and she's gotten closer to you since you've been together.
Sometimes overpoweringly so. No, I didn't mean that. I care about her, but I always have to keep on guard around her. She can be as disturbing as...
Me? She hasn't even reached the first rung. And you didn't answer my question.
And she wasn't going to do it. She was going through enough bewilderment and soul-searching without bringing Caleb into the mix. She told him a half-truth. I've just been doing some thinking. Everything around me seems to be changing, but I've been standing still. I've been reacting instead of acting. I've been wondering if I have to change too.
In the present situation, I much prefer you to react.
And I wasn't asking for your advice. You wanted an answer, and I gave it to you. She changed the subject. How are things going with you? Did you find out anything else?
Well enough. Information? Pollock has a lead on where the Romanos might be located, and I found out their interest in Dubai was centered on a medical center that caters to the richest and most influential patients in the country. They also wanted all the architectural drawings of the American hospital at Dubai, plus all the personnel records of the staff.
Why?
That's the next question, and one I can hopefully ask the Romanos in the near future.
Then go do it and stop worrying about Lisa, or what Lisa's doing to me. I promised you I'd take care of her. No sign of her following in your footsteps.
For which you're grateful.
Fervently. She paused. Though lately she's been much more charming and easy to get along with when she makes the effort. But it's nothing like you.
Almost normal? He asked mockingly.
Right. Good night, Caleb.
Good night, Jane.
He was laughing as he hung up. That's all I needed, she thought with exasperation. The knowledge that both Lisa and Caleb were watching her and trying to decipher what she was thinking and might be doing was disconcerting. They were treating her as if they were the caregivers, when that was the role she'd chosen for herself. Calm down. It was kind of Lisa to be concerned. It was natural that Caleb would try to dominate everything and everyone around him. She decided to just ignore both their responses and try to regain the composure she'd had before Caleb's call. What composure? Then just go back to trying to go to sleep. And the waiting. Chapter 14. 2:30 a.m. Something was happening down by the campfire. Soft conversation. Was that a low bark? Jane had been expecting it. Eve had warned her it was coming, but it still startled her. She tossed on her clothes and ran out of the tent. Joe Quinn was silhouetted against the flames of the campfire, and Eve was already beside him. She had Michael in her arms, but Joe was holding both of them close.
They're busy. Come and talk to me so I won't feel neglected.
Margaret Douglas was sitting on the ground in front of the fire and jumped to her feet and gave Jane a hug. After all, Joe told me that you're to blame for rushing me over here with Juno. There are responsibilities involved here. Jane held her close for a moment. It seemed like a long time since she'd seen her friend Margaret, but all she'd had to do was to tell her she was needed and she'd come. She took a step back. Juno? She's lying over there on the bank beside the lake. She didn't really like the trip over here and wanted to get back to nature. She nodded at a large white dog who was only a blur in the darkness.
Come meet her.
She led Jane toward the dog.
She's a golden retriever, but an English cream variety, and has all the gentle, loving temperament you asked Eve to find.
She stopped by Juno and reached down and stroked her.
You can't be with her for more than a few minutes and not realize that.
Huge dark eyes were looking up at Jane, and Juno's tail was wagging. "Hello there," Jane said softly. She knelt and rubbed the spot between the retriever's eyes. She could see what Margaret meant. Those dark eyes were brimming with love and affection. "I hope we'll be friends. You're very beautiful, you know." Margaret chuckled.
She knows, but she still likes the attention.
She looked around her.
And I think she'll like this place.
"I'm glad you're so familiar with her likes and dislikes," Jane said dryly, "because I'm not at all sure she's going to like the mist."
Neither am I. We can only hope.
Margaret's face lit up as she smiled. Margaret always seems to be lit from within, Jane thought. She was only 21, but seemed younger, and her tanned skin, blue eyes, and taffy-colored streaked hair made her appear to be touched with the gold of the sun.
Hey, and from what Eve told Joe, I'm still not sure what you need.
Margaret tilted her head.
I don't think you do either. But Juno is my best hope. I was at Summer Island and I had my choice of dogs, but you wanted sensitive, and Juno does therapy work in hospitals. She added soberly, and she lost the little girl who owned and loved her in an accident a few years ago. She's very loving, Jane. Love is good. You're right. I don't know what I want or need. I'm operating purely on instinct. I'm betting on a wild card and just have to hope it pays off. Jane gave Juno a final pat, stood up, and walked back to Joe. Thanks for bringing Margaret so quickly, Joe. I know after all this time maybe I shouldn't feel this sense of urgency, but I do. It just seemed important that we do this now.
The urgency isn't any more bizarre than the idea itself, Joe said dryly. But who am I to argue? The entire thing with Syra is bizarre. He kissed her forehead. But you're the one who will have to convince Macduff that using dogs is better than Transformers. He spent a small fortune on those Australian lights.
I don't think they'll work, she said flatly. That's not the way Syra wants it. I realized that when I had that dream about her last night. I believe she was telling me how it was and how she wanted it to be. Or maybe just the only way it could be.
What's going on here?
Macduff had come out of his tent. He was half-dressed, but his shirt was open and his dark hair ruffled.
Hello, Quinn. Why the hell are you here? Eve said that you weren't coming for another week or
a change of plans. Joe pushed Jane gently toward Macduff. Orchestrated by Jane and Syra. I've brought you someone you should meet. This is Margaret Douglas, Macduff, but I believe it's over to you, Jane.
Jane drew a deep breath and then strode up the hill to stand before Macduff with fists clenched. I don't think the lights are going to work. I think you have to try another way.
Really?
He said coolly.
You didn't mention anything about that opinion yesterday afternoon. What brought this on?
Syra, she went on quickly. I'd had a dream about her the night before.
Indeed.
And I didn't want to mention it to you until I had everything in place. You're so far along with that light system, and you can be very hard to convince.
You're saying I'm hard-headed?
You know you are. Look, you were always so sure that those dreams I had about Syra meant something. I was the skeptical one, but there was something about what I saw that night that made me... I have to believe that maybe this one... We should at least try it, Macduff. She briefly told him the details of the dream, attempting not to leave out anything. Don't you see? It just seemed like the answer. The mist was just as bad during Syra's time, but she found a way. Marcus's dog, Gallo, was able to get through the fog and find his way to the cave. I don't know how. It could have been pure instinct, but he did it.
According to this latest dream?
Macduff's tone was faintly quizzical.
I know I've encouraged you to think that Syra led us here. Hell, I've used those dreams of yours to get my own way and keep you searching. That's why I'd like to believe you. But we're close, Jane. In this instance, I prefer to base my faith on my lights rather than on Syra's hound.
Marcus's dog, Jane said, correcting him. And you've tried 6 different light systems to break through that mist over these last years. None of them has worked. And this might be just another one.
And it might not.
Macduff, you know how Jane fights believing in anything that's connected with Syra, Eve said. You tried to persuade her for years before you got her to come on your treasure hunt. She took a step forward. Syra may have been a guiding force in Jane's life, but Jane's a realist. Since the night she had that first dream when she was a teenager, she questioned everything. She didn't want any explanations that weren't based on pure fact. She met his eyes. But she didn't question this dream. She had enough faith to get me to call Joe and ask him to bring our friend Margaret Douglas and her dog Juno. They're here now. She smiled and gestured to Margaret. You've always liked experiments, Macduff. Let's see what happens. Macduff was frowning and didn't answer. Eve had been very persuasive, but no one was more stubborn than Macduff when he got his mind set on something. Jane had been afraid that stubbornness would set in when she had talked to him yesterday. She could see that he had invested so much time and effort in the idea of making those blasted light systems work that he was reluctant to give them up. Okay, she'd have to find a way that he wouldn't have to do that. Look, You said that light system was ready to test out. Let's still do it. If it works, you can forget all about anything but your space-age technology." She made a face. "And I'll have to go down on my knees to beg Margaret for forgiveness for dragging her here." He raised a brow.
"And so you should. But I perceive an if somewhere in that entirely reasonable suggestion."
"We might as well take Margaret and her dog Juno with us when you're testing, and see if an alternate solution might work if the tech world fails us again."
Macduff chuckled.
"Like turning loose a dog that has no knowledge of the Highlands or the North Bank, and certainly should have no homing instinct that would be triggered to take her to Marcus's cave."
She met his eyes. "Yes."
"It's the stuff of madness, Jane."
"Perhaps. But then why do I feel it's the right way to go?" He didn't speak for a moment, and she thought she'd lost him. Then a reckless smile lit his face.
"How can I resist? It's too mad a challenge not to accept it. After all, I am a Highlander. Let's get going, Jane."
She blinked. "Now? In the middle of the night?" He glanced at Margaret.
"Unless this lass hasn't the stamina to go for a trek through the mist, why not?"
Jane was sure she could think of a dozen practical reasons, but she'd been the one to make the offer, and if it had aroused that innate streak of recklessness in Macduff, she'd be foolish to make excuses that might cause him to have second thoughts. She turned to Margaret. "What do you say? Are you too tired?" Margaret smiled. "Tired? It's why I came. It's a great adventure." She met Macduff's eyes. "Of course, the Laird may need his rest. He's not as young as Juno and I are."
"Ouch."
Macduff turned on his heel.
"I'll go dress, wake Jock, and meet you here in 15 minutes.
He disappeared into his tent. Jane turned back to Margaret. "You're sure? It can wait, Margaret." "But you don't want to wait." Her gaze went to Macduff's tent. "And neither does he. I think the wait has gone on too long." She smiled. "Go finish getting dressed, Jane, or we'll be leaving without you." She turned to Eve and Joe. "Are you coming along, or are you going to keep the home fires burning?" Joe and Eve exchanged a long look, and then Joe said,
"We'll stay here. Kara, Lisa, and my son have to be protected, and I'd prefer to do that than to go off on a Syra treasure hunt."
His arm tightened around Eve.
"Eve and I have always been aware Syra's been Jane's special beacon."
His gaze shifted to Jane.
"Go and find her. You know we'll take care of everything here."
She gave him a quick hug. "Thanks, Joe." She flew up the hill toward her tent. But she stopped when she was only halfway there. Lisa. She stared at Lisa's tent, which was just a short distance from her own. It was a wonder that Lisa hadn't awakened when Jane had, but then Jane had been on the alert for an arrival. Should she wake Lisa now and let her go with them? She knew there was no question Lisa would come. The mist had fascinated her since she'd arrived here. Decisions? Eve was coming up the hill toward her. "Lisa? You're hesitating. That usually means it's no clear choice." She'd want to go. "And? Are you just letting me talk this out?" "Of course." Eve smiled. "Then I can't be blamed for steering you in the wrong direction." "I'd never blame you." "And?" she repeated. "It might be a rough night and hard on her." "True. But she'd still stay with us and never let us know. I'd have to watch her." Eve was silent. Jane met her eyes. "I don't want to have to concentrate on anything but what I have to do tonight." "Syra?" "Syra." She smiled. So I think I'll let her make the decision. I'll go to my tent and finish dressing and then go down to the campfire. If Lisa hears me and comes out and asks what's happening, then I'll tell her.
Fate?
Yes. And the fact that I told Lisa earlier that I wouldn't let her interfere with what I knew had to be done where Syra was concerned. She turned back and started climbing the hill. But I could use a little help with explanations if I end up leaving her behind.
This is completely weird, Margaret said as she walked beside Jane through the mist. These flashlight beams hardly do any good at all. I can barely see Macduff and Jock up ahead.
Then you can see the problem. We haven't even reached the curve of the north bank. Once we pass that pile of boulders, the mist thickens and becomes almost impenetrable to light.
Why?
Who knows? The phenomenon has been studied by several universities, including Oxford, and there are theories, but no answers. Macduff wouldn't let them tear apart his lands to try to find them. She shrugged. And maybe they wouldn't have found the answers anyway. She gazed at Margaret.
I know, it's eerie.
Does it make you nervous?
No. I grew up in the woods, remember? I like it. She glanced at Juno, who was trotting a few feet away. So does Juno. She seems comfortable.
And what does that mean?
Margaret chuckled. Just what I said.
Juno and I are friends, and I'm not going to intrude on her. I've told her what you want from her. I've also told her that if she can't give it, I'll understand.
That's all I can ask. Jane looked at the shimmer of white that was Juno in the fog.
You know, when I first met you and that vet you worked for on Summer Island told me that you could communicate with animals, I thought she was crazy. Well, that is, I would have if she hadn't been so professional about it.
Put a professional mask on anything and it seems to conceal any bullshit, Margaret chuckled. Admit it. You believed it because you wanted to believe I could diagnose what was wrong with your dog, Toby, when no one else could. You wanted to believe it so that I could find a way to save your dog's life.
And you did.
Toby lived.
And Jane was still passionately grateful to her. Toby was now in a special program on Summer Island that increased the longevity and strength of dogs, and the last time Jane had visited, he was wonderfully well and happy. And here I am asking you for another favor and telling you that I need you.
No, you need Juno. I'm just along for the ride, and to find out what's out there.
Which may not be up to us if Macduff's lights work. He and Jock will be exploring that bank the minute they can see it. She tried to smile. And that will be good for Macduff, too. It will just confuse me. I don't think that's the way Syra wants it.
We'll find out, won't we? Margaret said.
And the worst thing that will happen is that Juno will get a long walk to stretch her legs after that trip across the ocean. If she doesn't fall in the lake running down these banks.
She swims well, and I'd jump in to help her.
Jane smiled. Because she's your friend. Just like you jumped in to help me.
Something like that. But you offered me an adventure to sweeten the pot. There are so many mysteries in life and nature, and it's not often we get the chance to explore one as interesting as this.
She squinted, trying to peer through the mist.
Are those the boulders you spoke about just ahead?
It will be just a few minutes.
Jock smiled at Jane and Margaret.
Sit down on those rocks and get as comfortable as you can. We were almost ready before we left here yesterday. It's just the control switch.
He disappeared back into the mist.
You're right, Margaret said as she slowly stroked Juno's head. The mist is much worse, or better, here. I can see how any search team would be paralyzed. You feel totally isolated and disoriented.
Does it bother you?
No. And it doesn't bother you either, does it?
Jane shook her head. I've never felt a threat here. I feel at home. She glanced at Juno. How about her? She's alert, a little tense. She's not frightened. She paused. She's waiting for something. So are we, Jane said wryly, and I wish Macduff and Jock would just—
Ready!
Macduff appeared out of the mist, his eyes shining and eager. He was carrying a large, utilitarian-looking switch.
Jock, attach that last transformer,
he called before he turned back to Jane and Margaret.
It's going to work.
He reached over and ruffled the hair on Juno's head.
Sorry a fine lass like you won't get your chance to prove yourself, but that's life.
He turned to Jane, his excitement almost tangible.
4 poles, and the power of those new lights will cause the entire area to light up like a fireworks display on your 4th of July. Only these fireworks will stay on until we turn them off. Last transformer connected.
Jock had appeared out of the mist.
Press your magic switch, Macduff. Jane?
Macduff was holding out the switch to her.
You've been in this from the beginning. I won't leave you out.
She shook her head. Your treasure, your family. Good luck, Macduff. He smiled.
Thank you. And you won't call down a Syra hex on me?
Never.
Then here goes.
He drew a deep breath and pressed the switch. And the lights came on. Macduff gave a shout.
Yes! Jock, do you see them?
Aye. Jock's gaze was fixed on Macduff's exuberant expression. You did it, Macduff. 4th of July, Macduff, Jane said gently. Congratulations. He jerked her to her feet and whirled her in a circle.
Now, let's go take a look down at that bank. Now that we can make out some of the topography and the—
He stopped, frowning. Juno was on her feet, whimpering. Jane glanced at her in puzzlement. The dog's dark eyes were bright with eagerness, not fear, and her tail was wagging. Afraid not, Juno, Jane told her. It appears that this is as far as we go tonight. Maybe not. Margaret's gaze was on Juno, too. She's not waiting anymore. And Jock was muttering curses under his breath, his gaze on the 4 poles with their brilliant lights, which were no longer brilliant. The lights appeared to be dimming, slowly losing their power.
No!
Macduff's face was tense with strain.
Come on! We have to fix it. There must be something wrong with the connection, Jock.
Jock had already moved deeper into the mist, which was less obscuring than before, but fast becoming worse. Macduff was with him in seconds, and Jane and Margaret watched them working frantically at the connections fixed to the poles. And Juno was still whimpering. Jane shook her head in bewilderment. What's happening here, Margaret? With those lights? How should I know? She gazed at Juno. With her? She wants me to give her permission to go. She says it's time. She met Jane's eyes. It's your call. Or was it Syra's? Jane watched Macduff and Jock moving quickly in the mist. Macduff is the only one who has the right to tell me that. She stood up and smiled faintly. Syra would agree. I'm sure anyone who challenged the head of the family in her day wouldn't have lived long. Then she was striding into the mist toward the 2 men. What's wrong? She asked as she reached them. Can you fix it?
We don't know what's wrong, Jock said tersely. There's nothing wrong with the lights, transformers, or the connections. He glanced up at the light on the pole. And the lights aren't going completely out, as some of the other light systems did. You can see the lights are still burning. They're just not at full power. It could be that the lights had too much power and the heat interacted with the condensation from the mist once it was turned on, Macduff said in frustration. At any rate, Those lights aren't going to give illumination for more than a distance of 2 or 3 feet from each pole until we figure out a solution." "We'll do it, Macduff," Jock said. "It will just take a little longer." "It should have worked." "Aye, but think how you'll be able to rub that Australian bloke's nose in the fact that it didn't. We'll just make a few improvements and show him how the Scots do it better."
Warmth, friendship, healing. Macduff was responding, albeit reluctantly.
"We can do it, but who knows how long it will take. God, I'm tired of struggling with those damn lights."
He was silent a moment, and then whirled to face Jane.
"No, I told you so."
"It could have worked. I'm sorry for your sake that it didn't."
"But you still think you're right about using the dog?"
"I don't know, Macduff. I believe I might be." She paused. "Margaret's retriever, Juno, wants permission to go hunting. I won't let Margaret let her do it unless you're okay with it." He stared at her for a moment, and then waved his hand impatiently.
"Go ahead. A deal is a deal. Try not to fall in the lake."
She didn't move. Margaret said that she'd jump in the lake to rescue Juno. She made no promises about me. So I think the two of you should come along. Forget about starting to fix those lights now. She took a step closer, her gaze glittering with the excitement suddenly zinging through her. "I really think you should be with us tonight."
"Do you?"
Macduff's gaze was fixed on her face.
"Aye, I can see you do."
His face was suddenly lit with that reckless smile again.
"Well, who am I to argue? I apparently have nothing better to do at the moment."
He turned to Jock.
"Come on, we have to protect Jane and my property from that fierce, marauding Juno."
Mist. Thicker than Jane had ever seen it. She could hear Juno barking ahead of her in the distance. The retriever sounded far away, and probably was, because their pace had been so painstakingly slow since they had left the boulders. They were having to travel slowly and single file because the path was narrow and the lake only feet away. She could feel her heart beating hard, her palms damp, as she traveled blindly through the mist. "It's okay, Jane," Margaret called from behind her. "I wanted to give Juno free rein since she seemed to know where she was going, but I'll have her start to come back and lead us. This path is too dangerous without a guide." "Tell me about it." She steadied her voice. "Isn't Juno having any trouble?" "No, she's fine." She paused. "As I said, she knows where she's going." "Do you?" "No, I'm getting little wisps of what Juno knows, but I can't put it together. It doesn't make sense to me." She was silent a moment. "Okay, Juno will be coming back and forth now. We'll be able to move faster." A few minutes later, the barking was closer, and Jane could see the gleam of Juno's white coat in the darkness. Then the retriever turned and started back in the direction she had come, but not going too fast for them not to catch glimpses of her in the mist. It was still difficult, but not nearly as bad as before. So familiar. This perilous, narrow path where Syra had walked. Gallo, leading Syra and Antonio to her son. Not a pure white retriever, but a pale tan hound. But the love was the same, and so was the service rendered. Darkness, mist, a dog barking, warning, protecting, leading them. Where? She rounded a curve in the path. Juno was sitting on the path in front of her. She was 7 or 8 feet away, but Jane could make her out in the mist. She was not moving, but whimpering that excited, joyous sound deep in her throat. "You did well, Juno." Margaret had come even with Jane and was looking down at the retriever. "Here?" Juno ran to the huge boulder to the north of the path and sat down in front of it, as Marcus's dog Gallo had done, as he had waited for Syra and Antonio. "Here," Margaret repeated. She turned to Jane. "She's done her job. It's up to you now." She smiled. "Are you ready?" All the dreams, all the years, all the wondering why, all the reaching out but never finding. "I'm ready." She turned to Macduff and Jock as they came toward them down the path. "Just in time. That big boulder rolls back, but I don't have the strength. It takes muscle." She smiled. Antonio did it by himself, but the centuries and dampness probably made it bury itself deeper in the earth. It might take two. Macduff was standing stiff, frozen, his eyes on the huge boulder.
"My God."
Then he shook his head to clear it.
"It's just a rock. Probably nothing behind it."
"There's something behind it," Jane said. "There is, Macduff. I know you're scared to think it's true. So am I. But I know there's something there." She swallowed. "So flex those muscles and prove me right. Okay?" Jock stepped forward.
"Come on, Macduff. I could probably do it alone, like Antonio, but then I'd have to rub it in for the rest of your life. You wouldn't like that. Hop to it."
Macduff stood looking at the boulder.
"You think I'd allow that to happen?"
He came forward and braced himself beside Jock.
"On the count of 3.
It took 5 counts of 3 to even budge the deeply embedded rock, and then 7 more before they managed to roll the boulder to one side. Jane went slowly forward to stand beside them, staring into the darkness.
"Now I'm truly terrified,"
Macduff murmured. "Me too. Afraid of being disappointed, of losing that extraordinary feeling of eternity and continuity that Syra had given her." A whimpering, a brushing against Jane's legs, and then Juno pushed past them and ran into the darkness. Jane drew a deep breath. "It appears that Juno isn't scared." She lifted her flashlight. "I suggest we follow her example." She stepped inside the cave. "Juno, where are you?" A low whimper. "She's over there against the far wall," Margaret said as she came to stand beside Jane. "Something about a Gallo." "Gallo?" Jane leveled the beam of her flashlight across the cave. Then she forgot everything else as she saw the ledge built into the cave wall. She was transfixed, in shock. On the ledge was a ruin of bronze and granite and beautifully carved wood. A ruin, but the size was right, and so was Jane's memory of it. Syra, looking down at the carved casket with tears in her eyes. "And now I believe we'd better go take him into that mist." "Marcus," she whispered. "This is where they laid him to rest." Macduff's beam pierced the darkness next to where Jane's light was pointing.
"It's hard to tell what—"
"It's him," she said. "You can verify it to your heart's content later, but it's Marcus." Her beam moved down to where Juno was huddled on the floor beside another, smaller heap of bronze and wood. "And I'd bet that's the coffin where they placed Gallo, Marcus's dog, when he died." She could feel the tears sting her eyes. So they'd always be together. She moved her beam around the cave, which was not clean and neat as it had been in her dream. Fallen rocks, wet earth, even the walls of the cave seemed to have shifted from what she remembered. And Syra's treasure should be in that wall over there, Macduff. Go and see if it's in a cavity behind those rocks jammed against the wall.
I can look later.
His beam was still on Marcus's casket. No. Look now. I have to be sure. Syra wouldn't have gone to all this trouble if she hadn't wanted you to find that treasure. She smiled. She knows you'll give her son all due respect. After all, she set him to watch over it. Now go see how well she preserved her fortune for you and the family. Macduff hesitated, and then slowly crossed the cave to the rock she'd indicated.
If you're sure she won't throw a thunderbolt at me.
No guarantees. She always hated to be predictable. You'll have to take your chances. She stood and watched as Macduff and Jock began to try to pry the boulder away from the cavity in the wall. I've brought them here, Syra. It will make your family safe for a long time to come. Are you pleased? Is this what it was all about? Syra's bronze treasure chest was in bad shape, but, incredibly, still intact. Its enclosure in the cave wall must have helped to keep it tight and dry. The coins inside it were in various degrees of discoloration, but there appeared to be hundreds, possibly thousands of them, almost overflowing the chest.
Syra's gold,
Macduff whispered as he lifted a handful of coins from the chest and let them flow through his fingers.
Do you know that sometimes I doubted that it ever existed?
You knew it did, Jane said. You searched and nagged and made everyone miserable because you knew it was out here somewhere.
I guess I did.
Macduff looked at her and smiled.
And evidently I wasn't the only one nagging. I had someone on my side helping out.
Syra's always been very demanding. She gazed at the huge heap of coins. They appear to be in decent shape, and the gold coins might not even be the most valuable. History and rarity count more in today's market. It will probably take a number of experts and a good amount of time to do the appraisals. What's your next step, Macduff?
The safest, best protected bank in Edinburgh, which, in my opinion, is the Royal Bank of Scotland. Then, arranging for all the appraisals to take place in a secure room at that fine establishment.
She smiled. What a canny Scot you are, Macduff.
But first, we've got to get it out of here and on its way to that bank, Jock said. And I'm not toting all of this treasure in my backpack. Too many trips. We'll go back to the polls and get the utility wagon.
Antonio, unloading the treasure from a crude wooden wagon and carrying it into the cave. I think that's a great idea. She turned to Margaret. But that's a round trip to the boulders where the poles are set up, then another trip when we load the treasure to take it back to camp. Will Juno have any trouble leading us all that way? Margaret shook her head. Not if I stay with her and remind her that it's important she concentrate on the lead and not what she's leaving behind here. She wants to stay. She likes it here. Jane glanced at Juno, who was lying with her head on her paws. She could see that comfort, the serenity. Then will you do that, please? I'd like to get this task finished. Margaret nodded. I told you back at the camp that I knew you all thought it time for this to be finished. She turned to Macduff. Let's go. We'll make much better time now that Juno is staying with us and not having to search ahead.
At your command.
He gave a mock bow.
We're literally at your disposal, or we'd never get out of here.
Power, she grinned. How I love the power. She glanced at Jane. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go ahead with Juno? You go ahead. She looked at Macduff. I'm going to stay here until you get back with the utility wagon. His brows rose in surprise.
Why? I wouldn't think you'd want to stay here by yourself. Even the finest tombs are seldom pleasant.
It's Marcus's final resting place. Syra left it sealed and secure for him. I'm not going to leave it alone and unprotected, even for a short time. Once you get back and take the treasure, we'll seal it again and won't touch it until we decide how to restore it," she added. "Does that sound all right with you?"
"Very much all right," he said softly.
He turned and headed for the cave entrance.
"Let's go, Jock. We'll be back soon, Jane."
"I know you will." She watched them striding down the path until they disappeared into the mist. And after that, there was still the sound of them moving through the brush and Juno's occasional barking. And then there was nothing but the darkness and the sound of the waters of the lake lapping against the shore, as it had been for all the centuries this little boy had been here with his friend Gallo, who now shared his resting place. She turned back and went inside the cave. She stared at the ruins on the ledge for a moment, and then slid down the wall beside the entrance and leaned her head back against the stone. "Here we are, Marcus," she whispered. "I know Syra is taking care of you, and you don't really need me, but I think she'd like the idea of my being here right now. In a way, she kind of raised me, too." She closed her eyes. "Are you there, Syra? You gave me something in that last dream. I'm not good with faith, and I was having trouble coming to terms with what comes afterward. Did you know that I'd lost the man I loved? You probably did. It was hard coming back, but I had to do it, just as you did. But you were given something in this place, and you passed it on to me. I want to thank you." She opened her eyes and said unsteadily, "No, unless you have any other gifts to give. We'll just stay here and listen to the wind and the lake and be together." The dawn was starting to break when they came out of the mist and started to walk down the bank toward the camp. Jane could see Eve, Lisa, Joe, and Kara sitting around the campfire, but it was Lisa who jumped to her feet and ran down to meet them.
"Eve said you called and told her you'd found the treasure." Lisa turned to Margaret. "You must be Margaret Douglas. I envy you. I didn't care anything about the treasure, but conquering that mist intrigued me." She made a face. "Actually, I was a little put out that Jane left me behind, but then Eve explained that you have some kind of special qualifications."
"That's true," Jane said, "and I don't think that it's a skill you could pick up as readily as you do most other things. This is Lisa Redondo, Margaret." She looked back over her shoulder at Jock and Macduff, who were several yards behind them, bringing the utility wagon. "Could I talk you into making breakfast, Lisa? Nothing fancy, but it's been a long night, and we're all pretty drained. We could use a little sustenance." Lisa was gazing at her face. "I can see that. But you look at peace. You found what you wanted, Jane?" Jane nodded. "I found what I wanted." She smiled. "Then I'm glad, and I forgive you for not letting me be there when it happened." Her eyes were twinkling. "Though I'm hoping that guilt for depriving me of something I wanted will push you toward giving me the next thing on my list." "Don't count on it," Jane said dryly. "I never do. I just work toward it, and most of the time it comes." She turned. "And what do you mean, nothing fancy? It's a celebration, and at least that part of it will be mine. Now, I'll run back and start a splendid breakfast that will show everyone what a great team player I am." Jane watched her streak down the bank. "And it will be a splendid breakfast. She's a fantastic cook, Margaret, though we may be too tired to eat it." She looked at Juno, who was staying close to Margaret. "Even Juno looks as though she needs some rest." "She's fine," Margaret said. "She got what she wanted too, Jane. She did what was asked of her, and it made her happy." She smiled.
Me too. It was a very special night.
She did what was asked of her. Was that also why Jane was feeling this sense of peace? She had done what Syra had needed her to do, and had received gifts in return that she still didn't fully understand. But one of them was this knowledge that she was more complete and serene for doing it. Yes, very special. She turned to face Margaret. "And you're special too," Jane said. "You know that there are no words to thank you."
"Sure. That's why you don't try," Margaret said. "And now we'll just have a good time relaxing and setting up Eve's wedding and being together. Joe said he was going to try to have everyone else here by next week."
"That sounds like a plan." Jane paused. "After we make sure that Syra's treasure is safely stored in that bank Macduff was talking about. I'm the one who insisted on going after that treasure right away because I thought Syra wanted Macduff to have it. I want to make certain it's safe."
"Isn't that Macduff's responsibility?"
"Yes, but we could have left it in Marcus's tomb and made arrangements to transport it later. I wanted that tomb resealed, so no one else would know about it and there'd be no chance of theft or violation. That meant moving that treasure so it wouldn't be a lure for anyone." She jerked her head back at Macduff and Jock. "That's why we might have $1 billion worth of coins in that wagon back there." Her lips tightened grimly. "So I'd say it's my responsibility too."
"And that means that Eve and I will have to do wedding plans on our own until you get Macduff's treasure safely settled?"
"It shouldn't take more than a day. Jock isn't going to let Macduff take a deep breath until he safeguards that treasure. He's very protective of him."
"I've noticed," Margaret shrugged.
"Oh well, I'll bring in Kara and Lisa to help until you're free. All their vim, vigor, and youth will be a big help." "You're only 21 yourself, Margaret."
"But I have an old soul," she grinned. "Ask Juno."
Chapter 15. Lisa's breakfast was just as splendid as Jane had promised. Eggs Benedict, pancakes, special cinnamon pastries, sausages, and a spicy potato casserole that was as delicious as it was unusual. After breakfast, Margaret and Juno went to the tent Margaret had been given to get some sleep, and Lisa and Kara took Michael for a walk down to the lake. Jane suspected that had been Kara's doing, a way to give Jock, Macduff, and Jane privacy and allow them to stay at the campfire drinking coffee and talking with Eve and Joe. She had noticed that Kara's influence on Lisa was very subtle, but she usually managed to get her way. Amazing, when Lisa was older and clearly so willful and determined. "You're very quiet." Eve glanced at Jane. "Need to get some sleep?" "Probably, but the coffee will help." She looked at Macduff. "And I have an idea you're going to be dashing out of here soon, and I want to be ready. What did you and Jock decide when you were lugging that utility wagon down the trail? When are we going to Edinburgh?" Macduff shook his head.
"Go. Get some sleep, Jane. There's no need for you to go with us."
"The hell there's not. I've been along on practically every step of the journey since I first started having dreams of Syra. On some of those steps, I've actually made the decisions." She stared him in the eye. "I have to be there to wrap up this part of it." "She's right, you know," Eve said quietly. "Don't cheat her, Macduff." He grimaced.
"Aye, she's right. But she's also exhausted. And I'm feeling wildly grateful that she's given me the prize I've been trying to win all these years. I thought I'd try to be gallant."
"Bullshit," Jane said. "Just tell me when we're leaving for Edinburgh."
2 hours should do it. We all need to clean up, or they won't even let us into that bank. After that, we have to pack Syra's chest in a durable box that won't fall apart during transport."
He smiled.
"Then We'll be on our way.
What about security?
You, Macduff, and I will take Cyrus' chest in the Toyota, Jock said. I've set up another car, a Range Rover, to follow us, driven by our man Angus Macaulay, who will have 3 other guards in the car. None of the guards know that we've found Cyrus' treasure, nor will anyone at the bank until we're actually inside their doors. Macduff will call the vice president of the bank when we're 20 minutes away and request an immediate escort for an important transaction.
He made a face.
That should be no problem. Macduff has all those bigwig types on his speed dial. Satisfied? Macduff asked.
Jane nodded. Very smart. Very discreet.
So, can we do it without you?
Not a chance. Macduff sighed.
So be it.
That's the first time I've heard you use either that philosophic tone or words. It's not at all like you. Jane got to her feet. It's probably the last time I'll be quite so demanding, Macduff. We're almost at the end of this particular road.
We are?
He tilted his head.
I hadn't thought of it like that. I'll miss you, Jane.
She would miss him, too, as well as the journey, the puzzle, the search. Don't think of it right now, she told herself. They still had a little more distance to travel on Syra's path. She started up the hill toward her tent. I'll see you in 2 hours. Don't you dare leave without me. Dubai, 11:05 a.m.
I have to talk to you, Caleb,
Pollock said curtly.
I'm in the lobby of your hotel. Do you want me to come over to you, or do you want to come down? You can't tell me what you need on the phone? I could, but I'm not going to do it. I want to see your face when I talk to you, though God knows if I'll be able to tell anything from that either.
Pollock was clearly upset, and Caleb didn't like it. It took a good deal for him to lose his cool.
I'll come down. Meet me in the bar. Fine. I could use a drink.
Not good, Caleb thought. Pollock never used drugs and seldom drank. In his line of work, he regarded lack of control as hazardous. And his expression was not encouraging when Caleb walked into the bar and dropped down on the red leather banquette across from him. It reflected he was both nervous and angry.
What's the problem? I'm not sure. You tell me.
He stared Caleb in the eye.
I've been straight with you. I know you don't trust anyone, but that's how I operate. I don't lie to you. He paused. And you don't lie to me. That way I can cover my ass for what's coming. You think I lied to you? I don't know. Maybe. I'm hoping you didn't, because I definitely don't want to get on your bad side. But if you did, I'm here to tell you that I can't work for you any longer.
Caleb's gaze narrowed on Pollock's face.
I can't recall lying to you, though it would be a lie if I said I wasn't capable of doing it, if it was to my advantage. In what instance am I supposed to have lied to you?
Pollock didn't speak, his hand clenching on the glass in front of him.
Pollock, I'm beginning to get impatient. You said that you were through with Said Ben Kamal, that you had all the information you needed from him.
Caleb nodded.
Yes, I did. So? Did you decide you needed something more from him? Or were you annoyed at what he was doing to that kid? No. Yes. And both issues were resolved. Why? Because Ben Kemal was found in his apartment this morning, gutted and with his throat cut.
Caleb went still.
It couldn't have happened to a more worthy victim. I take it that no one knows who committed the happy act.
Pollock shook his head.
The police think it might be a mob hit, but you thought it might be me. It occurred to me. You're very clever. You could have made it look like anything you wanted.
Caleb grimaced.
But gutting and slitting a throat? I'm surprised you'd think I'd be so crude. Why would I, when I have other ways to make someone's death look totally natural? You didn't do it? I didn't do it.
Pollock let out a relieved breath.
I had to be sure. My business is based on contacts, and if it got around that I'd set up Said Ben Kemal for a hit, everyone would run for the hills when they saw me coming.
No retirement palace in Morocco? Caleb asked absently. His mind was moving quickly, trying to put the new piece into the puzzle.
Why do the police think it was a mob hit? The gutting and slit throat isn't enough? He shrugged. He was also missing his tongue. Mob retribution usually calls for a statement to indicate a snitch.
Caleb stiffened.
And it didn't occur to you that the only one who had received information from Ben Kemal lately was me? Which meant that someone found out that he'd told me everything he knew. It's logical that person could be Santara, or one of his men who was royally pissed off that Ben Kemal had talked. It's the kind of example Santara would set.
He lowered his voice to lethal softness.
Just who did you tell about my little trip to see Ben Kemal?
No one, Pollock said flatly. I'm a professional. I don't make mistakes like that, Caleb.
Maybe it was Ben Kemal himself. Not possible. I gave him orders not to talk, and he wouldn't disobey them.
That post-suggestion he'd given him would have made it too excruciatingly painful, Caleb knew.
Well, it wasn't me.
Caleb was inclined to believe him. That kind of indiscretion was unlikely in Pollock. He was too sharp, and as he'd said, he was a professional. So Caleb either had to believe it had been a payoff, or that Pollock was innocent. Yet there had to have been a leak.
I swear it, Pollock said. Not from anyone I dealt with, and not from me. Find someone else to blame. Look in your own backyard.
That was what Caleb was trying to do. His mind was going over every possibility, every person who had access to the information. There had to be someone who...
What about that kid, Ahmed, you sent out of the apartment that night? Pollock offered. Though my latest report on him is that he's scared shitless and is just trying to dig a deep hole for himself. I made sure no one knew where he was. The boy didn't know what was happening. Even if someone got to him, he wouldn't know that I was after information from Ben Kemal. As you said, it was a statement, and he stopped.
His entire body electrified as a thought occurred to him.
Look in your own backyard. Holy shit.
He reached for his phone. Royal Bank of Scotland, Edinburgh, Scotland. 11:35 a.m. I can't believe everything's going so smoothly, Jane murmured to Jock as she watched Macduff and Nigel Tambry, the bank vice president, disappear into the vault area, accompanied by 2 security guards. Hey, you did good, Jock.
Told you so.
He smiled.
And only Macduff and that vice president will know what's in that box until it's locked in a special compartment in the vault. Even then, it will be on a need-to-know basis. See? You should have trusted me.
I did trust you. I just felt I had to put a period to Syra's gold. and the only way I could do it was to see it disappear into that vault. She reached out and took his hand. Understand? He nodded.
It's been a long journey for you, but I have to tell you how grateful I am that you took Macduff along.
He squeezed her hand.
We owe you a great debt, Jane.
Bullshit. We've all been in this together from the beginning. She gave a mock sigh of relief. And now there's a small chance that we may be able to live normal lives again. I might even be able to finish that painting of Michael.
It's a wonderful painting.
He's a wonderful subject. And I think that Eve's going to. Her phone rang, and she glanced down at the ID. Caleb. She accessed the call. I hope you haven't been talking to Lisa again. That was pure nonsense that...
Who's there with you, Jane?
What? Right now? Jock.
That's good. Who else is there at the camp? Macduff?
Yes, but we're not at the camp. We're in Edinburgh.
Caleb cursed, his voice low and vehement. What the hell are you doing in Edinburgh?
We're at the Royal Bank of Scotland, making a deposit. She could feel her chest tightening. Caleb was never this upset without reason. What's going on, Caleb?
What's going on is that I thought you were all safe at the camp at Loch Gaelcar, where the situation could be controlled. Instead, you're all running around the damn country.
Lisa's not here. She's fine, Caleb. It's not as if we left her alone or unprotected at the camp. We took only 4 of the guards with us to Edinburgh, and Jock said that he'd left enough there at the camp to assure security. Besides, Joe stayed behind, and you know he'd never let anything happen to Eve or Michael.
No, he wouldn't. I still don't like that you're all away from camp.
We won't be as soon as we get this business finished. Are you going to tell me why?
Said Ben Kemal's throat was slit, and his tongue ripped out. Someone didn't like that he'd talked to me. I'm assuming that someone was sent by Santara.
Shock. That seems reasonable, she said, after she had recovered. And how does this impact our leaving the lake for half a day?
No one should have known I talked to him. Not Pollock. And I guarantee Ben Kemal wouldn't have told anyone.
Well, someone evidently knew.
Yes, he paused. You, Jane.
What? Are you crazy? I'm supposed to have told Santara that you...
No, but you're the only one I told Ben Kemal's name to, and that I was going to pay him a visit.
She felt as if she'd been kicked in the stomach. What are you saying?
I'm saying that your phone has been tapped. Maybe Lisa's too. And since I doubt that anyone could have had access to your phones, I'd bet that Santara is right on top of you at that camp, with special wireless extender instruments.
You have to be wrong. His every word was destroying that precious sense of security she'd had during these last days. There's been no sign of him. As far as anyone knows, he hasn't even located Lisa since we escaped.
Oh, I think he knows exactly where you are. He's been stalking, waiting for his chance. He probably realized that the security at the camp is pretty well impregnable, so he's trying to find a way to get around it. That's why he's tapping your phone.
You think he's that close?
Maybe not near enough for his presence to be detected, but he's probably imported a lot of high-tech equipment and technicians to be able to scan your phones from a safe distance. But they'd only be able to do it within range of their equipment. If you're in Edinburgh, I think this call is safe.
The idea that Santara might be listening was chilling. She still couldn't comprehend how it could happen. But we're so careful. There's not been even a hint of danger, Caleb.
Not careful enough to avoid a tap. And killing Said Ben Kemal wasn't a discreet move on Santara's part. He had to know it was a risk that he'd tip his hand. Maybe he's getting impatient and ready to make a move.
The thought sent a bolt of panic through her. All the people she loved were at that camp. Are you sure, Caleb?
It's the only answer. I wanted to warn you. I'm on my way to my plane right now. I should be in Scotland in about 5 hours.
He added grimly,
and then I'm going hunting.
5 hours seemed a long time to her right now. She was only about an hour and 30 minutes away from the lake. I'm going to go back to the camp right now. I promise Lisa will be okay. I'll see you when you get there. She pressed the disconnect.
What the hell is wrong?
Jock asked, his gaze on her face.
You're white as a sheet.
Lisa. Caleb says that he thinks Santara is close enough to the camp to tap my phone. Could he be right? He thought about it. Then he nodded slowly.
We were really careful, but Santara is good, and his background and contacts could make the difference. If Caleb says that it's true, then we'd have to bank that it is.
That's what I was afraid you'd say. She turned toward the front entrance. I'm going back to the lake. I'll ride back in the Range Rover with Macaulay and his men. Come as soon as you can.
Wait, Jane. It should only be another 15 minutes or so. Communications might have been breached, but I swear no one can get past the security at the lake.
No, I can't wait. Her voice was shaking. I'm going now. Eve and Joe and Michael, everyone is there. And I promised I'd take care of Lisa. I promised. I have to be there with them. Caleb said he was going hunting. But what good will that do if Santara decides to move before...
Then I'll leave Macduff and go with you.
No, finish up here. It's not as if there's a direct threat. I'm just scared. Go and hurry Macduff along, and then go straight back to the lake. I'll call Joe and warn him to be on the alert once I get on the road with Macaulay. She didn't wait for an answer, but ran out the glass doors of the front entrance and started down the street, where Macaulay was waiting in the Range Rover. No direct threat, she reminded herself. Once Joe was warned, he'd be able to keep everyone safe. But it was Jane's job, her responsibility. Eve had come to be with Jane on that special day she was planning. And she had promised Lisa and Caleb that she'd take care of her. No direct threat. Yet her stride unconsciously quickened as she moved toward the Range Rover. She called Joe as soon as Macaulay had reached the highway leading to Glasgow. He listened intently and then said quietly,
"Stop worrying, Jane. I can almost feel the waves of angst. We're all grown-ups, and we don't need you to take care of us. We make our own decisions."
Michael's not a grown-up, and what about... She stopped and drew a deep breath. Okay, I'll calm down. Caleb just hit me where it hurt.
He has excellent aim that way, but he probably didn't mean to strike to the heart. He has concerns of his own in this, he added, but I'll be glad to be one of his hunting party when he gets here.
He was so calm that she was beginning to settle down. Is everything okay there now?
Fine. And as soon as I get off the phone with you, I'll go check on everyone in camp and then have a conference with Macduff's security team. By that time, you should be here and can see for yourself.
She felt a sudden rush of love for him. I don't need to see for myself. I just need you to tell me that all the people I love are going to be okay, including you. He chuckled.
Then you've got it. Now come home and we'll talk about how to keep them that way. I think right now you're so on edge from lack of sleep that you're overreacting. Possible?
Maybe. She paused. I love you, Joe.
Likewise, he said softly. See you soon, Jane.
He hung up. He could be right, she thought, as she put her phone away. She'd gone without sleep, and when they'd found Syra's treasure, she'd lost an essential motivation that had driven her life. Maybe her reaction to Caleb's call had been extreme. But so had his reaction been, for God's sake. He was probably flying back to Scotland even as she'd been talking to Joe. There was no doubt he'd been worried. And why not? He'd almost lost Lisa a short time ago. He wasn't about to risk that again if he... Macaulay was muttering a curse, his eye on the rearview mirror.
"Bastard! Get off my tail!"
She glanced at the side view mirror. Macaulay had a right to be pissed off. That yellow Hummer was only a couple yards behind them. She hadn't been aware of anything when she'd been talking to Joe, but now she realized that Macaulay had seemed tense and irritated for quite a while. I agree. What an ass. Can you pull off and let the driver get ahead of us? He shook his head.
"Ditches on both sides. Maybe in the next 10 miles or so."
But the yellow Hummer was speeding up. The next minute, it hit the bumper of the Range Rover. It spun sideways, and Macaulay was barely able to keep it on the road.
"I'm going to kill him,"
he said through his teeth.
"I'll beat the..."
The Hummer hit them again, harder. The Range Rover spun again, this time toward the ditch. And the Hummer was now right beside them, ramming them in the side. Once, twice. That driver has to be crazy, Jane thought, as she lurched hard against the control panel. What was he doing? And then she saw what he was doing, because she saw who was doing it. Santara. Santara was driving that Hummer, and he was smiling at her. And then he swung his steering wheel 40 degrees to the right and rammed their Range Rover at full force. It was already on 2 wheels, and the additional blow sent it barreling toward the ditch. Macaulay was cursing, trying to right the car. Too late? It's going to be too late, Jane thought, as she watched in horror, realizing what was going to happen. The Range Rover skidded off the road at high speed, turned over in midair, and landed on its roof in the ditch. Pain. Darkness. Jock saw the fire devouring the Range Rover as he turned a corner on the highway.
"My God! Macaulay?"
Macduff asked. "And Jane," Jock said jerkily. "Jane was riding with him." There were 2 police cars and a fire truck pulled over behind the wreck of the Range Rover. He sped up and screeched to a stop behind them. He jumped out of the Toyota and brushed aside the uniformed policeman who was trying to keep him from running toward the wreck. "Keep them out of my way, Macduff. I've got to see if I can get anyone out of that inferno." "You won't. Don't even try, sir." A young policeman, covered with mud and soot, had come out of the ditch. "The driver was pinned by the airbag and was pretty bruised and broken up. But he made it out of the car, and we found him trying to crawl up to the road. He's in the ambulance over there. We're trying to put out the fire now, but I'm afraid that it really doesn't matter if..." He abruptly broke off. "Are you family?"
"Why doesn't it matter?"
Macduff demanded.
"Finish what you were going to say, damn it!"
"Maybe you should talk to my superior. He's over there with the EMTs and 2 witnesses who were in a car right behind the Range Rover."
"Why?"
Jock took a step closer to him.
"Now."
The policeman took a hasty step back. "We got a look at the other 3 victims through the window before the tank blew, and all 3 men were deceased. It appeared that they'd been shot in the head at close range." He saw Jock's expression and said, "They were family? I'm sorry for your loss. I shouldn't be the one talking to you. Lieutenant Parran is interviewing witnesses over there. You'd better go see him." He turned and almost ran back to the police car.
"Shot at close range in the head," Macduff said. "Execution style."
"Santara." Jock was gazing at the blazing vehicle. "They were family. How long did they work for you?"
"Since I was in the Royal Marines. I know all their families," Macduff said. 3 men. Not a woman. Jane wasn't in that car when it blew."
"But that doesn't mean that Santara won't make an example of her later, when he has more time. I don't think there's any doubt she was the target." Jock turned on his heel and headed toward the EMT's truck.
Let's go and see if we can get any information from those witnesses. I don't want to have to go back to camp and tell Joe and Eve that Jane's been taken until we know everything we can possibly know. I must have talked to Jane only minutes before it happened, Joe said to Jock. He added bitterly, she was worried about us. I told her I'd take care of everyone. I didn't take care of her, did I?
Because no one thought that Jane would be a target. She was always afraid for Lisa. Eve moved closer to Joe. In this nightmare, she wanted to feel his warmth. It doesn't make sense. And men who acted without reason terrified her. She had seen too many deaths committed by impulse and revenge on the innocent. What did the witnesses say, Jock?
Not much. Only that they saw a yellow Hummer drive their Range Rover off the road. It turned over, and the driver of the Hummer got out with 2 other men and ran down the ditch and opened the passenger side door. Then they heard shots and saw a woman being carried up the ditch and thrown into the Hummer. A few moments later, the gas tank of the Range Rover caught fire.
Eve's fingers dug into Joe's arm. Carried?
She seemed limp, probably unconscious.
She was in a car turned upside down, Eve said jerkily. She could have a concussion or spinal damage or heaven knows what other injury. She remembered another word Jock had used. And thrown? You don't throw people when they're hurt or injured. That's for trash or garbage. That wasn't for her Jane. She was suddenly being bombarded by memories of Jane at 10 years old. Jane sitting on the floor with Michael, sketching. Jane looking out at the mist as if she were trying to see Syra in the shifting clouds. Joe's arm slid around her waist.
Jane's tough, he said gently. We'll get her back and she'll be fine.
She nodded jerkily. She had to believe that, or she wouldn't be able to function right now. And she had to function. They had to find out the answers. Why? If Santara has been stalking Lisa, why take Jane? And why now? Does it have anything to do with Syra's treasure?
That might be logical, Macduff said. But it's almost certain that Santara knew nothing about it. Only the people in this camp knew we'd found it.
He grimaced.
And it was a surprise to all of us, except perhaps Jane. Not even the guards knew what we were taking to the bank today. No, he must have had another agenda, and Jane was a target of opportunity.
Jane? Lisa had suddenly appeared behind them. Her gaze flew from one to the other. Target? What's wrong with Jane? Her eyes narrowed on Eve's face. You're scared. You tell me what's wrong with her. Eve should have known that Lisa would have seen them talking, noticed Jane was not with Macduff and Jock, and instantly gone on the offensive. What could she say? She had an idea that beneath that tough facade Lisa kept so firmly in place, she had a deep affection for Jane, which was confirmed by the fierceness of this response when Lisa suspected Jane was in trouble. Tell me! Lisa's eyes were blazing. I should have gone with her. I shouldn't have relied on anyone else. I just didn't think that Jane was... And if she was, I thought you all would be able to... Easy. Eve took her arm and drew her a few yards away. Yes, there's a problem. An understatement, she thought bitterly. But Lisa didn't need to get any more upset than she was right now. Yet there wasn't any way to avoid the truth. So she told her quickly what had happened. Macduff doesn't think it has anything to do with Syra's treasure. We're not sure yet why she was taken. Aren't you? She moistened her lips. Does Seth know what happened? Not yet. As I said, he told Jane he was on his way here now. Her lips twisted. He was going hunting for Santara. We'll tell him when he gets here. No, you won't. I'll call him and tell him now. He needs to know. You're upset. It could probably wait. What can he do while flying a plane? It will be only a few more hours, Lisa. A few hours might make a difference with Santara. I don't know. I'm not smart enough about things like that, but I'm not going to take a chance. Seth will know. She looked at Eve. Are you afraid I'll get all hysterical and upset him and make you cope? I won't do that. I'll just tell him and get off the phone. But he has to know. Her voice was suddenly filled with passion. Do you think I want to do it? I hate having to tell him, because they may have found a way to get him after all. Eve frowned. What do you mean? Of course it's not about the treasure. It's about Seth. She reached for her phone. It's always been about Seth.
Wake up!
Jane's cheek stung, and her neck jerked backward with the force of the blow.
Open your eyes. She wants you awake.
Pain. Not only because of the slap. Her head was throbbing, Jane realized dazedly. She slowly opened her eyes. Santara. He smiled down at her.
That's better. Teresa doesn't trust me. Can you imagine that she'd believe I'd not take care of you in just the manner she ordered? She wants me to keep you awake to be sure that concussion doesn't cause you to slip into a coma. She has plans for you and wants to make sure you're healthy and able to perform.
Vibration. And that low, familiar hum of sound. A plane. She was on a plane.
You're not saying anything. The queen bitch said I had to make sure that you were coherent. Talk to me.
We're on a plane. Where are you taking me?
That was clear enough. Should I answer?
He pretended to think about it.
Why not? We're on our way to the land of sun and money, where Queen Teresa wishes to receive you and deal with you herself.
That's no answer.
His hand lashed out and struck her cheek again, hard. Be polite. I'm sick to death of dealing with you female vipers who think you can tell me what to do.
She was dizzy and had to hold on to consciousness. No, you're this big man who has to prove himself by torturing a young girl. I'm surprised you didn't go after Lisa again.
You're slurring a little. I guess I'd better not hit you again.
Disappointing. Where are you taking me?
Dubai. You didn't recognize my description?
And you were talking about Teresa Romano?
See? Perfectly coherent.
She was trying to fight the dizziness and clear her mind. The car. She had been in the Range Rover. Macaulay. What happened to Macaulay?
Who?
The driver. Macaulay.
He may be alive. His airbag went off and I couldn't get to him. I didn't have time to fight that damn airbag. He smiled. But his 3 friends were right there and available to us. It didn't take any time at all to dispose of them.
You killed them?
It seemed the thing to do. It made a statement. I believe in statements.
Caleb had said something like that. Said Ben Kemal. He nodded.
I don't know how Caleb got him to talk, but he had to be punished for it. I would have enjoyed being there to do it myself, but unfortunately I had to delegate. I was busy keeping my eye on the lake.
Do you know why you're taking me to Dubai?
Silence. Why should I tell you? She studied his face.
You don't know. She's just using you as an errand boy and doesn't confide in you.
Bullshit. I'm just done with asking her questions. I'll do what she wants and then let her pay what I want, he added roughly, and I'm done with answering your questions. You're not going to go into any coma unless I decide to put you in one, so just shut up. His smile was malicious. Every now and then, I'll come back and check and give you a reminder that will leave a bruise or two, and show Teresa that I always do what she wants me to do. He got to his feet. I missed that after you and Caleb took Lisa away from me. Do you know it wasn't only Caleb I was angry with that night? You were right there with him. Another bitch to humiliate me in front of my men. Actually, I'm very glad that Dubai is still a good distance away.
She watched him stroll back down the aisle toward the cockpit. Vicious. Totally vicious and without conscience. She had known that he was both those things, but this was first-hand experience with him. He liked the pain and terror he could dispense. He wanted her to be afraid. Statements. That was an example of his basic philosophy of terror. She had to remember that, in case she could use it later. Though it was hard to remember anything with her head whirling like a windmill. Perhaps it would be safe to close her eyes for just a moment and rest. Macaulay. Was he still alive? She had always liked and respected him. Neither he nor his men would have been hurt if she'd not made the choice to have him take her back to the lake. But then, Macduff and Jock might have been the victims. There was no good decision when it came to a murderer like Santara, unless the decision was for her to crawl into a hole and cower there while they trampled over everything good and clean in the world. How could she do that? It was impossible. So the only solution was to fight, and she would do that. As soon as she could shake off this pain and dizziness. Until then, she would lie here and recover and try to figure out why Teresa Romano had decided it was worth her while to choose her as Santara's target, and why she had decided to come forward out of the darkness of the shadows to deal with Jane herself. Chapter 16.
She was unconscious? Caleb asked tersely as he strode down the slope toward Eve. Jane was still out when they put her in the car?
As far as we know. We have to rely on a second-hand report from witnesses. Eve shivered. And the word they used was thrown. I can't get it out of my head. She has to have been hurt in that wreck. No one was caring what kind of additional damage they were doing to her.
But she was alive. Or Santara wouldn't have bothered to take her, he said. And they won't let her die as long as they believe she has any value to them.
He met her eyes, and the glittering ferocity in his own was overpowering in its intensity.
She's not going to die, Eve. I won't have it.
She took a deep breath. She had seen Caleb in a rage before, but never like this. He was electrified, every muscle alive and supple, casting out a sheer aura of power. I hope you're right. No, I have to believe you're right. And then we have to figure out what Santara wants and how to get her back.
Money is the usual answer, Macduff said as he came toward them. And you know that I'd be willing to meet any ransom request. I have a sizable fortune of my own, and once we're able to process Sarah's treasure, I'll be able to augment.
What the hell are you talking about? Caleb asked.
Syra's treasure? We found it. That's what we were depositing in Edinburgh, Macduff said. Lisa didn't tell you?
Caleb's lips twisted. She said 2 sentences. She probably didn't consider the treasure important in the scheme of things. I'm not sure that I do. Macduff shrugged.
The search of a decade, and it's not important? That puts things in perspective.
We don't think Santara knew about the treasure, Eve said. Another agenda?
Or the same one.
He paused, with new bait. Eve stiffened. Lisa said it was all about you. Is that true?
It could be. Probably. I'll have to make sure.
He turned to Macduff.
And I don't think that you're going to be contacted for ransom.
But you might be. Eve's gaze was searching Caleb's face. Money? Or something else?
Whatever it is, I'll pay it.
He was silent an instant.
If I think it will do any good.
Eve felt a chill. And I'm supposed to let you make that decision? This is Jane, Caleb. One false step and she might die.
Do you think I don't know that?
His voice was rough, his face tight.
I told you that I wouldn't let that happen,
he said to Macduff.
I don't think that Santara would bring her back to this area after he had her, but I have to make certain. I'm going hunting tonight, and I'll verify.
Macduff nodded.
Jock is already setting up security for the camp while we go take a look in the hills.
He grimaced.
Verification that he slipped through our fingers? Not the hunt that we hoped for. We're here, and we have to be certain, Caleb said grimly, before we take that next step that Eve is so worried about.
And you're not? Eve asked. You're about to explode, Caleb. You'd just better not explode where Jane could be hit by the shrapnel. He didn't answer. He asked instead,
Where's Lisa?
Over there, by the fire. Though she looks like she's frozen there. She hasn't said a word since she talked with you on the phone. Caleb turned and started toward the campfire.
I'll be ready to leave in 15 minutes, Macduff.
Lisa watched Seth cross the grass to where she was sitting by the fire. She didn't want to look at his face because she knew what she would see there. She forced herself to do it anyway. It was exactly what she'd expected. You have to go after her, she said jerkily. I knew it. The minute I heard about it, I knew that you wouldn't be able to help yourself. They've got you, haven't they?
Yes.
He sat down beside her and stared into the fire,
but only to the extent that I'm being forced to play their game. The results are always up in the air in any game.
It's my fault. I thought they'd go after me again. I didn't think it through. Jane was so protective of me, and I just accepted it, she added bitterly. Why not? I'm always the important one, aren't I? At least to myself. I shouldn't have let her go to Edinburgh without me, Seth. I should have been there for her.
You're not to blame. I thought you'd be the target, too.
Of course I'm to blame. Just because I was the one they took before, it didn't mean they wouldn't go in another direction. Santara probably thought I was guarded too well. She shook her head. I guess they were smart to choose Jane. Your link with her is so strong. But I didn't think that anyone but me realized that. How did Santara know? Did he just take a chance?
I don't believe he has the option of taking chances. I'd say that the order came directly from Teresa Romano.
His lips tightened.
And I found out a long time ago that Teresa can be very clever about things concerning me. I just didn't think she'd bother to probe that deep.
Her gaze flew to his face.
You did? You've never mentioned that about her.
It wasn't necessary. She was doing what I needed her to do for you, and that was all that was important, he added. Or what I thought was all that was important. Evidently, she evolved and decided to use you to get to me.
He glanced at her.
I'm sorry that I made that mistake. I thought you'd be safe.
Do you think I care if you made mistakes? Everyone makes mistakes, even me.
She reached out and grasped his arm. The only mistake I won't forgive is if you leave me again, she added unsteadily. And I won't forgive you if you get killed, Seth. So that can't happen. He turned his arm and took her hand.
I'll keep that in mind. But right now, I have to worry about Jane, don't I?
I'd like to say no.
Her hand tightened on his.
I told Jane once that you were the only one I cared about. I wish that was still true. It's easier like that.
Yes, but it's changed, hasn't it? I could see that before I left. I heard it in your voice whenever I phoned you.
She was silent.
She can't die, Seth, she whispered. And Santara can't do the things to her that he did to me.
He won't, Lisa. I promise.
How can you promise? She's already been hurt. Eve doesn't even know how badly.
But that's the end of it. I'll find a way to get to her and keep her safe.
He got to his feet.
I have to go check out the hills, which will probably yield nothing of value, but it's something to do until Teresa makes her next move.
Teresa? Not Santara?
No. I have an idea that it will definitely be Teresa's game from now on.
And you don't think that any move will be here at the lake?
He shook his head.
Everything seems to be centered in Dubai. Whatever Teresa wants to happen, she has plans to do it in Dubai. Probably somewhere in or near the American hospital.
He leaned down and gently brushed his lips across her brow.
None of this was your fault. If there was a mistake, it was one I made years ago. But I'll make it right, Lisa.
He turned and strode away to where Macduff, Joe Quinn, and Jock were waiting. Lisa gazed after him, her hands clenched into fists as she watched him disappear from sight. Yes, he'd make it right. He'd always made everything right for her. But no one had ever taken the trouble to make anything right for him. He'd never been permitted to make mistakes as a child. She could remember instant, almost savage punishment for any tiny infraction, and Seth lifting his chin and just accepting it. She hadn't realized until later how hard that must have been for him, when he had known what he could do and how swiftly he could stop those cruelties. And tonight, he was shouldering all responsibility and blame again, and would face it as he always had. Alone. "Nothing?" Eve asked Joe as he came into the tent. He shook his head.
We found the remains of a few campfires on that third mountain. It looked as if Santara and his men had been moving around to keep from being spotted.
He looked down at the sleeping Michael.
But they were never close enough to be a danger to anyone here.
She nodded. "Jane said we had an armed camp."
"I wish to hell she'd stayed in it," he said harshly. "Who would believe that—" He broke off. But it happened. Now we have to get her back.
How? Interpol?
Any way that doesn't get her killed. Lisa said that she was sure Santara was going to kill her before she escaped. We can't count on anything better for Jane if they think she's a danger to them.
He paused.
Caleb is asking us to back off until he can get a fix on how to do it. How the hell can I do that?
I don't know. She pulled him down and into her arms. How can you? Tell me. Convince me that it's the wrong thing to do. She held him close. She could feel his pain. Or is it the smart thing to do? He didn't speak for a moment.
Yes. That's the worst thing about it. Caleb thinks all this centers around him.
So does Lisa.
And it very well might be true. Everything points to it. I don't see any way out. But I'd have to let Caleb go off and control every... It's Jane.
I know, she whispered. It was a horrible decision for him and for her, to stand on the sidelines when they wanted only to plunge into the battle. And we have to do whatever is best for her, Joe.
And who the hell knows what that is?
He was silent, stiff, fighting the battle. Then he muttered a curse and got to his feet.
Okay. He wins.
She got up and followed him to the tent entrance. I don't think anybody wins this one, Joe, she said wearily. It doesn't feel like it. She watched him go down the hill and stop before Caleb, who was sitting there drinking a cup of coffee before the fire.
Okay. I'll back off,
Joe told him.
You have a clear shot at trying to locate her and setting up a rescue. But the minute you do, you get in touch and bring me into it. Agreed? No choice, Caleb said. I knew that's as much as I'd be able to get from you. And you'll keep me informed, damn it.
He nodded.
I'll let you know how she is as soon as I can. I know Eve's worried. See that you do.
Joe didn't move, staring down into Caleb's eyes.
And if you do the wrong thing, if you get her killed, I'll hunt you down and break your neck.
He turned and strode back up the hill to the tent.
Done,
he told Eve as he took her back into his arms.
He said earlier that he thought he'd be contacted soon. I hope to hell he's right.
Caleb turned back to the fire as Joe left him. It had gone as he'd expected. Joe Quinn was smart and always managed to overcome personal feelings if they got in the way of what was best for any situation. But it had been more difficult than usual, since it concerned Jane. Caleb didn't know if he could have made that choice. He was on fire right now, and he didn't think he'd hidden it very well. Eve had said he was ready to explode, and she had come close. He was burning with rage and panic and the multitude of searing, complex emotions that were always there when he thought about Jane. So don't think about her, he decided. He had to be calm and cool when the call came. And it would come soon. He'd delved into everything that he knew and had experienced, and unless there had been a greater change than he thought, the call would be coming within the next hour or so. So he would sit here and wait, and wouldn't think about Jane. Instead, he'd think about the most painful ways to kill Santara. The call came 45 minutes later. He smiled grimly as he saw the ID. He could feel the rush of adrenaline sending the blood zinging through his body. And so the hunt begins. He pressed the access button.
Hello, Teresa. You've kept me waiting, but that was always one of your strategies. However, I imagine it was just as disturbing for you as it was for me this time. You've probably been salivating for the chance to display how clever you are.
Silence. Then she laughed. As it happens, you're right, Caleb. I was just sitting here thinking about you, wondering what you were doing, what blind alleys you were running down while trying to find her.
I didn't waste my time. A cursory check at Loch Gaelcar, and then I sat down to wait for your call. Do you have Jane yet?
She just arrived. However, she won't be of use to you, Caleb. He kept his tone indifferent.
She's alive?
Yes. A wrenched neck and concussion, but I made sure that Santara kept her awake on the flight. I believe the danger of coma is over now, but I had him give her a sedative just before he got here. Naturally, she's rather tense, and that's bad for her right now. I wanted her to be at her best when you saw her. She's quite beautiful, isn't she?
Anyone could see that. He paused. Just as anyone could see how beautiful you are, Teresa.
Yes, I am, but I've had to have a few nips and tucks lately. Very annoying, particularly when I look at Jane Maguire. But maturity always triumphs over youth in the end.
Does it?
Always, she said softly. Look at the situation. Your Jane is lying unconscious in my guest room, totally helpless. I can do anything I want with her, Caleb, she chuckled. Or look at Lisa. I was in charge of her for years, and when I realized she'd be useful, I had Santara teach her a few of the lessons I'd wanted her to learn ever since I became her guardian. Arrogant little bitch. All that youth did nothing to help her either, Caleb. The laughter vanished. But you helped Lisa escape, didn't you? I knew you would come if she called you. That's why I took her. I needed you. But Santara was a fool and let you take her away from me. It wasn't supposed to work that way. So I had to make a correction.
Jane Maguire is the correction?
Yes. I thought you'd appreciate my brilliance in choosing her. You always admired that quality in me. No one else bothered to look for it.
You missed the boat this time, Teresa. I'll grant that you were smart to take Lisa. You knew how I felt about family. But Jane doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh, I think she does, Teresa said softly. Years ago, after your parents sent you away to Scotland, I filed you away as a possible asset and forgot about you. When I needed someone to draw you into the web, I chose Lisa. She sighed. But that was extremely difficult to manage. I knew I couldn't do much to Lisa because it would make you too angry. She was your little sister, and there was all that protective business you demonstrated after Maria had been killed. I was walking on eggs. Jane Maguire will be much easier.
Indeed. Why?
Because you fuck her, she said simply.
Wrong.
No. After you took Lisa, I got an in-depth report on your activities over the last several years. Well, as in-depth as possible, considering what a secretive bastard you've always been. But you've never hidden what a sexual animal you are, Caleb. You've gone to bed with many, many women, but you never form relationships. One-night stands, she added softly, except with Jane Maguire. You kept returning to her, Caleb. You were together in 6 countries, and wherever she is, you're eventually there too. Is she that good?
Coincidence. We have mutual objectives at times.
I don't think so. That's why I felt I'd been given a gift when I saw her name on every page of the report I had on you.
Would you believe we're friends?
She laughed. You? Have you forgotten I know you, Caleb? And I've seen her.
I didn't think that you'd accept that. Nevertheless, You're wrong, Teresa. And why would you think you could use her for a weapon, even if you were right? Someone I fuck wouldn't have the same impact as Lisa.
Not usually, but you're very intense, sometimes almost obsessive. Jane Maguire might fall into that category. If she does, then you wouldn't want to give up your toy if you could help it, she added, especially when just performing a small service for me would permit you to keep her.
I don't permit myself to be used. Have you forgotten that?
I haven't forgotten anything about you. Have you forgotten that I don't let anything stand in my way when I want something? Her voice became honey smooth. Friends? I don't believe she'd feel very friendly toward you if I turned Santara loose on her when she's feeling so poorly. I didn't let him rape Lisa, even though that might have been effective, because I knew that would disturb you.
Yes, it would have.
But the gloves are off now, Caleb. I have to have this service performed in the next 48 hours. I'll do anything I have to do to Maguire to ensure your cooperation. If you don't tell me right now that you're willing to deal with me, I'll send in Santara and any other of his men with whom he wishes to share. You know I don't bluff, Caleb.
I also know you're capable of any deceit.
Of course. He was silent. She would do it. Find the safest way out.
You are clever, Teresa. You're right. I do find her very satisfying. As a toy, she's superb. I don't like the idea of her being damaged.
She laughed. I knew it. Much better choice than Lisa.
But you know that we could take care of this in another way. I'm prepared to be very generous if you want to go the ransom route.
Tempting. However, regrettably, though my present arrangement is fantastic monetarily, it has a downside. I was forced to ask my new partners to fund my advance preparations. Now they've told me that if I don't fulfill my obligations, they will be displeased enough to take a contract out on me. I don't intend to have to give up the splendid life I've planned in order to go into hiding.
And I have no intention of backing myself into a corner for any woman. What are you asking me to do?
What you're so good at. What your dear mother was so afraid you'd do. What else?
Exactly what I assumed. You want someone killed in a way that would not be able to be detected. Who's the target?
You haven't found that out yet? I thought you might have stumbled across it. You did find out about the American hospital in Dubai from Said Ben Kamal.
Who?
That's enough information for now. I have to be sure that she's enough to keep you under control. So you'll come here and we'll have a few discussions and renew our acquaintance.
Come where?
Dubai. You'll be picked up at the airport and brought to me. She chuckled. And to Jane Maguire. She should be better by that time. If I'm feeling generous, I might let you have a welcome present as a deposit before you actually give me what I want. I'm sure you've missed her while you've been flying around trying to find Santara.
And you?
That goes without saying. I knew you'd realized I was behind it almost from the beginning. We do know each other so well. Good night, Caleb. You'll have my phone number now. Let me know when you arrive. She hung up.
Keep cool.
Keep calm. Now that the need for pretense was over, the rage was beginning to drown out everything else. Rage and fear. Teresa always knew how to push the right buttons, and she'd found one in Jane. And she would push it until it was broken or she had what she wanted. She would have no compunction about breaking Jane. She was totally without any sense of right and wrong. The perfect sociopath, he'd discovered during their time together. Whatever served to advance an agenda was what she did with speed and consummate skill. But she couldn't be permitted to trample over Jane. Control. It had always been the battle that had defined their struggle for power. Teresa had started it, and he would finish it. He got to his feet and strode up the hill to his tent. He changed, threw clothes into a bag, and exited the tent. "I'm going with you." Lisa was standing a few yards away. She was dressed in black pants and shirt and had her backpack. "You've heard, haven't you? I saw you talking on the phone down there." Her lips were tight. "You're not going to leave me again, Seth."
"The hell I'm not."
He didn't need this right now.
"I'm going to have enough problems. If you want to help Jane, you'll stay here, out of my way."
"Jane's alive?" she asked shakily. He wasn't going to lie.
"I don't have proof. I think it's true."
"Then we'll go get her."
"It's not going to be that easy."
"You have to trade something?" "I knew that was going to happen. What?"
"I've no idea yet. Whatever it is, it's going to be difficult, or she wouldn't want me."
"She? Teresa?"
He nodded. "As she put it, the gloves are off."
"She said she'd hurt Jane?"
"Yes, but I won't let that happen."
She shook her head. "We won't let that happen. I'm going with you."
"No."
He had to reason with her. She was as scared about Jane as he was right now.
"Look, if you come and we're captured, Teresa will have 2 weapons she can use against me. That's what you said you didn't want."
"I wouldn't be captured." She met his eyes. "You showed me how to keep that from happening. I won't let them use me against you. All I'd have to do is kill them."
"All you'd have to do," he repeated. "Simplistic. You made a promise."
"It didn't include stuff like this." She took a step closer, her eyes pleading. "I wouldn't do it unless I had to. You're going to Dubai? I wouldn't even have to be with you. For heaven's sake, some women there run around in robes and veils. No one would even know who I was. I wouldn't get in your way. I'd just be there to do what you needed me to do."
"It's not a good idea, Lisa."
"Then make it a good idea." She suddenly wasn't pleading any longer. "When that bastard Santara was torturing me, I held out. I kept my word. But I swore nothing like that was ever going to happen to me or anyone I cared about again. I want to do whatever you want, but I won't let them hurt you or Jane." She stared him in the eye. "So I'm going to Dubai, whether you like it or not, Seth. You're going to find me something of value to do that will help Jane and hopefully cause Santara to have a fatal accident. Make it work, damn it." He stared at her in frustration, and something else, which might have been pride. He shrugged.
"Whatever. Listen, you'll do what I say. No arguments. Not ever."
He went past her down the hill.
"And I'll make it work."
Jumeirah, Dubai. "You really have to wake up now, Jane. I've let you sleep as long as I can because I needed you fit and ready, but we're running out of time." It was a woman's voice, smooth, deep, and musical. "And I really don't want to use Santara's methods on you. So do open your eyes." Easier said than done, Jane thought groggily. Her head felt stuffed with cotton. Santara. It was all rushing back to her. She wanted to push it away and go back to the darkness. Zantara. There was no going back. Force it. Face it. She slowly opened her lids. There we are. The woman sitting in the peacock blue brocade chair opposite the couch where Jane was lying was smiling at her. I knew you must be a smart woman. Caleb doesn't tolerate stupidity for very long. She handed her a delicate china cup. Coffee. Very strong. Do you need me to help you hold it? No. Though her hand was shaking, every instinct was telling her she mustn't show that weakness. I'm fine. She took a sip. Hot. Black. Bracing. She took another sip, her gaze fixed on the woman who must be Teresa Romano. She was dressed in a long black skirt and fringed overshirt that managed to make her look both exotic and flawlessly elegant. She was far more beautiful than in that photo Caleb had shown her. Glowing skin, glittering blue eyes, long lashes, and her blonde hair, coiled in a chignon, was a faultless frame for those perfect features. You're not fine, you know. Teresa Romano was smiling at her. You're in a terrible predicament, if you'll remember. But if you cooperate, you may come out of it alive. It appears you can be valuable to me. I suppose you've guessed I'm Teresa Romano. Keep her talking. Keep drinking the coffee. Stronger. She had to get stronger. Yes, and you're the one who put me in this predicament. You must be desperate. You couldn't get hold of Lisa, so you grabbed me instead? Teresa's smile lost a little of its wattage. Desperate? I'm never desperate. Poor choice of words. As it happens, I'm much happier with you than I was with Lisa. All she could offer was to reach out to Caleb's protectiveness. You'll appeal to more basic appetites, and we both know how basic Caleb can be. Do we? She took another sip of coffee. She was getting steadier. You went to a great deal of trouble to find someone you thought would make Caleb perform for you. Would you care to tell me what you need from him? Perform? She threw back her head and laughed. Now that's a fitting word. No one's better at performance than Caleb. She leaned back in the chair. Oh, I intend to tell you what I need from him, Jane. I want you to be able to know what's going to save your life so that you'll be infinitely persuasive with him. No matter how much you please him, Caleb can be very difficult to manage. No one manages Caleb, but I'm curious to hear what you think you can make him do. He said something about the American hospital? She nodded. Yes, he's guessed that he'll be required to do a little blood adjustment, but I refused to tell him anything until I had him here in Dubai. I've no objection to sharing it with you because you're not going anywhere. She smiled. And when Caleb sees that I really do have you and you're not damaged, he won't go anywhere either. Who is it? Tariq El Haroun. Why? Because he may be the most important man in Dubai outside of the royal family, who are the sole rulers of the country. She tilted her head contemplatively. No, he has more power than some of the members of the royal family. Money is everything, isn't it, Jane? I've never found that to be true. He's some kind of oil sheik? No. Oil provides only about 7% of the wealth of Dubai. It's such a magnificently rich city. I knew as soon as I started giving dinner parties for Gino's clients from here that it was my kind of place. Then, when Haroun was pointed out to me at a gala, I started to keep my eye on him. She smiled. Because 86% of the wealth of Dubai is tied up in real estate, and Harun owns or controls most of it. He has a distant connection to the royal family, but he's such a fantastic businessman that has little to do with it. But he's made Dubai flourish, and that's made the royal family very happy." She paused. "Except for 1 or 2 members who would prefer that his power and influence just go away." "And you've promised them that you'll see that it does," Jane said slowly, "with no way to detect that it was murder." She nodded. "It's been an exciting project for me to develop from the moment I found out that Gino had been fool enough to send us close to bankruptcy." She leaned forward, and for an instant her beautiful face turned ugly. "Do you know how I felt when I learned that bastard had ruined everything that I'd worked to achieve in the last 20 years? I should have kept a closer eye on him, but I thought even he couldn't get rid of that much money on his whores and drugs." Then her expression cleared and was once more serene. "But it will be fine, once I'm able to get Harun out of the way. I've negotiated an amount that will make me as wealthy as I've always dreamed of being, far richer than the life Gino could ever provide me." "And what's Caleb's part in this?" "Tariq El Haroun is having a heart procedure done 2 days from now. Only stents inserted, so no problem is expected." She added softly, "But heart operations can always be iffy if not performed correctly, or even if they are. Of course, Harun has the best surgeons and staff available, absolutely above reproach. And since the royal family regard him as something of a national treasure, they're providing security to protect him while he's in the hospital. So if anything were to go wrong, it would cause an uproar that would shake everyone at the hospital and the political hierarchy. An autopsy, investigations, everyone would be suspect. But in the end, it will be found that his death was due to a ruptured artery, not caused by poison, medicine, or the surgeon who performed the operation." She smiled. "And that Allah just wanted to take his good servant off to paradise." "And how is Caleb supposed to get close enough to that good servant to send him packing to Allah?" "That's up to him. I remember Caleb as being so very clever, and I'll provide him with detailed maps of the hospital and any personnel records he might need. He won't do it. For your sake, I hope you're wrong. I believe you are. Because you think if you threaten me that he'll soften and do whatever you want?" She shook her head. "Soften? The only chance you had of Caleb softening toward anyone on this earth was when you kidnapped Lisa. When Santara lost her, it blew that for you." "I never mentioned softening." Her smile deepened. "Quite the opposite. I agree, Lisa is an anomaly in Caleb's life. I've always found him to be both ruthless and manipulative. He doesn't allow anyone that close. But closeness isn't necessary to influence him. He's a sexual animal, and he evidently has developed an obsession for you. I have reports that he constantly seeks you out." "Coincidence?" She laughed. "That's what he said. But he eventually told me himself that he finds you pleasing and wouldn't want you damaged." Jane felt a ripple of shock. "You've talked to him?" She nodded. "He's on his way here. I thought it time I put plans in motion. If they include me, you're going to be disappointed. You're completely wrong about Caleb's attitude toward me." "I won't be disappointed. I'll just make adjustments if I need to do that." She was gazing at Jane critically. "But he might be disappointed if you look like that when he gets here. dreadful. Finish that coffee and get into the shower. I'll get you something to wear that doesn't make you look like you've been upside down in a vehicle. Which I was. And I was thinking about leaving you in this condition, but it would be counterproductive. My entire plan for you is based on the fact that you don't arouse Caleb's sympathy, but another emotion entirely. She got to her feet. So you will be presented to him in as pleasant packaging as possible, something that reflects what he will be missing if he makes me dispense with his toy, and my generosity in allowing him to keep you. She looked back at Jane as she reached the door. You will shower and take care of doing that, or I'll send Santara in to assist you. You won't like that, but he would. I'll do it myself. Jane put down her coffee cup. Because I'm filthy, and not because I'm complying with your orders. I dealt with Santara on the plane. I'm not afraid of him. You should be. He went easy on Lisa, because I told him he had to. Her gaze narrowed on Jane. But you're annoying me. And you're beautiful. But I can't see why Caleb's obsessed with you. You're nothing like. She turned away. I might have to observe him closer when he gets here. And you'll find out you're totally wrong, Jane said. You formed all those wild, unsubstantiated assumptions because you were frantic to— I don't like the word frantic any more than I do desperate, Teresa said. You're digging a deep hole, Jane. I probably am, Jane thought. She was still bleary and disoriented, and everything that Teresa had thrown at her in the past few minutes had bewildered and frightened her. I'm just trying to tell you that you're mistaken, and I don't understand why you think you know Caleb well enough to jump to those conclusions. Teresa's brows lifted. Why? Who would know him better, Jane? After all, we were lovers. The door shut behind her. Jane was frozen, staring at that door. Lovers. That possibility had not occurred to her. Caleb had never given a hint there was a sexual relationship between them. But then, she never knew anything about Caleb except what he wanted her to know. So why was she so shocked? She felt almost ill at the thought of them together. She couldn't let it affect her like this. She was weak and unable to process it right now. She needed to give herself time and a little space. She slowly got to her feet and headed for the bathroom. Her muscles felt sore, but she could move with more litheness than she had thought possible. A hot shower would help, and then she would try to clear her mind of the picture that Teresa Romano had insinuated there. She didn't know if that was possible. Lovers. Chapter 17. He's in the driveway. Teresa came into the bedroom. I thought I'd meet him there, but I changed my mind. I told Santara to bring him directly here. Her gaze went over Jane in the cream-colored flowing silk pants and matching blouse. You'll do very well. Elegant, but sexy. I'm surprised you didn't put me in a harem outfit, Jane said sarcastically, or something you'd picked up from a local bordello. Oh, I would have if I hadn't thought it would turn him off. Caleb is much more subtle. As you said, who'd know better? Exactly, Teresa replied. You're being more aggressive than when I left. Jane met her eyes. I had to recover sometime. Don't be too aggressive. I'll be patient only so long. She tilted her head. I think I hear him. She threw open the door. Caleb, how good it is to see you. She stepped aside for him to enter, particularly at this time and place. I see you've rushed to our Jane's side, she smiled. But then, I knew you would.
So you told me, Caleb said as he entered the room. You never lacked confidence, Teresa. His gaze went to Jane. I'm sorry that you became involved in this. Are you all right?
She nodded. Stiff neck. Headache. How is Macaulay? Santara didn't know, or wouldn't tell me.
Broken ribs and arm. He'll live.
Jane felt a rush of relief. She hadn't realized how worried she'd been about Macaulay. It was good to know he'd survived that death and carnage. I'm glad.
So was Macduff. Santara didn't leave him much to be grateful for. You know about the other 3 men.
Yes. Terrible. Enough, Teresa said impatiently. That's not why I brought you here, Caleb. You have a job to do. I promised to tell you who your target is going to be.
Tariq el-Haroun, he said. On the flight down here, I checked pending surgeries within that 48-hour window you gave me from the list that Ben Kemal got for you and Santara. His lips twisted. Haroun's the big fish. You wouldn't have wasted your time on anyone else.
No, I wouldn't have. But you know how it annoys me to be thought predictable. They knew each other so well, Jane realized, looking at them. No affection, no desire, but their familiarity was very clear. Caleb smiled.
I could hardly trust you to tell me the truth. I had to find out for myself. You didn't tell me because you weren't sure that I wouldn't betray you, because I don't like to be controlled. You couldn't be certain that Jane would be a strong enough draw.
She smiled back at him. But here you are. So I must have been right. He looked at Jane.
Perhaps. Give me your offer.
She lives, you live. Tariq el-Haroun dies. I get on a plane for Moscow, which has no extradition policy, that same day. She smiled. Just in case you're not as skilled as I believe you are, though the stories I heard about how you eliminated all those cult members who killed your sister did impress me.
You're not mentioning Gino. I take it that he's no longer included in your plans.
She shrugged. I won't have him dragging behind me. He's been annoying me lately. I've put up with him for too long. What do you expect?
Nothing less.
His gaze returned to Jane.
I could take her with me now. I guarantee that you wouldn't be able to stop me.
Of course. As I said, I delight in all those bizarre stories about you. But one of Santara's men who are guarding the house would stop her. You must have noticed how many men are patrolling the estate. I gave orders that if she escapes, they do not take her alive. She's to be shot on sight. Caleb shook his head.
Now that would be truly unfortunate.
Jane had had enough. It's truly unfortunate that you're talking about me as if I weren't here. Are you going to let me speak?
Caleb smiled. Not unless you have something to offer her that I can't. I don't believe that's the case. He turned back to Teresa. I don't care anything about this Haroun. I don't see why I should let him rob me of something I want.
I thought you'd feel that way. Her tone was almost purring.
Then you were right. I'll need to come and go as I please until the operation. I have free access to the woman whenever I want. No damage is done to her. After I take care of Haroun, you deliver her to me immediately. Agreed?
It sounds reasonable, she said warily.
And you don't try to cheat me, Caleb said softly. I'm going to a good deal of trouble to have her, Teresa. I won't be forgiving or forgetting.
How suspicious you are.
And I don't have reason.
She shrugged dismissively. That was a long time ago.
Precisely. And in the end, you learned a lot about me, didn't you? It would be wise of you to remember what I taught you.
To Jane's surprise, Teresa's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she looked away from him. But then she raised her chin and stared at him defiantly. As I recall, I was the teacher. That's all I remember.
But then, you always did prefer to delude yourself.
He changed the subject.
Now get out of here, and let me have an hour or so with Jane. I can see how upset she is about all this, and I need some time to make it right. You might send some food after I leave her. Have you fed her?
No. She paused, taken aback. You're being very... I wasn't expecting...
You don't tell me how to treat her.
He was staring her in the eye.
We made a deal. I own her. She belongs to me. I treat her as I please. Do you understand?
Teresa nodded, still frowning. It's not what I expected. Do what you wish.
Oh, I will. In any way, I wish. But it's my way. You don't call the shots. Ever.
He opened the door for her.
I'll need a car to take me back to Dubai in about an hour. I'm staying at the Grand Hyatt. I'll study the hospital plans tonight, and I'll pay a visit to the hospital tomorrow to plan the best place to have access to Haroon. I don't need to be within touching distance during the operation, but I need to be close.
You'll need a security badge. I'll arrange to...
No. I'll call an associate and have him deliver one to the hotel tomorrow morning. My job, my way.
Teresa hesitated. You were always an arrogant bastard, she shrugged. Why should I care? I'll make sure you're watched every minute. And Santara has an orderly, Assad, at the hospital who will make certain that you've done what you promise. She glanced at Jane. And I do have my ace in the hole, don't I? I'll want regular reports, Caleb. She swept out of the room. You own me? Jane's voice was dangerously low. What the hell are you? Hush. He took a tiny black box out of his pocket.
Give me a minute.
He moved around the room before nodding.
No electronic devices. I'm surprised. Teresa has always had a passion for cameras.
He came back to her and dropped down in the peacock chair Teresa had formerly occupied.
Now go ahead and let it loose. I could see it building up all the while Teresa and I were talking.
I felt like a piece of meat in a butcher shop, she said through her teeth. You ask why it should bother me?
As far as Teresa is concerned, that's what you are. She thinks she's found the way to buy what she wants from me. And you're too intelligent not to realize that's the way I have to go to get you out of here. You had to have picked up on that, even before I got here.
Yes, she admitted reluctantly. She was all ready to serve me up on a silver platter. I was ready to choke her.
I'm glad you refrained.
His eyes were searching her face.
You don't look as if you could take her down at the present moment.
He leaned forward and gently pushed back her hair and probed the muscles of her neck.
Hurt?
She flinched. A little. More stiff than anything else. He touched her cheek.
Bruise? From the wreck?
She shook her head. Santara's gentle way of making sure I stayed awake. Teresa evidently thought I wouldn't be as appetizing in a coma.
Santara.
His hand dropped away.
The list keeps getting longer and longer.
He leaned back in the chair.
No other injuries?
No. She was silent. I could have died in that car crash. Santara was reckless. He didn't care. I think he's a little crazy, Caleb.
Probably. Don't worry about him. I'll take care of it.
Her lips twisted. Just like you're taking care of Teresa Romano? But you don't know him as well as you do her, do you? His gaze was suddenly narrowed on her face.
What do you mean?
You were lovers.
He was silent.
Is that what she told you?
Is it the truth?
What do you think?
She moistened her lips.
I think you know each other very well. There's an intimacy.
Yes.
She was beginning to wish she hadn't said anything. It had tumbled out.
It's none of my business.
But she couldn't leave it alone.
I just don't see how you could... She's a terrible woman. Look what she did to Lisa. She was responsible for everything Santara did, and...
I'm not going to make excuses, he said, interrupting her. Everything you said is true. She was a mistake. The only thing that wasn't the truth is that we were lovers. It was a much darker relationship.
I don't want to hear about it. I said it wasn't my business.
Oh no, too late.
He was smiling recklessly.
You asked the question. You can't go hide away when I answer it. The word lovers requires a certain emotion that was never there. Teresa never knew the meaning of the word. I knew it, but had never experienced it. So when she decided to seduce me, I cooperated fully. But I admit to having been confused and uncertain about the nuances.
She seduced you? You'll forgive me if I don't believe you. Seduction is your role in life.
One has to start somewhere. He asked mockingly, You're thinking that our association was fairly recent? No, it was a long time ago.
How long ago?
I was quite young. 14 or 15, if I recall.
What?
She stared at him, stunned.
You're joking.
No joke. I was intensely serious at the time, but I understand one is always serious with the first one. Yet since I'm by nature intense, I contend it struck me harder than most. I was isolated and very much alone, and told constantly what a demon I was. It was refreshing to have someone who apparently wanted to be close to me in spite of my many faults.
He tilted his head.
And, of course, she was beautiful, an older, experienced woman, and sex was probably more of a factor than anything else. As I said, I was very confused at the beginning. However, I can assure you that we were not lovers.
Was there something deeper hidden beneath that mockery?
It was always hard to tell with Caleb. She'd seduced a teenage boy? You said the Romanos were good friends with your parents. Why would she take the chance of their finding out?
He chuckled. I'd like to tell you that she found me totally irresistible and couldn't help herself, but you wouldn't believe me, would you?
She might believe him. She could imagine that stormy, beautiful young boy who possessed all the passion and magnetism he did now.
I think she's totally calculating and would have a reason for everything she did.
Exactly. This was no exception. Though she did enjoy me, Jane.
Why did she take the chance? She repeated.
She's attracted to power. She pretended the same repulsion as my parents to my potential when she was with them, but she thought she might be able to use me in the future. She thought I was vulnerable, and sex would seal the deal. So we had an interesting summer, until she realized that I wasn't exactly what she thought I'd be.
What do you mean?
She had me pretty dizzy for a little while, but I wasn't a fool. I could see the manipulation and the deceit.
He shrugged.
I'd had experience in that all my life. I wasn't about to let her control me, as she wanted to do.
Of course, the sex made it very tolerable until I figured out what to do about it.
I can see how it would, she said dryly.
Why not? I deserved it. And I was angry with her. Though, actually, in retrospect, I realize I should have been grateful. I hadn't had the opportunity to develop that persuasion talent because of my limited opportunities up to that time. But I decided that there couldn't be anything that Teresa would fear or hate worse than lack of control. He smiled, reminiscing. It took me 4 weeks. The experiments were fascinating, and I enjoyed every one of them. But Teresa, not so much. She didn't like the idea that she no longer dominated, but instead felt she had to come to me, to do anything I wanted. She could see what direction we were going, that her control was slipping away. I could feel her fear. He leaned back in his chair. It was enough. I gave her a push to end it.
What push?
I mentioned how much I was enjoying her and how upset I'd be if my parents sent me away to my uncle, as they'd threatened to do. The next week, my mother told me that I was going to Scotland. Evidently, Teresa had casually said she'd noticed that I was getting completely out of hand, and suggested it might be better for me and for the family if I were sent away.
You manipulated that move to Scotland yourself, she murmured wonderingly. What a devious man you are, Caleb.
Yes, I've never denied it, but principally a survivor, and being devious is one of the apparatuses that make that possible.
He tilted his head.
And is this particular story of lies and manipulation filling you with your usual disgust at me again?
She gazed at him in disbelief. Are you crazy? Do you think I can't see what that bitch was trying to do to you? Her anger was growing with every word. You were just a kid, maybe around Kara's age, helpless to make...
I was never helpless, Jane.
He wouldn't admit it if he had been, Jane thought. You could have been, for all she knew. She didn't care. She was a grown woman, and you were only a boy. She took advantage of the fact that... I'd like to strangle her. She's worse than Santara, and it's... Shh. He took her hand and lifted it to his lips.
I pride myself on never being an only anything. Yet I find I'm touched that you want to fight my dragons for me. But most of them were slain a long time ago.
Not her. His touch was disturbing her, as usual, and she pulled her hand away. She's still here and trying to use you. She's been in your life a long time. I'm surprised you let her take over guardianship of Lisa.
I had no choice, unless I wanted to kill Teresa or go back to the game I'd already won over her. She and Gino wanted the executor fee for managing the estate. I looked the situation over and decided if I kept an eye on the situation that Lisa and Maria could have a decent life. Teresa had no desire to go up against me again, and she would treat them well.
His lips thinned.
I didn't count on her life being turned upside down and desperation giving her the impetus to go back to square one as far as I was concerned. She went on the attack.
But not toward you. She went after Lisa. Jane was trying to piece together what she'd seen and heard. It was a very roundabout way to get to you. She met his eyes. And you were setting rules before she left here today, and she let you do it.
I told you. That last 4 weeks was about control. She lost, and it frightened her. I thought there might be a few threads of memory remaining. It will allow me certain allowances as long as she doesn't feel too threatened. He added quietly, but there will be resentment, and it won't prevent her from killing you if she decides it's necessary. So I'd appreciate it if you'd make things easier for me and not antagonize her. Heaven forbid I cause you a problem by not keeping my mouth shut when she treats me like your whore.
It would be a problem. Because now that the deal's been struck, that's exactly what you are in her eyes. She's very proud of herself that she's found a way to force me to do what she needs. It was perfectly reasonable that she thought sex was the way to go. It worked for her at the start of that summer, and she got to know me very well. It was natural she'd think I wasn't interested in anything else.
I can't argue with that statement, she said dryly. And I'm supposed to pretend I'm not interested in anything else either? Well, it's not natural for me, Caleb.
He smiled. We could work on it.
Not likely. His smile faded.
Teresa thinks I have a sexual obsession with you that's been going on for years. It's what's giving her a sense of power and the belief that I'll do anything to maintain the relationship. She's not going to believe that I'd tolerate your not being equally involved after this length of time. She'll remember those 4 weeks when I took over control in my relationship with her. If she decides she doesn't have that power, it's going to strike a note that could be dangerous.
Tolerate?
Wrong word, but you get the concept.
After her time with Teresa Romano, Jane wasn't stupid enough not to realize Caleb's theory had merit. The woman had to believe she was superior in every way, and the path that Caleb was walking was very dangerous. Will you be able to save Haroun?
Possibly.
Her gaze flew to his face. But you're not sure.
How could I be? I haven't looked the situation over yet.
That was too vague for her. But you'll try?
I'll try, he said. But I told Teresa the truth. I don't care anything about Haroun. If it comes to a choice between you and him, he'll die, Jane.
No. It doesn't work that way, Caleb.
For me, it does, he said simply. I said I'd try. Take it or leave it. He won't have any chance at all if I have to take another path.
I'm just supposed to accept that a man might have to die so that I can live? His lips tightened.
I won't let you die, Jane.
He might have people who don't want him to die either. Does he?
He didn't answer.
I don't even know anything about him. She met his eyes. But you do, don't you? He's not just a name to you. You probably know everything about him. After all, he's the target.
Not everything.
Enough, she said jerkily. Tell me about him.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I don't care what you think. He's no target to me. He's a man who could die to keep me alive. Tell me. He hesitated. Then he called up a photo on his phone and handed it to her. It was a strong face, bearded, with a faint scar beneath his left eye. The man was smiling, and those dark eyes were full of intelligence.
Tariq El Haroun, age 48, born into a middle-class family here in Dubai. Muslim, but he had a principally Western upbringing from the time he was a teenager. Attended Yale University and then came home to Dubai to start to build his empire. During the last 20 years, he's increased the economy of Dubai enormously. Fair business practices, extremely charitable, has one wife, Fatima, married 15 years, no children.
Caleb, she whispered. She couldn't take her eyes from that photo.
I told you that I didn't want to tell you about him, he said quietly. I can't promise you, Jane.
She gazed at him in frustration. Then find a way that I can help him. He's an innocent man.
Innocent. I doubt if that's an accurate description for any of us. Innocence is generally lost before one reaches puberty.
His lips twisted.
But you're going to be difficult about this. I can see it. It's not as if I'm not going to have enough trouble with Lisa. No, you cannot help him. But I'll redouble my efforts to get him out of this alive. Will that?
Lisa?
She had caught that one sentence, and it had terrified her. What about Lisa?
She's here, in Dubai.
What?
She was struck with guilt and various other emotions and insisted I bring her along.
And you did it? She gazed at him in horror.
You're an idiot!
That may be true, but I had no recourse. It was bring her or have her come by herself. I dropped her off at the border and had Pollock pick her up and take her to the hotel.
And what if Santara gets his hands on her again? I worked so hard to keep this from happening. She was safe, Caleb.
And you were not. To use that word that offended you so much, Lisa would not tolerate it. She appears to have a fondness for you that totally baffles me.
She could feel the tears sting in her eyes. You should have stopped her. It was a mistake.
As you can see, I do make them on occasion. But all I can do is the best I'm able. She would have come after you on her own, Jane.
She could see that happening, but it didn't make her feel any better. We have to keep her safe. I won't forgive myself if anything happens to her. Caleb was shaking his head.
Everyone has to be kept safe? Haroon? Lisa? Where do you figure in this, Jane?
Maybe behind you, she said shakily. I won't lose you either, Caleb. His smile vanished.
How generous of you to include me. An unexpected honor.
Be quiet. She blinked back the tears. You came here to try to save me. Okay, I don't like the way you're doing it. But you could die, damn it. And I'm not supposed to care whether you do?
Oh, I approve. Because I'm certain that I'll do something soon that will nullify all my good deeds in your eyes.
Probably. She swallowed hard. As long as it's not something that will get someone killed. Don't do that, Caleb.
I'll be very selective.
He frowned.
I don't like to see you this upset. It bothers me.
He got to his feet.
And now I'd better get back to Lisa at the hotel and make certain she's not being troublesome for Pollock. She promised she'd do as I told her, but she might have had her fingers crossed.
She was very good when she was with me at the lake. She did exactly what I asked her to do. My only complaint was that she did too much.
I rest my case.
When will you be back?
Tomorrow afternoon. Try to rest. I don't think Teresa will bother you.
As long as I don't antagonize her?
That's right. We have to make sure that she's happy and content with herself.
His eyes were suddenly glittering with mischief.
Which reminds me that you don't look at all like a femme fatale I can't keep my hands off. I think we have to correct that image.
Her eyes widened. Not necessary.
Oh, yes.
He fell to his knees in front of her.
I'm sure Teresa will be in to see you after I leave. We have to keep the image intact, don't we?
He was swiftly unbuttoning her blouse.
Just a tiny bit of foreplay that will make you look the part. There's no one who looks more beautifully sensual than you do after you've been touched.
He was so close. She could catch the clean scent of him. She could feel that electric magnetism that always surrounded him. His hands were moving deftly, and her bra was suddenly gone. Bullshit! She could barely force the words out for the heat that was tingling through her. You're taking advantage. She inhaled sharply as his hands cupped her bare breasts. Not fair, Caleb. His fingers were tugging at her nipples.
But you're so grateful to me. Remember? This is only part of my doing my duty. Think of it like that. His breath was hot on her nipple, and then he was nibbling, sucking, biting. She cried out, and her back arched as she lunged upward. Shh, just a little more. His mouth enveloped her, and he shook his head, making her feel both pressure and force. 1 minute. 2 minutes. She was only aware of sensation, suction, movement, hunger. He was leaving her, she realized. She instinctively reached out for him. No. He held her down and rubbed his cheeks back and forth on her breasts. You'd just be angry with me later. He got to his feet. You'll be annoyed with me anyway, but not too bad. He stood looking down at her. Beautiful, he said softly. Shining. Glowing. Mine. He turned and headed for the door. I'll see you tomorrow, Jane. She lay there, unable to move as the door closed behind him. Damn him. She slowly sat up, put on her bra, and started buttoning up her blouse. Her hands were shaking. She was shaking. She had been upset and emotional before it had erupted into this sexual chaos. Now, all she could think about was sex. Was that Caleb's intention, she thought suddenly? Who knew what he was thinking? At least her nerves didn't feel as shredded as before, and anger and exasperation had replaced the tears. You satisfied him? Teresa was standing in the doorway, gazing at her. Yes, I can see you did. You're practically melting. She came forward. You're a fool, you know. He'll always be too much for you. I can't understand what it is he sees in you. Don't antagonize her, Jane thought, remembering what Caleb had said. Yet here I am, and you brought me here. You could let me go. That's not an option. I'm just telling you that if you live through this, you should leave him. So that he won't get what he wants? She asked softly. It's killing you that you have to deal with someone who has so much power over you. I don't think you would have done it if you'd seen any other way. As I said, you're a fool. You don't know anything. He has no power, only what I choose to give him. I'm the one who was always in control. Her eyes were blazing, her hands clenched. From the beginning, he was only a tool for me to use. I used him well, and then I threw him away. Did you? I said it, didn't I? Yes, she had, and the picture Jane was seeing was sending the rage searing through her. Teresa's view might be completely skewed, but her intentions were not. She had wanted to use a boy, twist his psyche, when he had already been mistreated in the most horrendous and painful ways possible. The fact that boy had been Caleb made it even more terrible in Jane's eyes. At the moment, she couldn't separate that boy from the Caleb she had known all these years. She wanted to hurt this woman, as she had hurt that young boy. Teresa took another step forward. Her voice was taunting. Why aren't you saying anything? To hell with it. There's nothing to say. Jane lifted her chin and glared at her. Because you're so terribly obvious, Teresa. He wasn't the tool, and you know it. You went up against something you didn't know how to handle, and all through the years it's been the same. It's been gnawing at you, so you tried to ignore him. But you can't do it, can you? You still don't know who he is or how you can handle him, and it's driving you crazy that you think I might. That's a joke. Maybe, but I don't think so. Because it doesn't change the one fact that you're broadcasting loud and clear.
She'd already said too much, and she'd say more if she didn't get out of here. Sorry, Caleb. She got to her feet and headed for the bathroom. And what is that? Teresa asked through set teeth. Jane couldn't resist it. She struck out one more time in the way that could hurt Teresa the most. Why? That you're sick with jealousy, Teresa. She went into the bathroom and slammed the door. She leaned against it, breathing hard. Precisely what Caleb had warned her against. His fault. She hadn't been able to take what he told her about the life he'd led all those years ago. No. Her fault. She'd reacted with the same heat and recklessness she'd previously warned Lisa of showing with Santara. But Jane had maturity, and she should have been able to control herself. Now, by holding up a mirror to Teresa Romano, she had earned her hatred. But the hatred is only from me. Caleb will be able to take care of himself, she told herself. If there were going to be repercussions, she'd be the one to suffer them. And then she'd only be back to where she'd been in the beginning, facing her own responsibility for getting herself out of this nightmare, and not relying on Caleb or Lisa or anyone else. She went to the sink and splashed water on her face. If she stayed here for a few minutes, the probability was that Teresa would have left the room when she came back out. That vengeful anger would still exist, but who knew if it wouldn't have been there anyway? The Queen Bee must have no rivals, even if she'd arranged and manipulated to use Jane. She decided to spend the evening resting and healing, and then go out on the balcony and try to see where Santara's men who had been ordered to shoot her on sight were located, and worry about what Caleb could do to keep Lisa from making the same reckless mistakes as she had just made. Grand Hyatt Hotel, Dubai. How is she? Lisa ran out of the bedroom the minute she heard Caleb's key in the lock. Was Teresa telling you the truth?
About Jane? Yes. She'll be fine by tomorrow.
He was looking around the suite.
Are you alone? Where's Pollock?
Here. Pollock was coming out of the kitchenette.
Your sister was asking too many questions and not accepting no for an answer, so I decided to make myself a drink to get away from her.
I told him that you'd tell me anyway. It was just about the hospital and this Haroun, she said impatiently. I thought maybe I could do something about seeing Haroun and finding out more about him. She added quickly, if that's what you want.
Big if, he said dryly. What's Lisa doing in this suite, Pollock? I told you not to put her anywhere near me. I'm being watched. She's in the penthouse above this floor, but it can be reached by the same service elevator. She insisted that she had to be close to you. He made a face. She's a pain in the ass, Caleb. I didn't sign on for this. Yes, you did. Keeping her alive is the most important job you have.
No, Lisa said quietly. Keeping you alive is his most important job. I'm not the one running around dodging Santara and playing Teresa's games. So that's his job and mine too. I'll be a pain in the ass until this is over. I'll just be your pain in the ass, and I'll never be stupid. Then she was smiling sweetly at Pollock. And I'll do everything you tell me as long as it makes sense. You are treating me like a kid, okay?
Maybe. He shrugged. Do you want me to order room service, Caleb?
No, Lisa answered for him. Not until I go back upstairs. He won't want anyone to know that he had a visitor in the suite. You could make some coffee, she made a face, but not that thick black stuff. I've never been able to take it. He stared at her for a moment.
It's a fine brew once you get used to it. What does a kid know?
He disappeared back into the kitchen.
Treat him gently, Caleb said. He's smart and useful, Lisa. Did he check the suite for bugs?
Yes, right away, she smiled. Even the terrace and hall. That impressed me. I'll see that we get along, Seth. We had a rough beginning because I was so afraid for you when you left me. It made me a little aggressive. When are you going to tell me what's happening?
Right away. He brushed his lips across her cheek. I have to call Joe Quinn. Come out on the terrace and you can sit with me and calm down a little.
I'm fine now.
No, your blood is still pounding too hard and your pulse is...
Okay. She followed him out on the covered terrace and dropped down in an orange and beige chair. I'm almost fine now. Why didn't you call Joe in the car coming here?
The car was bugged. I have to expect that wherever I go now. Teresa will want to know that I'm not doing anything that isn't in accordance with our agreement. I had to wait until I was in a place I could trust was safe.
But you're not safe anywhere now, she whispered. You told me that Teresa is the one we had to worry about, but it's hard for me to take it in. All those years when she was my guardian, I never realized that she was anything but a spoiled woman who only wanted to use me to increase her social status. I was impatient with her, even a little contemptuous, but I never thought she was any kind of threat.
And she might not have been, if she hadn't felt threatened herself. I thought you'd probably reach your majority and walk away from her with no bad effects.
He shrugged as he took out his phone.
It didn't happen. So now we have to make the adjustment.
He punched in Joe's number.
I put it on speaker so that I won't have to brief you afterward.
Brief me? That sounds like a military operation. She grinned. And you said we. Are you starting to accept me?
I wouldn't have let you come if I hadn't accepted that you had to be used, he said soberly. And because I may not be able to protect you, we have to find ways to keep everyone alive.
He made a rueful face.
Jane gave me a list of everyone who has to be saved from Teresa Romano and Santara.
Joe Quinn was picking up the phone, and Caleb spoke into it.
Caleb, I was just with Jane. She's not badly injured. A wrenched neck and bruises. Probably a mild concussion, but it's not too serious, and shouldn't even give her a headache past today.
Thank God.
Quinn was silent.
But you gave me the present report. What do we have to worry about in the future? Enough. I have to do a job for Teresa Romano. And if I screw it up, or don't perform it to her satisfaction, then she'll probably be delighted to kill us both. Then do it right, damn it. Oh, I will. But Jane's put a roadblock in my plans, and is insisting that I don't commit a murder to get her away from Teresa.
Murder?
Caleb briefly filled him in on the Haroun operation. Then he added quietly,
You knew what Teresa would ask me, Quinn. Yes, I had an idea. And you're reluctant, but like me, you feel Jane is the first priority.
Yes. Another silence.
How can we get around it? Tricky sidestepping, and you on hand to snatch Jane away at the crucial moment. The operation is to take place day after tomorrow. I need you here before that. Okay?
Of course it's okay,
he said roughly. I'm on my way. Tell me where and when I can help. I'll know details after I look over the hospital tomorrow, he added. And be prepared to grab Lisa as well. He met Lisa's indignant glare across the room. At that point, her part in the operation will be over, and she'll just be in the way. I don't know why you let her go anyway. Eve and Kara were upset as hell when they read that note you left. What could I do? Caleb asked mockingly. I needed help. You and Eve are so besotted with the idea of family helping family. Lisa is family.
Bullshit,
Joe said. She blackmailed you? Yes. He smiled at Lisa. But I'm becoming accustomed to the idea. I'm just putty in her hands. I'll call you tomorrow, Quinn. He ended that call. Lisa made a rude sound. Putty? Yes. He got to his feet. Now come in and have that coffee. Lisa stood up. I'm not leaving you. Joe can take care of Jane after we get her away from them. I stay with you. We'll see how it works out. You came to help Jane. First duty. He said softly, You can't have it all your own way. Promise me. First duty. She was frowning. She was silent. Promise me. I promise, she said grudgingly. First duty. Good. Now come and have coffee, and I'll tell you what you have to do tomorrow. You'll get to put on that hideous black robe and veil and scout all of the women's wellness section of the hospital. I'll expect a full report on where every door and closet is located. You could do it yourself. She was smiling at the thought. Those outfits are so smothering and cumbersome, you can't really tell if they're worn by a man or woman. I'd like to see you in one. I imagine you would. You'd probably take photos. But as Eve would say, family is everything. And I'm going to make certain that I let you do your part. Chapter 18. Jumeirah, Dubai, Tuesday, 1:30 p.m. You're looking better. Caleb's gaze was narrowed on Jane's face. A little color, and you're more rested. As he spoke, he was walking around the bedroom, checking for bugs. Teresa seemed a bit short when I arrived. Is there a reason? You know there is, Jane said tersely. You're checking for bugs again. I've been in here most of the time. They wouldn't have had time to install anything new. I don't believe in most. He put away the device. And even if you were here, there are bugs that can be put in air ducts from outside a room. Teresa likes her gadgets. He sat down. But you're still clear. Now, tell me why she's angry? I said the wrong thing. What does it matter? It matters. You must have said exactly the thing that would piss her off. What was it? I'm not going to tell you. It's over, and I just have to deal with the fallout. She met his eyes. Me. Not you. You're still her golden boy. Never that. Perhaps her favorite demon. Then just keep her from sending you back to hell. She grimaced. And if there's a problem, just stay out of it and give me a chance to make a run for it. I intend to go along with the last instruction on your list. His lips tightened. I wish you'd done what I asked. She's not as confident as she pretends, and she's likely to strike out to prove herself. You may become her target of choice. I never intended to try to annoy her. I just did it. She said something I found I couldn't bear. She shrugged. I regret it, but I'm not sorry. He was silent. If it's something that hurt you that much, I'm not sorry either. He smiled. We'll just have to find a way to keep her from arranging to cut your throat. I'd appreciate that. She drew a deep breath. What's happening? Did you go to the hospital this morning? He nodded. The best place for me to be stationed is the stairwell outside the 4th floor operating room. I'll be close enough to where the operation is going on to be able to control it, and it's a good escape route to the elevator on the 3rd floor. If there's too much commotion going on, there's a linen closet on the 3rd floor where I can stay until it's safe for me to leave the hospital. There are bound to be guards all over the place, both before and after, but I can get around them.
How, for God's sake?
I'll manage, he said. And there will be a lot of turmoil if Haroun doesn't make it.
She stiffened. But he's going to make it. You said that you'd try to make sure of it.
Yes, I did, and I will. But I've never gone back on the main priority, Jane.
Please, Caleb.
I'll do what I can, he said. Then added, but even Quinn agrees that one has to weigh every decision.
Leave Joe out of this.
I can't, because I've already arranged for him to be here in Dubai to whisk you out of the country. Quinn won't be left out of that without doing me bodily harm.
He held up his hand as she started to speak.
I've just told Teresa that I want you driven to the parking garage adjoining the hospital at 9 a.m. I've told her that I want to look you over and make certain that they've not done anything else to harm you before I go through with the kill. Haroun's operation is at 10. She'll expect word before 10:30 that he's died on the table. When she gets word I've done my part in her plan, she's to release you immediately. Let you get out of the car to walk down to the exit ramp to the street where Pollock will pick you up.
And you think she'll do it? He was silent.
She might. But after seeing her this morning, I wouldn't get my hopes up. But you'll at least be away from this house and Teresa and Santara's men. You'll be safe enough in that parking garage because Teresa won't want any incidents to raise red flags while they're investigating Haroun's death.
A body tucked in the trunk wouldn't raise a red flag, would it? She asked wryly.
It would if there was a search. Teresa won't allow anything to spoil her big score. Even if she doesn't order your release, she won't have you killed until she thinks she's found a safe place to do it. I'll have Quinn and Pollock watching that parking garage from the building across the street, and the minute they see you exit, they'll be on your tail.
Well then, I have nothing to worry about, do I? She asked flippantly. I'm glad that I have someone so cool and collected in control. You're always able to control. His hands were suddenly grasping her arms.
I'm getting tired of having that word thrown at me.
His dark eyes were glittering in his taut face.
I'm not at all collected, and certainly not cool at the moment. I hate this.
She inhaled sharply as she looked at him. Darkness, fire, desperation. She'd seen the first too many times before, but she'd never seen desperation. And she knew she was responsible for it. I was joking because I was scared, she said unsteadily. And I used that description because it sometimes defines you. You know that, Caleb. And right now I appreciate cool and collected. He was staring into her eyes, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking. His grasp tightened, and then his hands dropped from her shoulders.
Then that's what you'll get.
He turned away.
But none of this will take place until they get word that Haroun is dead. You'll be safe until after that happens.
She couldn't see his face, but the muscles of his spine appeared taut, knotted.
And I can't be the one to be there for you then. It will all go down too fast. Then it will be up to Quinn and Lisa to get you away from them. And it might mean that even if they can save you from Teresa and Santara, they may have to make a run for the airport and get you out of the country. Dubai might not be safe for you.
You're talking about Haroun dying, she said harshly. Or you being arrested and the police searching for accomplices.
I'm talking about possibilities.
He turned to face her, and his smile was mocking, as usual,
in my cool and collected way. That's how it's going to go down.
But it's not cut in stone, she said desperately. You're still trying to find a way so that it won't happen.
He nodded.
As I said, there's a possibility. I'm very, very good. There's always a chance.
She gazed at him in despair. And if that chance doesn't work, Haroun will die, and you might get shot in that damn stairwell, and Teresa will be overjoyed and fly off to Russia with her loot. He nodded.
But you'll have your chance to be free and alive. I'm trusting Quinn to make sure of it.
He stood up.
That's the only thing you can count on, Jane.
He reached out and touched her cheek with gossamer gentleness.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Caleb, don't you...
Shh. Trust me. I know it's hard for you, but I might be able to pull it off.
He headed for the door.
Tomorrow.
Grand Hyatt Hotel, Tuesday, 2:30 p.m.
What the hell are we supposed to do, Caleb?
Joe asked, as he strode into Lisa's penthouse suite with Pollock trailing several steps behind.
I don't like any of the things you told me over the phone when I was coming here from the airport. Is there any way that we can just go to Teresa Romano's house and stage a raid and get Jane out? I talked to Pollock, and he said he could supply enough men. We could do it. I've already set it up as a backup plan, Caleb said. Hell, I'd love to do it. But Jane probably wouldn't survive it. Santara isn't wonderfully bright, but he's cunning. And his first instinct is to kill any hostage, rather than give the person up. And Teresa wouldn't put any barriers in his way if she thought she was going to lose what she's fighting for. Jane's managed to make an enemy of her. Shit.
Seth said that getting her away from the parking garage would be easier, Lisa said. Though I like your way better too, Joe.
I'm sure you do, Caleb said. Explosions and gunfire and direct assault. What's not to like? Except that Jane would end up dead.
Don't say that. She's not going to die, Lisa said. She drew a deep breath. Okay, whatever you think will work.
Quinn?
Joe looked at him without speaking for a moment.
And do you think that we can make it work, Caleb? It can work. It will depend on a lot of different elements, and some luck.
He met Joe's eyes.
But it's no slam dunk. She could still die.
He added harshly,
and I won't even be able to reach out and help her. It will all be in your court, Quinn.
Joe was gazing at his face.
And that's going to kill you, he said softly. Who? Me? I'm completely cool and collected about all this. Ask Jane. As I said, it's in your court.
Joe's lips twisted.
Well, if that's the case, I'm going to spend the evening gathering information and making certain we'll be able to spot Jane and keep track of her when they take her into that parking garage. I'll set up video cameras in that office building across the street where we're staking out the garage to catch every entrance and exit. I'm also going to keep on working on that backup strategy. He turned to Pollock. I want to know how many men I can count on if Caleb's plan comes crashing down on us. Come and talk to me about numbers. Not now, Caleb said as he headed for the door. I'm going to need him for the next few hours. You can have him later.
Pollock made a face as he followed Caleb out into the hall. I'd be flattered to be so popular if I didn't think it might cause me to end up in an alley with my throat cut.
So much for the ball being in my court, Joe said wryly to Lisa as the door closed behind them. I was afraid of this when I knew I was coming here.
Seth is used to being on his own. This is hard for him.
And you think that it's not hard for me? His lips tightened. This is Jane. Eve and I consider her our child. We love her. I've got to get her back, and I feel as if my hands are tied.
So do I, Lisa said quietly. It was because of me that Jane even became involved with Santara and Teresa, and I'm having to fight to get Seth to let me help her. In spite of what he says, he's not going to let me do anything that has any real risk. She met his eyes. And I don't think you will either, Joe.
What can I say? Joe thought. She's sitting here looking young and vulnerable and full of life. She's already gone through a hellish experience, and now she wants to dive into another one? I wouldn't have brought you here, Lisa.
Yes, you would have, she smiled. I would have found a way to persuade you, Joe.
He shook his head. You're too young. You have no experience. I'd feel guilty as hell asking you to do something that could get you killed.
So you won't do it? I knew that would be your reaction, but I thought that I should tell you a few things that might make you feel better if I override you. She held up 3 fingers. I'm in excellent physical shape now, though I'm having to build up my endurance again. I can swim like a fish. I know how to shoot a pistol, but I'm much better with a rifle, since I took part in the Olympic biathlon ski and shoot tryouts at my school in Switzerland. She smiled. Not great qualifications if I were applying to be a SEAL, like you were, but adequate for emergency situations.
He grinned. I'm sure you'd be more than adequate.
But you'd still hesitate when it came right down to it. She shrugged. I do have other skills, but I'm not going to be able to convince you, so I won't go into them. She got to her feet. So suppose I get you a cup of coffee, and then we can talk about those video cameras that you're going to need to set up. I'm very good with cameras. I took a photography course before I went on last year's field trip to Venice.
Why does that not surprise me? No hard feelings?
A little. I want this, Joe. She looked over her shoulder at him. But you care about me. You care about Jane. I like that. I think Jane must be very lucky. She disappeared into the kitchen. J.W. Marriott Marquis Hotel, Dubai, Tuesday, 5:40 p.m.
There he is,
Pollock murmured as he met Caleb's gaze in the rearview mirror from where he was sitting in the driver's seat of the silver Maserati Quattroporte.
Why do I feel this is going to be a total disaster?
Because you're a natural pessimist.
Caleb watched Tariq El-Haroun stride from the entrance of the tallest hotel in the world, make his way across the impressive tiles, past the fountain, and come in their direction.
It will be fine. We have Haroun's car, and you're in the appropriate chauffeur's uniform.
The doorman will open the car door for Haroun. Haroun will get in, and you'll take off.
He's supposed to get in after he sees you're in the back seat?
Pollock asked skeptically.
Yes. Since the windows are blacked out, it will take him a few seconds to adjust his eyes. But he's going to feel suddenly faint, and he'll only think of getting out of the sun and sitting down.
He's one of the most important men in Dubai. The royal family considers him a national asset, and you're just going to scoop him up?
Pollock was shaking his head.
It's got to fail. No, it won't, he murmured. I can't afford that.
The doorman was rushing forward toward Haroun with a broad smile. Haroun smiled and tipped him as the man opened the rear door of the Maserati. Then Haroun's smile faded as he gasped and dropped onto the back seat. "Go," Caleb said. Pollock pressed the accelerator, and the car jumped forward. In seconds they were out of the driveway and speeding down the street. Haroun was crumpled in the back seat, his hand clutching his chest. He was gasping with pain as he suddenly focused on Caleb on the seat beside him. "Who are you?" "Never mind. I think I'm having a heart attack. Get me to a hospital."
"No, you're not. You'll be better soon. I released the pressure," Caleb said. "I had to do something to distract you. and this seemed the most efficient way. You're extremely difficult to approach, Haroun, and I needed a few hours alone with you."
Haroun's breathing was beginning to ease.
"Who are you?"
he asked again. He shook his head to clear it.
"Is this a kidnapping? Did you bribe someone to put something in my coffee at that luncheon to cause this damn pain?" "No, to both questions." "Terrorists?"
His gaze flew to Pollock.
"Where's my chauffeur, Hakim? If you've hurt him, I'll have every police officer in Dubai on your trail."
"Only a minor wound," Caleb said. "He's very loyal, and he put up a good fight. You must use him as a bodyguard as well as a chauffeur. He wouldn't give up, so I had to put him out for a while."
"How badly is he hurt?"
"He'll be fine."
He smiled faintly.
"But Jane would be impressed you're so concerned over an employee. I sincerely hope that I'm going to be able to work with you."
"That won't happen."
Haroun bit out the words.
"And who is this Jane? Another accomplice?"
"No. Perhaps your savior. You certainly need one. It depends entirely on you."
Haroun began to curse.
"It's definitely going to be a disaster,"
Pollock said gloomily.
"He doesn't believe you'll be cooperative, Haroun," Caleb said. "I hope he's wrong."
"I don't cooperate with criminals. What do you want from me?"
"I'll explain it all to you. We're going to take you to a small house near the bazaar, and I'll give you explanations and a small demonstration that will show you what I can do and don't want to do. Then we'll talk about cooperation."
"All your threats won't intimidate me. This world is full of bullies, and if I give in to them, then they'll be the ones who will turn out ruling it. I don't want to live in a world like that."
"A fine philosophy, if a little hazardous," Caleb smiled. "I'm trying to avoid threats and appeal to your good sense instead. Though I can't deny the threat exists. I want to be on your side."
"Then pull over and let me go."
2 hours. Just give me 2 hours. I'll tell you my story, and you'll learn that you have more enemies than you dream exist. And then you'll live to go home to your wife tonight.
"I'll give you nothing. Your driver is right. This move will bring you nothing but disaster."
Strength, stubbornness, idealism. This was going to be even more difficult than Caleb had thought. His talent for persuasiveness could usually change perceptions and sway opinions, but Haroun was going to be a massive challenge in a situation like this.
"I won't accept that from either of you. She wants you to stay alive."
He stared Haroun in the eye and said softly,
"So, I'm no longer asking. You'll definitely give me my 2 hours, Haroun."
Haroun lived on the outskirts of Dubai in a beautiful 2-story home with 3 fountains cascading down a rock wall. Pollock pulled up at least 100 yards from the front gate. Caleb got out and went around the car to open Haroun's door.
"As promised."
He stepped aside as Haroun got out of the car.
"Have a good evening. Tell your wife I'm sorry I made you late for dinner."
Haroun stood there, staring at him.
"You're a formidable man, Caleb, in more ways than one. It was only a little bit of pain. I had to show you that you were vulnerable. If not tomorrow, then another day, another place. It would be so easy for me. But I don't want it to be me. So if you'll do as I want, I promise that it won't be, and that I'll give you fringe benefits." "And I'm supposed to believe you?" "You do believe me." He smiled. "I got that far. I'm not certain I overcame that streak of bullheadedness. That could still tip the scales against me."
How can I possibly trust you? You haven't even given me any names. I gave you mine. I don't mind the risk, but I'm not going to let your version of a SWAT team barge in and get Jane killed. You know I could cancel the surgery tomorrow. Yes, and that would put me in a corner. You don't want to do that. I can make certain that I have enough protection so that you couldn't get close to me while the operation takes place. That's a possibility. Or I could alert the guards at the hospital that you're a threat, and they'd hunt you down and blow your head off. Also a solution. And you're still going to let me go into the house? He nodded. At some point, I have to trust who and what I am. He turned and got into the passenger seat next to Pollock. But I have to warn you, no matter how this plays out, if it puts Jane into more danger because she wanted you to stay alive, then you're a dead man. He motioned for Pollock to go. Think long and hard, Haroun. I hope you make the right choice.
Jumeirah, Dubai, Wednesday, 8:40 a.m. "It's time to go, Jane," Teresa said as she threw open the bedroom door. She was wearing an elegant white suit, and long pearls. A Vuitton leather carry-on was sitting on the floor beside her. Her blue eyes were sparkling, and she was flushed, glowing with satisfaction. "It's a new start for me. Today, I erase all the failures of the past. Now you'll see how well I can handle Caleb." She smiled maliciously. "In spite of everything he says about being in control, he's dangling like a puppet on my strings." She looked over her shoulder at Santara. "Take her. You have your orders. You've already taken care of that other small matter."
No problem.
"Good. Then when you call and tell me that Haroun is dead, I'll transfer the final fee into your Cayman account. When you meet me at the airport, I'll give you cash for these additional little jobs."
It had better be the correct amount, or I'll be following you to Moscow.
His gaze shifted to Jane, and he moved forward to cuff her wrists in front of her.
Here we are again. I've missed you.
She ignored him and turned to Teresa. "You're still going through with it? It's crazy, you know. Nothing's happened to make you change your mind?" "What could do that? Haroun is being prepped for the operation now. Of course, it appears that the guards have been doubled and the hospital is under alert, but we expected that to happen. Haroun is such an important man. I talked to Caleb earlier, and he said it won't affect the job, though it will make it more difficult." She smiled again. "He wanted me to assure you that he needed to take care of Haroun to make you as safe as he'd promised you'd be, and that it would be done." Her smile deepened as she stared into Jane's eyes. "So that's what I'm doing. Just obeying him one last time. Goodbye, Jane. It's been interesting." Teresa turned and swept out of the room. Jane felt a cold chill as she stared after her. Hatred. Teresa was going to kill her. That was as clear to Jane as if she'd put it into words instead of that farewell that had dripped of self-satisfaction and malice.
Come along. We don't want to be late,
Santara said as he pushed her toward the door.
The queen bitch won't be pleased if I don't let this Caleb get his final glimpse of you so that he'll complete the kill.
And it will be after that glimpse that Santara will kill me, Jane thought. When the word came that Haroun had died on the operating table, he would take care of that one more task before he got his money. Haroun. She felt suddenly sick. Caleb had told her he would try, but he'd made no promise. He'd only promised her she'd have her chance to live. And Teresa was going to make sure that she would not. And what about Caleb? Security had been doubled. After Haroun died, there would be craziness, and Caleb would be in the thick of it. After Haroun died. Don't think about it, she told herself. All she could do was pray for him now, and pray for Caleb's soul for making that terrible choice. Then try not to let Teresa win by allowing the woman to kill her. Santara didn't realize that she suspected that Teresa was going to betray the deal she'd made with Caleb and kill her. There might be a way that she could use that. 2 of Santara's men were digging behind the shrubbery in the garden. She stopped short as she and Santara reached the Mercedes, and her gaze fixed on the black tarp-wrapped bundle lying on the ground beside the men shoveling. Santara smiled as he waved at a giant bald-headed man who was overseeing the burial. "Just a little bonus job that Teresa authorized. Evidently she thought that the money she received for Haroun was enough for 1, but not for 2. "Gino Romano," Jane said dully, her eyes on that tarp. "She's tying up loose ends." He opened the passenger door and pushed her inside. "He was useless to her. He was a weak link. I could see it coming." Jane hadn't seen it coming. She hadn't even seen Teresa Romano's husband since she'd been brought here. He'd clearly stayed in the background and let his wife handle everything, as he'd done all through the years. And she'd handled her husband's own death with the same efficiency as everything else that she'd wanted to put behind her. "Now you'll see how well I can handle Caleb." Jane stiffened in shock as the words Teresa'd spoken before she left came blasting back to her. "It's a new start for me. Today I erase all the failures of the past." And Caleb had been a major failure for Teresa. So that would mean Jane would not be the only one scheduled to die today. American Hospital, Dubai, 10:10 a.m.
"Where is that bastard?"
Santara muttered as he drove up and around the ramps of the third-floor parking garage. His gaze searched behind the multitude of cars parked on either side of the row.
"He was supposed to be here when I got here. It's after 10, and he should have already done the job."
"Maybe he thought he had something more important to do than keep to your schedule," Jane said. But she was looking for Caleb too. She needed to see him. The world was spinning, and it all seemed that it was in a purely downward spiral. Or maybe he changed his mind and went directly to the fourth-floor operating room.
"I thought he'd end up there anyway," Santara said sourly. "That bitch Teresa tried to sell me a bill of goods about how he can do some kind of blood voodoo, but I know better. That's all bullshit. He's probably trying to sneak something into the anesthesia. That's what I'd do." He scowled. "And I'd do it better than Caleb. She should have given the job to me."
"You appear to be very busy," she said dryly. "So she had to rely on someone who obviously doesn't have your intellect or skill."
"Sarcasm?"
He shot her a look. "Did I tell you how happy I am that we're able to be together today? It's going to be—"
"There he is!"
The brakes screeched as he stomped down on them as Caleb walked out of the line of cars parked on the left side of the row.
"Caleb!"
He pulled into a parking space and stuck his head out the window.
"Get over here! Where the hell have you been? You're damn late."
"I'll ignore your rudeness. As it happens, I was making sure the third-floor linen closet was unlocked. I'm going to need to use it after poor Haroun breathes his last breath."
"He should have breathed it 10 minutes ago. Teresa wants the job done. You wanted to see Jane Maguire? Here she is. Not a mark on her."
"I see she is here." He came over to Jane's window. "But she still has a mark or two from your previous encounter with her.
I want to make sure that Teresa's been keeping to the terms of our agreement. She was a trifle irritated with Jane yesterday. Roll down the window, Jane.
That would be difficult. She held up her cuffed wrists. Santara seems to be afraid of what I'll do to him.
Roll down her window, Santara.
Santara rolled down the passenger side window.
Now, take those cuffs off her. She's uncomfortable.
Santara pressed his gun against her side.
The hell I will. He is afraid of you, Jane. How amusing.
Caleb's smile faded.
But somehow, I'm not amused. I don't like to see Jane that helpless except with me. Take off the cuffs and give them to me, or I'll stand here until you do. I guarantee Teresa will be getting very nervous when that operation upstairs goes on and on with no finality. As you remarked, I'm already running a little past her desired schedule for Haroun, and should have been up there 10 minutes ago to take care of him.
Santara glared at him.
I have an orderly on the payroll who's working that 4th floor today. The minute Asad Kadir knows that Haroun is dead, he'll call me. If he doesn't call me, you won't have to worry about this bitch feeling helpless because of a pair of handcuffs. You've got Teresa snowed, but I know you're a phony. Do you?
Caleb crossed his arms over his chest.
If I had time, we'd discuss it. Or maybe we do, because I'm not moving until you do what I want.
Santara cursed, reached for Jane's cuffs, unlocked them, and threw the cuffs at Caleb. He caught them and dropped them in his jacket pocket.
Now sit still, Jane, and let me see if they've done any damage.
He moved her head back and forth, examining her face and head for bruises. Then his hands were lifting her hair and gently moving her neck back and forth.
This strain seems better.
She suddenly stiffened, as she felt something cold slip down the back of her shirt.
Did that hurt?
Caleb asked.
I remember that twist was the worst of the injuries.
She swallowed. Just a little. Caleb glanced at Santara.
I was very irritated with you about that car wreck. Toth, get the hell out of here.
Caleb took his hands away and stepped back.
It will be extremely tough if you cause me to have any more problems with her treatment. I'm sure Teresa has discussed it with you.
Get going, Caleb, Jane said suddenly. Get out of here and do what you have to do. You don't want to annoy any of these people right now. Teresa said this was the day for erasing all the failures of the past. I'm sure Santara agrees with her. She met his eyes. You may not be afraid of what he'll do right now, but I am. Caleb was silent, and then he nodded and smiled.
Just playing with him a little. If it's bothering you, I'll stop it and head upstairs to do my job.
He turned and headed for the stairwell.
Later, Jane.
She knew that he had gotten and translated the warning she had tried to give him. That's all she could do right now.
Later? Santara repeated. That son of a bitch.
He looked at Jane.
You're smarter than he is. You should be afraid. He looked at his watch. And if I haven't heard from Assad in 5 minutes, then I may cause considerably more damage to that twisted neck.
She moved carefully, shifting only a little as she tried to identify the object Caleb had slipped down the back of her shirt by the feel of it against the flesh of her back. Cold, metallic, slender, perhaps 4 or 5 inches. A dagger? Too small. She shifted again. Not totally made of metal. Glass or plastic on the top. A hypodermic needle. She inhaled sharply, and Caleb would have made sure that the fluid in that hypodermic would be fast-acting and effective. But how to get it out while Santara was only inches from her with that gun ready? Carefully,
very carefully. Caleb was on the phone to Joe Quinn as he took the stairs 2 at a time back to the 4th floor.
Santara is on the 3rd floor of the parking garage. He's driving a black Mercedes, and he's parked in space 32.
He paused, trying to gather his thoughts and subdue the fear.
You may have to be ready to go get Jane, and not wait. Get up there, where you can see what's going on. Jane tried to let me know that things could be changing, that I may be a target. She said I should be worried now. But if I am a target, Santara would have to dispose of her before he'd be free to try to take me out. I didn't think he'd risk that in the parking garage. It doesn't make sense.
Joe was cursing.
How much time do we have? Not long, maybe 5 minutes. The minute Santara hears that Haroun is dead, he'll start the cleanup. I managed to slip Jane a hypodermic with curare, a poison, but she may not get a chance to use it. Damn it! I want her away from him.
Joe muttered a curse.
Then don't let him get the word that Haroun is dead. I can't stop it. It's too late. And it won't make a difference. He'll still want to cover his own ass if he thinks that the job's gone bust. If the wait's too long, he'll think I failed. He's leaning in that direction anyway. Let me know when you get up on the 3rd floor level, where you can see what's going on.
He hung up. Keep calm. Pretend this is just another hunt. Not that Jane was sitting next to Santara with a gun in her ribs. And he had been so damn close to him. But even if he'd struck at the arteries of Santara's heart, he might have pulled the trigger before the blood surge did its work.
Count on Joe Quinn. And pray.
Asad Qadir. Concentrate on the orderly. He'd already zeroed in on Qadir's location in preparation for the move. He was working near the nurse's station, a few doors down from the operating room. Now he only had to locate him. And keep his mind off Jane's expression that last minute, when he'd turned his back and walked away from her.
You're shifting around quite a bit.
Santara was gazing maliciously down at Jane.
Nervous?
Why shouldn't I be? In the last 5 minutes, she'd managed to get the hypodermic from her back to the shoulder of her right sleeve, but it would take more active maneuvering to get it down her arm to her hand. You've not been very encouraging about my chances to get out of this. You're entirely too happy I'm here with you. He nodded.
I'm very transparent. Of course, I'd be happier if I was to be allowed free rein with you, but the queen bitch is too selfish. You must have managed to annoy her even more than you did me.
Maybe. She stiffened. But what do you mean she's too selfish?
She wants the pleasure all for herself.
Jane said dryly, I gather you're not talking about the pleasure of releasing me herself. He chuckled.
I think you put 2 and 2 together this morning. Teresa has a horror of leaving witnesses. We agree about that.
She had realized that she was going to be a victim, but she'd thought that Teresa would have shunned doing the kill herself. But it seemed that the woman was transforming, developing more fangs and poison as she evolved. She had the hypodermic down past her shoulder. Just 5 or 6 minutes more. I hoped I was wrong.
Oh, no. And I wanted you to realize what she had in store for you, even though she told me not to tell you. He smiled. Did I tell you how I hate her telling me what to do? Someday I may pay her a visit in that palace she's going to build outside Moscow, when she least expects it.
He checked his wristwatch.
Assad should have called. I may still be able to toy with you a little and blame it on Caleb. After all, I have to keep.
His phone rang.
Too bad. Want to hear the good news?
He put the call on speaker as he answered.
What's the word, Assad?
Dead. 5 minutes ago. Asad Kadir said, his voice shaking.
"I can't talk long. The soldiers and police are running all over the place, shouting questions and accusations. They're threatening to put the chief surgeon under arrest. Everything's crazy up here."
"How crazy? Did you see Haroon's body?"
"Just for a second. Blood all over his chest. Flatline." His voice was suddenly panicky. "I've got to get out of here. I didn't count on it being like this. I'll contact you later for my money," he said before disconnecting.
Santara turned to Jane.
"Success. But I still think Caleb did something with the anesthesia."
Blood all over his chest. Flatline. She felt sick herself.
"You're not overjoyed? Teresa will be."
He took out his phone and punched in her number.
"It's done. Assad just confirmed the death, Teresa. Yes, he's certain. I'll be there as soon as I finish here. That check had better be ready."
He glanced at Jane.
"Yes, I know what I'm to do. I'm not the fool you treat me like."
He hit the disconnect button and smiled.
"But I think Assad is correct about ending this quickly. Teresa certainly agrees."
He pressed a button on the phone and spoke into the receiver.
"You can have her now, Ganlad."
She stiffened, her gaze on his face. "What is this?" He unlocked her car door again.
"This is goodbye, though I may see you again if we cross paths before I get my money."
He got out of the car as the giant bald-headed man she had seen in the garden of Teresa's house came toward him.
"This is Victor Ganlad. Perhaps you remember seeing him at Teresa's." He exchanged car keys with the man. "I have something to do here, but Ganlad followed us and parked down on the second level to wait until I was ready for him. He'll be glad to take over for me and drive you to Teresa's waiting arms."
Caleb, she thought in panic. Santara was going after Caleb. Her hand instinctively flew to the door handle.
"Oops, forgot something."
Santara leaned back into the car, and his fingers dug into the carotid artery in her neck.
"I wouldn't want Ganlad to have any trouble. I might not get my money. Good night, Jane."
Darkness. Chapter 19. The linen closet on the third floor was only marginally safer than the fourth floor, which was in total chaos right now, Caleb realized, as he ran down the stairwell from the fourth floor. But the focus would be on that operating room for at least an hour or so. The lack of proof of murder would stop any in-depth floor-to-floor search until someone high in authority took the reins and ordered it. It didn't matter. He had to be there anyway. Santara had to be taken down, and he didn't have the faintest doubt that Santara would show up in that linen closet, where he thought Caleb would be hiding, within the next few minutes. His phone vibrated as he reached the third floor. Quinn.
"She's not here," Quinn said. "No Mercedes, no Santara."
Caleb froze.
"What?" "Damn it, you heard me. But I ran across the street and checked the videos of the outgoing cars for the last 15 minutes. A black Mercedes left the garage 5 minutes ago. We must have just missed it while we were running up the ramps to get to the third floor. But it wasn't driven by Santara. It was a heavy-set man, bald-headed, no sign of a passenger."
"Switched drivers. That's what I figured."
No sign of a passenger. The words had almost paralyzed Caleb. Think. She could have been slumped over or on the floor in the back seat. She had to be in that car.
"Then Santara might still be here and targeting me," he said. "I'll have to get my hands on him to find out what's happening with Jane. Where are you?" "In our car, driving up one street and down another, trying to catch sight of the Mercedes." Quinn muttered a curse. "Damn poor chance. I'll call you."
Caleb pressed the disconnect. Spotting that Mercedes was not a matter of a poor chance. It would be almost impossible. Think. Okay, the switch in drivers was unexpected, but it didn't mean that Santara was assigning someone else to kill Jane. Caleb knew Santara would prefer to do it himself, so she might still be safe. Or she might not. Assume that Jane's first guess was right, and Santara had been assigned to kill him. Go back to square one. And that square was centered on the third-floor linen closet. He'd give Santara another 5 minutes before he started going down a blind alley like Quinn was doing now. Caleb slipped into the linen closet with no problem. All the nurses and other personnel were watching the intercom videos to see what was happening upstairs. It was dim, almost dark, in the deep closet, almost 30 feet long, but he didn't turn on the light. He could make out shelves piled high with sheets and linens and mops and brooms shoved against the wall. He went to the very back of the closet to wait. He could feel his heart pounding. Had he guessed wrong? Was he wasting precious time? Come on, you son of a bitch. Let me get at you and rip your heart out. 3 minutes. Don't think about him not coming. Think about your strategy when he gets here. Santara wouldn't use a gun. Too much noise. His orders were to not cause anyone to suspect Haroon's death was anything but natural. It was an indication of how much Teresa wanted to rid herself of him that she'd ordered Santara to do the kill at all. So it would probably be a knife. Swift, silent, efficient. Not efficient enough. He heard the door open quietly. Yes. In the dimness, he could still make out Santara's sandy hair and spare build as he warily entered the closet. Back here, Santara, he called softly. She must have paid you well to take a chance like this. How are you planning to get rid of my body? A laundry hamper to the basement and then the incinerator. He moved forward cautiously. It's all set up. Even a bribe in place with the janitor to get rid of the ashes. No one's going to pay any attention to the basement with what's going on up on the 4th floor. She did pay well, but I would have done it for much less. I keep remembering San Leandro, and all the things I had to do because that bitch Teresa was so sure that I couldn't be trusted to take you out. And you're so sure you can, he chuckled. Why do you think she changed her mind? She's willing to take a chance you'll kill me because she wants it so badly. But if you don't, she'll get rid of an expensive hitman who could also be a witness. Did you consider that? No, because I will kill you, and I'll take her money and then plan a few surprises for her. So all her plans won't be worth shit. How did you get rid of Jane? Who took her? You know about that, he chuckled. Worried? I wish I could see your face. Teresa thought she might matter to you. Who took her? He repeated. Victor Ganlad, an errand boy suitable for deliveries. Teresa wasn't finished with her. He was moving forward. Are you ready? Do you know how good I am? Better than some slick con man who has a few tricks and a couple sticks of C4 explosives. Just tell me one thing. I was right, wasn't I, about your altering that anesthetic? Why don't you come a little closer and find out? Oh, I'm coming. Santara was only a few yards away. The knife in his hand was gleaming in the dimness. He suddenly dodged to the left and went for the jugular, but Caleb was no longer there. He dropped to the floor and rolled forward, ramming into Santara's knees. Santara's legs buckled, but he recovered immediately, and his knife was plunging down at Caleb even as he fell. Caleb grabbed his wrist, avoided the blade, and was suddenly on top of Santara. He'd have only seconds, but it should be enough. 1 second. 2 seconds. The arteries in Santara's right wrist exploded. Caleb's hand covered Santara's mouth to smother his scream.
"You wanted an answer," he whispered. "Do you think you have it now?"
Santara was cursing, his eyes on the blood pouring from his wrist.
"I've not compromised all the veins and arteries. I can still stop the blood so that you won't bleed out," Caleb said. "But you'll have to give me answers very quickly, or it will be too late."
Santara was still frantically trying to reach for the knife he'd dropped. Caleb pushed it aside.
"You're very stubborn. You'd rather kill me than live.
And you might live if you tell me what I need to know. Then who knows if you'll get another chance to slit my throat. You said Jane was being delivered to Teresa Romano. Where is Teresa now?" "She mentioned an airport, but we've checked out Dubai International. No reservations. No sign of commercial or private rentals of any sort."
"Where is she? Where did you send Jane Maguire?" "Stop this damn blood!"
Santara was panting, his eyes wild as he watched the blood begin to pool on the floor.
"I'll kill you if you don't!"
"You're not thinking clearly. Killing me isn't an option right now. Tell me what I need to know."
"Stop the blood, you freak!"
"Where is she?"
"Stop it, and I'll show you.
I'll take you there. I'm supposed to meet her there anyway. She'll be expecting me." Jane said she thought Santara was crazy, Caleb thought, and the evidence was right here before him. Santara was going to risk bleeding out, and Caleb couldn't afford to let that happen.
"She'll kill her, you know," Santara said. "She's usually so cool, but she wants Jane Maguire dead. I think it has something to do with you," he gasped. "Stop the blood."
Caleb knew it had everything to do with him. He made the decision.
"Shut up. Shallow breaths. Give me a couple minutes." "I'm feeling weaker. You're not doing—" "Shut up."
It took more than a couple minutes. Santara had let it go on too long. But the blood finally stopped, and Caleb grabbed a hand towel from one of the shelves and wrapped it around Santara's forearm.
"Let's go. I'm too weak right now." "You'll be weaker if I open those arteries again." He jerked Santara to his feet. "You'll take me to Teresa now. You'll tell me everything I need to know about where she is and what I'll have to face to get to her. And you'll do everything I tell you to do to help me get Jane away from her."
"What if she's dead?" Santara asked.
"That won't be my fault. Teresa wanted all the ends wrapped up. She even had me kill Gino Romano." "Believe me, if Jane is dead, I'll consider it your fault."
He was pushing him toward the door, and the fault of anyone else who even touched her or said a foul word to her. Bleeding out will be nothing compared to what you'll all go through before you die if you don't get me there in time to help her. Wednesday, 11:40 a.m. Jane's being taken to a small private airport in the desert, near Maleha, Caleb said as soon as Joe picked up. "That's the airport where Teresa is taking her flight to Moscow. She had Santara arrange with a few of his drug-running friends to set up a discreet disappearance for her. She's occupying one of the dealer's houses, which is in walking distance of the airport, while she's waiting for the plane."
"Jane's alive?" Joe said. "Thank God. And she's going to stay that way."
"I'm on my way there now," Caleb said grimly. "Though we've got to move fast. Teresa is going to be tying up loose ends, and one of them is Jane. We may have a little time. She delights in taking time with her cat-and-mouse games,
and I can't see her not doing that with Jane. But her plane is supposed to arrive to pick her up at 1. And Jane won't be with her when she leaves, Joe said. How long is it going to take us to get there? 40 minutes. But Santara says that Teresa had him set up protection for her until she boarded the plane. 6 men, including Ganlad, who will be delivering Jane to her. It will be hard to get near her. Shit. Positions? I'll have them for you by the time you get there. Santara is having trouble remembering. He says it's my fault because he's so dizzy. I'll nudge him a little. He paused. But I can't risk Jane still being alone with Teresa when any attack begins. End of game. So what do you do? Insert another piece into the game to keep it going. I'll call you again when I'm closer to Maleha, he replied, and ended the call.
She's alive, Lisa whispered. I was so scared, Joe.
Me too.
Joe hung up and turned to Pollock in the back seat.
Do you know anyone in Maleha that we can hire on this short notice?
Can I work miracles? Pollock asked.
Maybe 1 or 2.
But I'll lose credibility with anyone I bring in to... Do it, Lisa said fiercely. I'm the one you don't want to lose credibility with, Pollock. She met his eyes. We're not going to lose her. Do you understand? Pollock nodded slowly. I understand that you're more like your brother than I thought. He averted his gaze and reached for his phone. 2. I can't promise more than 2. Lisa whirled on Joe. You're not going to have enough people. You're not Superman. What are you going to do? Tie me up in the back seat so that I'm safe and won't get hurt? Take a chance that Jane will live through what's going on in that house if one of Santara's men rush in because we don't stop him? Well, I won't take that chance. Her eyes were blazing in her white face. Damn it! Give me a gun and tell me what to do. How many times do I have to tell you? I can help, Joe. He stared at her for a long minute. Then he reached down and took the gun from his leg holster and handed it to her.
Stay close and obey orders, he said curtly. I don't think Jane would forgive me if I got you killed.
Maleha, United Arab Emirates, Wednesday, 12:40 p.m. The first face that Jane saw when she opened her eyes was Teresa Romano's. She was smiling as she gestured for Ganlad to put Jane down on a low scarlet paisley couch a few yards away. Ah, now that's timely. I didn't want to waste a moment. She waved a hand at Ganlad. You may go. I won't need you.
Santara said that there might be extra money in this for me, Ganlad said.
Then you can discuss it with him when he gets here. Get out. He hesitated, and then turned and left the house. Fool. She went to the parquet desk and picked up a sleek pearl-handled gun from the top drawer. He should know I can take care of the rest myself. Her smile widened. Would you like a glass of wine, Jane? I believe that the tradition is a last meal or something like that, but I have no servants here, and You're very satisfied with yourself. Jane lifted her hand and rubbed her neck. It was sore, and she was a little dizzy, but she had to function. She was not going to let herself be killed by this bitch. Teresa had taken too much from everyone she had touched over the years. She had to be stopped before she... Oh, dear God. Caleb. The last thing she remembered was Santara's leaving her to go after Caleb. Was that why Teresa was being so smug? Caleb? I'm sure that Santara told you that I'd ordered our mutual friend be taken out. She stiffened. And he did it? I haven't had a report back yet, but I'm sure Santara... Then he might not have been able to do it. She had to believe that. Caleb had been warned, and that might be all that was needed. And you might not ever have a report from Santara again. You were afraid to put him up against Caleb when he had Lisa. Surprise could be everything. It was time for Caleb to go. Sometimes fate takes a hand, and this could be that time. I deserve it. Her gaze was moving hungrily over Jane's face, trying to extract every bit of emotion. You'll miss your lover? Oh, yes. I can see it. But I told you that you'd never be enough for him. And you won't miss him for long. I promise. You'll join him soon. Block the panic and the pain. Santara didn't call you. Her lips tightened. He will. Or he'll show up here, as we agreed. He won't let me get on that plane without my giving him his money for the kill. The kill. Caleb. She wouldn't be able to maintain control if she let Teresa keep digging, probing, using Caleb to hurt her. Change the subject, but keep Teresa talking until her mind was clearer and she had a plan. That's a very elegant pistol. Do you even know how to shoot it? Close range, Teresa said. I admit that I didn't bother to learn much more. It was far easier to hire someone to do it. But you're the daughter of a detective. I suppose you know far more. Jane glanced quickly around the room, looking for a way out. Elegant furnishings that all had an Arabic flavor, French doors that appeared to lead to a terrace, another carved door at the other end of the room. Yes, Joe taught me, and I'm pretty good. But here we are, and all that coaching isn't going to help you one bit. All I do is come a few steps closer, and I can hit the center of your forehead with no problem at all. Her smile was triumphant. I win, Jane. I always win. Then why did you feel that you had to bring me here and brag about it? Had the hypodermic been found when she was unconscious? She lifted her hand to rub her temple and felt the thin, cold metal right above her elbow. One shake would bring it down to her palm, if she could get close enough to Teresa to use it. Are you feeling insecure? Are you trying to rid yourself of everyone who you feel threatens you because you know you're not smart enough to deal with them? Teresa's smile lost only a little of its brightness. Insecure? Do you realize what I've done? I've gotten the best of everyone. I'm going to live the life of an empress. In Russia, you always wanted to be the queen of society and have everyone bow down to you. But how are you going to get anyone in social circles there to recognize you as anything but a criminal who just happens to have money? She slowly sat up on the couch and swung her legs to the floor. No sudden movements to startle or threaten her. They'll find out about you, and you'll be a very lonely empress, Teresa. You lie. Her eyes were blazing. No one will find out. You can buy anything with enough money. That's true. I'm sure that the people who cared about Haroun's death will pay an extraordinary amount of money to find out how he died. When they do, they won't bother with extradition. They'll send assassins, like Santara. But I might decide to hire Santara to protect me from them. Her lips curled venomously. He's been very accommodating. If he's still alive now, you're not sure of anything. I'm sure that you'll be dead in about 20 minutes. Think about that, Jane. When that plane touches down, you'll no longer be able to... Her phone rang, and she glanced down at the ID, and a smile lit her face. Oh, Santara's still very much alive. She answered the phone. Tell me you didn't fail me, Santara. She listened, and her smile widened. By all means, I told you I'd have the money waiting for you. 5 minutes. She hung up and turned back to Jane. You look a little sick. I told you surprise could be everything. No more Caleb. I knew when I first saw him as a young boy that he was only someone I could use and then toss away. And I did it, didn't I? I rather like the idea of him ending up as a pile of ashes that I could scatter into the wind.
Jane felt sick, too. No more Caleb. Hold on. Don't give up. It might still not be true.
But there was less chance of that now. And if it was true, then she couldn't let either one of these monsters walk away from what they'd done. Santara could be lying to you. He isn't. I tell you, I won. Caleb is nothing. He was always nothing. I just didn't realize it. It was all my imagination that made me believe that he could make me do what he wanted me to do. Her head lifted. I hear Santara's car. She moved quickly toward the front door. You'll see. Will I? Jane got to her feet and turned toward the door. She mustn't appear to be a threat. But she was a threat now. One shake of her arm and the hypodermic would be in her palm. Teresa was going to be occupied with Santara, and this could be the moment. Teresa threw open the door. Come in and show this bitch proof, Santara. Give me details. I told her that. She frowned. You look terrible. You're white as a sheet.
How do you expect me to look? He strode into the house. You're the one who sent me after that freak. He nodded at his bandaged arm. He almost killed me before I took him out. Jane went still. Teresa might not be aware of what that wound meant, but Jane was. If Caleb had gotten that close to Santara, then there was no way that he should be alive. Unless Caleb wanted him to be. Distraction. Caleb had sent him in as a distraction so that he could make his move. But Teresa still had a gun, and when Caleb made that move, he could die. No. You heard her? Jane moved to where Santara was standing next to Teresa. I didn't believe her. Details. Convince me. Wait for the moment. I don't have to tell you anything, bitch. He didn't look at her. Give me my money, Teresa. Maybe. Her gaze was narrowed on his face. Or maybe not. You're one more end to tie up, Santara. I was going to wait until right before I got on the plane, but this will... Now. Jane dived forward and tackled Teresa just as she raised her gun and pointed it at Santara. Teresa fell backward, but not before she pressed the trigger. The gun went off. Jane felt the bullet graze her temple as she frantically shook down the hypodermic into her palm. Teresa was cursing, her lips curled viciously as she pushed Jane over and then took aim again. Do you think you can beat me? I don't let anyone beat me. You're just some little whore Caleb took to screw, and I took you both down. And now I'll put a bullet in. Jane plunged the hypodermic into the hollow of Teresa's shoulder and pressed the plunger, even as she dodged sideways to avoid that second bullet. What did you... Teresa was gazing in horror down at the hypodermic sticking out of her shoulder as the gun dropped nervously from her hand. What did you do to me? I have no idea. Jane was breathing hard as she stared down at her. It's a gift from Caleb, but I hope it's fatal. It is. Caleb was standing by the open French doors. Curare, one of my favorite South American remedies. But you couldn't wait a few more minutes, Jane? I send Santara inside and then all hell explodes in here. I gave Quinn the signal to take out her guards, and I was supposed to dispose of Teresa, but you did it instead. He crossed the room and pulled Jane to her feet. Okay. She nodded jerkily, still looking down at Teresa. The woman's eyes were open, but she was fighting for breath. I had to be sure. She had that gun. She could have shot you. Kill you... Teresa was gasping,
her eyes on Caleb. "Kill you all. I'll win. I always win." "Not today." Jane dropped to her knees beside Teresa, staring into her eyes. "Not ever again," she said fiercely. "And you never won anything from Caleb. Don't think you did. He never let you take anything from him. You only gave him the weapons to kill you." "No!" Her eyes were wide with horror. "I won't die. You can't do that to me. It's not supposed to be this way. I'll never let it." Her face froze with disbelief, and then her mouth fell open in a silent scream. She was dead. Her eyes were still staring in horror up at the ceiling. Over, Jane thought, as she gazed down at her. All the death and destruction caused by this woman is over. Caleb was suddenly tense.
"Stop right there, Santara."
Not over. Santara was standing by the French doors, a gun in his hand. The gun Teresa had dropped when Jane had stuck the hypodermic in her shoulder.
"Stop. Hell."
His eyes were glittering in his pale, strained face.
"You stay away from me, Caleb. Don't you touch me, you freak. I have money in Cayman, and there's a plane landing now that can take me out of here."
He swung the gun to cover Jane.
"You take one step and I'll put a bullet in her. I want to do it anyway. In fact, I may come back and do it later."
He turned toward the open French doors. Then he suddenly whirled back and fired directly at Caleb, but Caleb had already dropped to the floor, jerking Jane with him. Santara didn't stay to risk another shot, but dashed out of the house.
"Son of a bitch."
Caleb was up and after him in a heartbeat. Jane was on his heels. Santara was on the runway, close to the jet, and waving at the pilot to lower the steps. The steps swung down just as Santara reached them. But someone reached Santara before he could start to climb them. Dark hair flying, dark shirt and pants, slender body taut and lithe as she launched herself in a tackle at Santara. "Lisa!" Jane gazed in horror as Santara's gun lifted, pointed at Lisa's head, as she covered him with her body, her hands flat on his chest. But he wasn't pressing the trigger. He was screaming, his spine arching in horrible pain. He was thrashing back and forth, his eyes on Lisa's face. Then he was still, frozen rigid with pain, even in death. Jane stopped short on the runway, stunned. Then she saw Caleb beside Lisa, lifting her gently off Santara's body. He held her for a brief moment, and then set her on her feet. The sight shattered Jane's shock, and she ran over to her. "Dear God, Lisa!" She didn't know what else to say as she stared at her. The shock she was feeling was nothing to the frozen expression she saw on Lisa's face. "He was going to get away," Lisa said dully. "I couldn't let him get away, could I?" "No." Jane took her into her arms. "You couldn't do that." "And he hurt people." Her body was stiff against Jane's. "He liked to hurt people. He hurt you, Jane. Let's get you back to the house to sit down." "Not now." She moistened her lips and pushed Jane away. "I have to see if Joe needs me. There were still a couple of Santara's men we hadn't found. They might have run away, but we have to be sure. Joe says you always have to be sure." She brushed her hair away from her face with a shaking hand. "I shouldn't have left him. But I saw Santara, and I had to come." "I think Joe can do without you," Jane said gently. "He shouldn't have to do without me. I promised him I'd obey orders." She turned and started back up the hill. Her back was rigid, as if she would crumple if she didn't keep it very straight. "I'm fine. I can help." Jane whirled on Caleb. "Why did you just stand there? Why didn't you say something to her? You saw what she did and what it did to her."
There wasn't anything to say. Not now. His gaze followed Lisa. And she's right to go help Joe. It will help her too. Hunter instinct.
"She's not a hunter. She's a 19-year-old girl." He shrugged.
We'll see.
He took Jane's arm.
And now we'll go and see if we can also help Joe and do something to make those bodies go away before we have diplomatic problems with Dubai.
She was immediately brought back to a horrible reality. "And get you out of Dubai before they find out about you and Haroun. I can't let you take the blame. It wasn't your fault. It's mine. You did it for me."
Nothing I do is any fault but my own.
He smiled faintly.
But I knew you'd feel like that. I can manage to shoulder almost any guilt, but I find I can't permit you to do it.
He paused.
So we're fortunate that Haroun made it through that operation with flying colors.
She stopped, her gaze flying to his face. "What?"
"I told you I'd do my best." He grimaced. "And Haroun required my best. He was a very hard sell, since I couldn't give him names or any info regarding you, but he eventually allowed me to persuade him under certain conditions."
"Persuade?"
"Oh, I used that too. But he was more interested in getting the names of the money men in the royal family who had funded his assassination. I had to make a few promises to get him to arrange to fake his death."
She was dazed, trying to make sense of it. "But Asad Qadir, that orderly who reported to Santara that he'd seen Haroun's body."
"Staged. And the rest was pure persuasion to make his panic appear authentic to Santara." He grimaced. "Much easier than Haroun. The bastard even had me on a time limit. He agreed to give me only 5 hours before the rumors that he died on the operating table had to be refuted. He was afraid the stock market would plunge at the news and hurt Dubai's economy."
"But he's alive." The relief was overwhelming. "Dear God, Caleb, he's alive."
He nodded. "More alive than most people I've met. He's fairly exceptional. I was glad it worked out."
"And you couldn't tell me, damn it?" Then she shook her head. "No, I know you couldn't. It would have been a risk you couldn't take if I hadn't thought he was dead too."
"Judgment call," he said quietly. "Not one I wanted to make."
I know. I'd probably have done the same." She swallowed to ease the tightness in her throat. It was hard to think, hard to absorb everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. Death and pain and violence, and yet a good man who might have died had survived. And people she loved had also survived. So think of the good things that made life worth living. She whirled on Caleb. "Do one more thing for me."
"What?"
"Call Haroun and tell him to pull some strings and get us out of here as soon as possible. I don't care if you reason or blackmail or even use that damn persuasion. Make it happen." She turned and started back up the hill. "Just get me back to Loch Gaelcar to be with Eve." Chapter 20. Dubai International Airport. The strings that Haroun had pulled had been both efficient and magically speedy, Jane thought 8 hours later, as Joe drew up at the terminal in front of Caleb's Gulfstream.
"I'll run up and file the flight plan," Caleb said as he jumped out of the car and headed toward the jet. "I'll contact you later, Quinn. If there's any trouble, call me and I'll try to straighten it out with Haroun." "I don't believe I'll require your help," Joe called after him dryly. "Just get Lisa and Jane back to Gaelcar safely and leave all the diplomacy and legal stuff to me. At least no one is going to hire a hitman to take me out. I'm not too sure about your prospects."
Caleb gave him a wave and disappeared into the plane. "How long will you have to stay here, Joe?" Jane asked as she and Lisa got out of the car. "I thought we were almost finished."
"We are," Joe said. "The local police just want reports filled out and all the details explained. We tried to blur what had been going on, but explanations will come better from me, since I'm a cop, too. With any luck, I should be only 8 or 9 hours behind you. I called Jock and asked him to pick you up in Edinburgh when Caleb flies in."
He turned to Lisa and said quietly,
"You did very well. You can play on my team anytime."
"Thank you," she smiled faintly. "Told you so. Goodbye, Joe." She moved toward the steps. "I'll see you at Gailcar." Joe was frowning as he watched her climb the steps.
"She's too quiet. She's been like a zombie since we left Maleha. I don't like it."
Neither did Jane. But she hadn't had time to think about a way to get through to Lisa during the past hours. "I'll work on it." She turned and went into his arms and held him tightly. "I want you back at Gailcar, Joe. I want us all together, with no exotic bazaars or burning sands or people wanting to shoot each other. You know I'm going to have to answer to Eve if I show up without you."
8 or 9 hours, he repeated gently.
She stepped back and gave him a quick kiss on his cheek. "See to it." She turned and ran up the steps and into the plane. Lisa was sitting on the white leather couch in the main cabin and was staring out the window. She glanced at Jane as she came through the door. "Seth came out of the cockpit and said that he'd been given permission to take off and that we should just relax and try to rest." "Good for him." Jane was gazing worriedly at her pale face and taut shoulders. "Did he happen to tell you how we're going to do that? Because I haven't got a clue right now." "Seth said it would be the best thing to do." She looked out the window again. "It's a long flight. It's going to seem even longer if you don't tell me what's wrong." She hadn't meant to jump right into jarring Lisa out of this icy lethargy, but she couldn't stand it. Lisa was always brimming with vitality and passion. The sight of her like this made Jane ache to reach out to her. "What's wrong with you? How can I help?" "You can't." Lisa forced a smile. "I'm fine. Everything is fine. Seth is alive. You're alive. What could be better?" "You tell me," Jane said grimly. "You look as if you're going to shatter in a million pieces if you move the wrong way. Stop pretending and let me do something for you. Talk to me." "I can't." She moistened her lips. "I want to do it. I think I care about you more than I do anybody but Seth. You'd try, but you couldn't. I'm sorry, Jane." Jane could see that. There was desperation mixed in that fragile balance that was Lisa at this moment. Whatever was bottled up inside her, she wasn't going to be able to release right now. But that didn't mean that she couldn't give Lisa the knowledge that she was here for her. "Scoot over." She grabbed a fur coverlet from one of the chairs and sat down on the couch beside Lisa. "You don't have to say anything." She pulled her close and tucked the throw over both of them. "Try to nap. If you can't do that, just relax. That will make Caleb happy, and that's always the #1 game plan with you." Lisa was still stiff. "What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? When I was a kid, I wasn't easy for Eve. I'd grown up on the streets and in a dozen foster homes. Independent, stubborn, afraid to let even her get too close. But sometimes when things went really wrong for me, we'd curl up together on the porch swing, and that helped. So shut up, relax, and let me pass what I learned on to you." Lisa's back was straight, unyielding, but she gingerly laid her head on Jane's shoulder. I'm not a kid. I know. Neither you nor Caleb really had the chance to be. So make up for lost time. She was gently stroking back the hair from Lisa's temple. Hey, use me, and I'll use you. It was a bad day for me, too. I know. Lisa was gradually relaxing against Jane. A day you would never have had if I hadn't come into your life, she whispered. I hated it. And I knew I couldn't ever let Santara hurt you. Edinburgh Airport. Jane opened the cockpit door the moment Caleb turned off the engine after taxiing to the hangar. Go back there and be with Lisa, she said curtly. She needs you. And don't tell me to wait or that it's not the time. You make it the time. She dropped down in the co-pilot's seat. I'll wait here for you. I did my best, and it was a good best, but nothing's going to help until you tell her how to handle this. Caleb's gaze was on her face.
I knew there would be a problem. Did she talk to you?
Lisa? I tried to get her to talk, but she wouldn't do it. She met his eyes. But I figured it out pretty quickly. She wouldn't talk to me because she knew I couldn't understand. No one could understand but you. She paused. That was the first time she'd used her blood talent to kill anyone. She's probably filled with all kinds of confusion and emotions. Even if Santara deserved to die, killing is a terrible thing. To kill as Lisa did must be traumatic.
She's known it was coming for most of her life, Caleb said. She was welcoming it when she thought it would protect me. He nodded. But yes, the first time isn't easy to accept. He got to his feet. I'll take care of it.
How do you take care of something like that?
He smiled. I talked to her about choices and forgiving herself, and then I listen and let it all come out. He shrugged. And maybe I tell her about what I went through my first few times. It might help her. It was indicative of Caleb's feeling for Lisa that he was willing to reveal that vulnerability. It might help her more if you can convince her not to do it again. He turned and opened the cockpit door. That's included under choices. He closed the door behind him. She leaned back in the seat and tried to relax. It might be a long conversation, because Caleb would take his time and not cheat Lisa of one bit of the attention she needed from him. Choices. So much of her life since she had met Caleb had been connected with choices. Good choices, bad choices. Sometimes no choice at all because it was safer. She had made a lot of those decisions over the years. And Caleb had made choices too. One of those choices had been to come after her and save her life when he knew that it could mean losing his own. And there had been other choices that had saved both her and Eve and Michael. Easier to sidestep those choices and ignore them because the emotional impact would have been too great to ignore otherwise. But after today, it was time to look at all those choices and make a few more of her own. Better? Jane asked quietly as she walked down the airplane steps with Lisa after Jock's car drew up in front of the hangar. Lisa nodded. Much better. Jane smiled. I should have known that Caleb would be able to fix what ailed you, as they say in Atlanta. What a peculiar saying. Lisa smiled faintly. And Seth told me to fix myself, and he'd always be around with a Band-Aid. I told him that you'd already given me one. Not nearly as effective, I'm certain. Lisa stopped as they reached the bottom of the steps. No, but healing. Very healing. She gave Jane an awkward hug.
It made me feel wanted. And you are.
Her arms tightened around Lisa, and then she took a step back. Go on. Eve's going to want to know everything that happened. Joe has already talked to her, but the main thing she's going to want to know is that he's safe. Make sure you tell her that this final cleanup he's doing isn't dangerous. Lisa frowned. You're not coming with me? Jane shook her head. I have a few things I need to talk to Caleb about. Tell Jock I'll wait until Joe flies in and return to Gailcar with him. Lisa nodded. Whatever. She moved toward Jock's car. Seth didn't mention you weren't going with me. She smiled mischievously at Jane over her shoulder. But I was talking all about me, wasn't I? He probably couldn't get a word in edgewise. I can never imagine anything more interesting than what I'm going through. She picked up her pace as she saw Jock wave to her. See you later, Jane. Jane lifted her hand and watched Lisa get into the car. Lisa was always making flip comments about herself and her own self-absorption, but she had tried to protect Jane today, at the risk of her own life. So how did that relate? She was probably as complicated in her way as her brother. What was she thinking? No one was as complicated as Caleb. She turned and went back up the steps of the plane. Caleb was waiting for her at the top of the steps with a cup of coffee in his hand. Hello? He handed her the cup. I thought you'd be back. You were far too quiet when I came back after talking to Lisa. But then Jock called and said he was coming onto the airport grounds, and I knew you wouldn't be happy until you knew for sure that Lisa was going to be all right. She took a drink of the coffee. You're right. I had to know. She smiled. So I had to ask her. That's why I went down to the tarmac with her. It was far more reassuring coming from her than it would have been from you. He went still. Then why did you come back? Unfinished business. She set her cup down on the table beside the door. We have so much unfinished business, Caleb. She moistened her lips. And I'm going to finish it tonight, if you're willing. She began to unbutton her blouse. Choices, Caleb. How many times have you told me that I was afraid of you, that otherwise I'd... What is this? He was very still, his eyes on her fingers moving on the buttons. Why now? What are you doing? You didn't let me finish. She shrugged, her fingers dropping away from the open shirt. I was afraid of you. I always felt too much whenever I was around you. You played all those mind games with me, and I never knew where I was at. She met his eyes, or where you were going to take me. I still don't, but I'm choosing to take a chance on you. Why? Because you mean something to me. I don't know what it is yet, but I get angry when I think of what you went through all those years ago. I'm mad at myself that I might have treated you like that too, because you made me feel... Don't be foolish. You never treated me like them, he said harshly. You don't know anything about what I... No, I don't. And I probably won't ever know. But I know I'll never judge you because of fear or ignorance again. No, you'd rather melt all over me with that crappy sympathy, he said through set teeth. I told you I didn't want or need it. I've never needed it. My terms, Jane. Always my terms. So get the hell out of here. Why? Because you'll only come after me again. She took a step toward him. Or I'll come after you. Because it's not finished. No, but then it will be on my terms. It won't be because you think I saved your damn life and... Which you did. Or because you listened to all that crap from Lisa about how we grew up. Not crap. But in the end, The main effect of that was that it held up a mirror to me. His lips twisted.
And judging by the fact that you're taking off your clothes, you're letting that mirror reflect a person dripping with pity who's trying to save me from myself with sex, he added mockingly. Not that I don't approve of the means. It's my very favourite. It's just in this case, I resent the implication that I...
Shut up! Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Don't you know how hard this is for me? I'm trying to be honest with you because I believe it's the only chance we have. But truth makes me incredibly vulnerable with someone like you. She moistened her lips. But there's really no one like you, is there? You developed that persuasion as a protective device, but you became too good at it. For heaven's sake, when you were only a kid, you found a way to dominate Teresa Romano. The only way she thought she could regain control was to kill you.
Extreme example, Jane.
Is it? It's one of the things I have to learn about you. I want to learn, Caleb. I don't think you want me to be anyone but who I am, but I could be wrong. She stared him in the eye. Am I? He was silent.
God, no, he finally said roughly. I have more than enough to deal with in you as you are.
Then deal with me. She shrugged out of her shirt and let it drop to the floor. But no hallucinations about rose gardens or Syra and her Antonio or any of the other tricks you can pull out of your hat. All very fascinating and addictive. She was walking toward him. But I want it to be honest, Caleb. Please. No persuasion. He let her come within a foot of him before he spoke.
You made the choice. This may not be what you want from me. Too bad. I'm not going to let you go.
She took another step. Honesty is all I want from you, Caleb. He gazed at her for an instant, and then slowly nodded.
No hallucinations. No game playing.
He was smiling at her.
This time. But I'm not going to be able to hold off forever. I want you addicted.
He was shrugging out of his clothes.
I want you to wake in the middle of the night burning. I want you to reach out for me in the dark and feel empty if I'm not there. I want you to look at me across a room and feel your stomach clench because you want to take me inside you.
He was quickly stripping off her clothes.
Too long, Jane. We've waited too long.
Yes, we have, she thought dazedly, and she couldn't wait any longer. She could feel the warmth his naked body was emitting. She tried to step closer to him.
No.
He was lifting her, sliding her legs around his hips.
Let me.
He was sitting down on the couch, positioning her, while his lips moved across her breasts, biting and licking. She inhaled sharply as he took her nipple in his teeth and shook it. More. She needed more. She tried to move closer.
No.
Don't tell me no. I need it. Don't try to control me. He stopped, and then chuckled.
Control can be good in this position.
He looked her in the eyes.
But have it your way.
He was suddenly inside her, but still moving excruciatingly slowly, filling her, teasing her. She couldn't breathe. She was dizzy, shaking. Then she was burning, throbbing, her skin flushed, her whole body racked with sensation.
I could go on like this.
His voice was suddenly thick, tense.
But it will kill me.
That can't happen. Her nails dug into his shoulders. I won't allow it.
Thank God.
He lifted her and then plunged deep. She cried out. Wildness, fullness, deeper. She heard him muttering in her ear, but she couldn't make out the words. Fast, fierce, lifting, moving, strong. He was so strong. He was looking down at her, his face flushed, his lips beautifully sensual.
I need...
He broke off.
Don't look now, but that control you were so afraid of is about to shatter.
His head lowered until their lips were only a breath apart.
With your permission.
She couldn't answer. She lunged upward, taking his mouth, taking anything and everything he was offering. Madness, wildness, deeper. She was gasping. Sensuality, darkness, flame. Caleb! She desperately held on to him as wave after wave of pleasure rocked through her. She kept her eyes closed because opening them might mean it was over. Darkness, the feel of his body against her, the sound of his heart beneath her ear. But he was leaving her. Then she felt herself being shifted to lie on the leather couch and the fur throw being draped over her body. I don't want that throw. She opened her eyes and saw him sitting on the couch beside her. Poor substitute, Caleb.
I'm glad you think so. I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
He was smiling down at her.
But I thought it was wise to give you a break. You're still very tentative about me, and I don't know if I can obey your rules next time.
He bent down and kissed her breast.
But I did pretty well, didn't I?
You could say that. Even now she was feeling her breasts tighten and start to tingle as he touched them. I think I was a little dizzy and not noticing much. But it felt as if you were being honest with me. That was what was important. He sighed.
Then I have to admit, I wasn't entirely honest.
His dark eyes were dancing with mischief.
No heavy stuff. No hallucinations or changing perceptions. I just cleared the way so that you'd feel everything more intensely.
Caleb. His smile faded.
Opportunity was knocking. I wanted to make sure you enjoyed it, because there wasn't any way I was going to let you walk away from me afterward.
She stared at him with exasperation and trepidation. Listen to you. That's exactly why I've been so wary of you since that first day I met you. I'll walk away if I please, Caleb. But I don't want to do it. That's what I was trying to tell you. He was silent.
And I listened. But I know there will come a time when you'll want to walk away. You can't really trust me, can you? Why should you be different from anyone else?
He smiled mockingly.
So I'll take what I can get and make certain you enjoy the giving.
She wanted to reach out with tenderness and pull him close, but he wouldn't accept that from her because he didn't believe it had anything to do with him.
You're thinking too much.
He lifted the fur throw off her and tossed it aside.
That's always bad for me. We probably have 6 hours before Quinn shows up in Edinburgh. Suppose I try to eliminate the thought process until he walks through that door.
His lips slid down from her breasts to her belly, and then lower, rubbing back and forth against her softness.
Let's start here. When Quinn just called, he said he'd be another 30 minutes.
Caleb was still naked as he lay on the couch, watching her dress.
We could do a lot in 30 minutes. Trust me.
Oh, I trust you. She glanced at him and then looked away as she felt the stirring. In that category, you're absolutely reliable, but I'm not going to have Joe walk in on an orgy.
We didn't have an orgy. Next time, I'll show you an orgy.
I don't believe many people could tell the difference. She tried to keep herself from thinking about the last few hours. erotic, imaginative, completely sexual. Caleb. But evidently you're an expert, so I won't give you an argument.
And you didn't, he said softly. Not once. It was extraordinary. 30 minutes.
No, she said firmly. Joe.
He grimaced. Okay, I should stop pushing it. It's a lost cause where you're concerned. Quinn was like a father to you while you were growing up. You have all those family feelings for him.
Yes, I do. She glanced at him. You once said that one of the reasons you liked to be around Eve and Joe and me was that you liked to watch us together.
He nodded. The family dynamic is a curious and wonderful thing. His tone was purely objective. I always found it fascinating.
Because he's never had it himself, she thought. It's more than that. She finished buttoning her blouse. Eve and Joe's wedding is going to be scheduled for next week. You'll be there, won't you?
I doubt it. I have business to take care of in Dubai. I'll be leaving right after I deliver you into Quinn's hands.
She stiffened. Dubai? You didn't mention it.
He gave a half shrug. It doesn't involve you any longer. You'll be safe and back with Eve and Joe.
It doesn't involve me. Everything that happened in Dubai involved me. Why are you going back?
I promised Haroun that if he went along with arranging to fake his death, that I'd not only put down Santara and Teresa, but I'd also get rid of the money people in the government who had financed them. It made it far more palatable to him to know that he wasn't going to have long-term enemies ready to stab him in the back.
So you're going to go back and let those bastards take their shot at getting rid of you because you might be a future danger? Do you even know their names?
2 of them. Pollock will have the other name by the time I get back to Dubai. He smiled. You shouldn't be concerned. I'm a hunter. This will be simple enough. Not like Haroun.
How do you know? She could see she wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it. She tried another path. Will you at least postpone it? Maybe Jock could go with you, and I'd like you to go to the wedding. Eve and Joe will expect you.
No, they won't. This is your family. I don't belong with them. I'm always the outsider, and that's fine with me. It's better that I go now.
Strike out. And she was going to be terrified all the time he was gone. Then will you try to wrap that damn Dubai business up soon and get back here for it?
I won't promise you, Jane, he said quietly. I'm going to finish the job for Haroun.
He rose to his feet with one fluid motion and moved toward the bathroom. He stopped and looked back at her.
Do you want promises from me?
She wanted him to be safe, but they were still too tentative and uncertain with each other for her to ask him to do anything against his will. She didn't know if she would ever be able to do that. She didn't know what those promises would mean or what she'd have to give in return. No, I don't want you to give me promises. He smiled and nodded.
I didn't think so. So, I'll go keep my promise to Haroun, and then, afterward, I'll take you to my place in the Highlands and show you all my dark secrets, and we'll discuss orgies.
He closed the door. She was filled with bewilderment and fear as she stared at that door. No promises. Outsider. Secrets. All the elements that had defined their relationship in the past. In spite of that erotic experience that had changed her concept of what sex could be, she couldn't tell whether or not she had made inroads in establishing a permanent foothold on this perilously rocky relationship with Caleb. Or if she wanted to do it. These last hours had given her a taste of that erotic skill and sexual dominance that Caleb possessed and used so well. It had shaken her to the core. She was backtracking, she realized, going back to the fear and wariness that she'd sworn she'd never feel again. She would not do that. She'd decided she wanted him in her life, and she would meet all those damn challenges he'd thrown at her. She just didn't know how the hell she was going to do it. Epilogue. Loch Gaelcar. Sunrise. Eve gazed out over the lake as the pink and gold streaked the sky and turned the mist hovering over the water to stormy amethyst. The sight filled her with wonder, along with a deep thankfulness and contentment.
Beautiful,
Joe said across the tent from where she was standing by the open entrance. But his eyes weren't on the lake. He sat up in the bedroll and held out his arms.
Can't sleep? As I recall, this wedding isn't supposed to be until sunset. Having second thoughts?
She smiled as she went back and fell to her knees beside him. I wouldn't dare. After all, I'm responsible for this shindig. Not that you would know it. Kara, Jane, and Lisa have completely taken over all of the arrangements. I've only been allowed to take care of Michael. She chuckled. And what about you? I'm the one who proposed to you and then promptly sent you out to hunt and gather for the ceremony. She went into his arms and cuddled close. If anyone should be having second thoughts, then it should be you. You've not had an easy life since you knocked on my door all those years ago.
True. It's amazing that I put up with you, he said gruffly. It just goes to show what an incredibly forbearing man I am that I was able to do it.
Yes, it does, she said softly, and I thank God every day for it.
Hey, you're being a little more than I can handle today.
He got up on one elbow and looked down at her, his brown eyes, which were so like Michael's, glittering with moisture.
I have an idea you're going to tear me apart.
Nonsense. You're too tough. Her hand reached up to stroke his cheek. There was the faintest stubble, and it was like a caress on her palm. You can take it. I just wanted to tell you something before we go through that wedding ceremony today. You know I love you. That goes without saying.
Well, a little saying doesn't hurt.
It's just that it's always there. It never goes away. Every time I look at you, I think about how much I love you, Joe Quinn. She put her fingers over his lips as he started to speak. Let me finish. When I first thought about doing this, I believed it was all about Michael and conforming to society and making life as easy for him as possible. All very good, solid reasons. But after I came here and had time to think, I realized that it was also about us. It was about remembering the past and celebrating the present and looking forward to a wonderful new future. In a way, it was Syra who taught me that, Joe. He kissed her fingers and moved them from his lips.
Now that's remembering the past in a big way if you're hobnobbing with Syra,
he said unevenly. She smiled. I wouldn't presume. That's Jane's territory. I've just been thinking a lot about her and her son Marcus and her Antonio, and about all her struggles and triumphs and tragedies. Her story is all about life and how we all have to face it and make the best of it. She met his eyes. And how, occasionally, someone comes into your life who makes it so special that we have to acknowledge and celebrate the beauty of it. She lifted her head and gently kissed him. That's what we're going to do today, Joe. She kissed him again. Life will never be easy for us. That's not the kind of people we are. But when it gets rough, we'll be able to look back and remember the people we love who are here, and one perfect day of celebration.
Are you done?
He was holding her close, his lips buried in her hair.
Because I'm not as tough as you think I am.
She could feel the dampness on her cheek.
Am I allowed to say how much I love you? And how glad I am that you came into my life and let me join this celebration?
Of course. She held him tight, feeling his heart beat against her. A golden moment. Life, love, celebration. Because you're the one who makes it perfect, Joe. Sunset. Caleb wasn't here. Jane's gaze was roaming quickly over the guests, strolling about the hillside before it was time for the ceremony. So many people from Eve's past and present. Catherine Ling having a glass of wine with Venable, Eve's old friend from the CIA who had first recruited her. Kendra Michaels talking to Beth Avery, Eve's half-sister, at the magnificent buffet table Lisa had spent hours preparing. Jock sitting beside Kara on the bank of the lake, smiling as he watched her tune her violin. But no Seth Caleb. What had she expected? He'd said that he might not make it, and she'd told him she didn't want him to promise her anything. She was not disappointed. It just felt that way for this one solitary moment. "It's going to be a beautiful wedding," Margaret Douglas said as she came to stand beside Jane. "But why wouldn't it be in a setting like this?" She suddenly chuckled. "Is it true that Macduff arranged to have one of his men signal the start of the festivities by playing the bagpipes?" "With some encouragement from Lisa," Jane said dryly. "She said, 'What's the good of being in Scotland if you can't be authentic?' But she refrained from ordering them played during the entire ceremony. However, it was only because she had other plans." She looked around the hillside. "Where's Juno? I saw her earlier." "I left her over there where Michael's playing. She didn't want to leave him." She gazed at the white retriever, lying quietly beside the small boy, watching his every move. "She thinks he might be magic." "Don't we all?" "But she's almost sure of it." Margaret smiled. "And why not? There's so much magic in this world that we don't even notice. It's nice to have confirmation that every now and then it shines brightly enough to light our way." She met Jane's eyes. "We were all glad it was bright enough to bring you back safely to us." "That wasn't magic. It was people who cared and went the extra mile for me." "And you don't think that's magic?" "I do." She glanced around her. "Speaking about the extra mile, I haven't seen Caleb today." "He said he might have another commitment." She shrugged. "His loss. There are so many people here that Eve and Joe won't miss him." "No? But I understand that he makes his presence felt." She looked out at the lake, which was beginning to glow and shimmer with the scarlet and gold reflection of the setting sun. "Sundown," Margaret said softly. "It's almost time. This is just the right hour for the wedding, isn't it? All that golden mist that seems to be fading and then returning, swirling, and then hiding wonderful secrets." Secrets, Jane thought, gazing into the mists. Syra? Bonnie? Trevor? Will we ever learn all your secrets? And do we want to know them? Why not live life to the fullest and have wonderful secrets of our own? Honor the past. Remember with love. Reach out for whatever is given to us every single moment, as Eve and Joe were doing on this day. The light was fading. Only the glittering water and golden mist remained. The bagpipes sounded. Wild, lonely, stirring. and Joe and Eve were walking down the hill together, holding hands as they walked through life. They were both dressed simply, as Eve had decreed for the ceremony. Joe was in black pants and a long-sleeved white cotton shirt. Eve had chosen a rust-colored silk maxi dress that caused her red-brown hair to glow in contrast. Wonderful. Natural. Perfect. Jane could feel her throat tighten as she watched them approach the priest, who was waiting beside the lake. The piper had stopped his music, replaced by Kara playing the Rachmaninoff Eve loved. The strains of the violin floated over the hills in wild beauty that touched the heart. Jane could see the priest's lips move, but she was only aware of Eve and Joe's expressions, the love that went on forever, the serenity of certainty, the eagerness of looking at what lay ahead. And they were all being permitted to share it with them. She could see the knowledge of that privilege on the expressions of the people who were gathered here. How fortunate to be here in this incredible moment. How lucky she was to have Eve and Joe in her life, when so many other people had never known anything but bitterness and pain. Caleb. He should be here, she thought. Not for Eve and Joe, but because, in this moment, these friends who had come to be with them were also like members of their family. The family Caleb had never had. Gathered from all corners of the earth, from all walks of life, they had still become a family because of how they felt about one another. She desperately wanted Caleb to know that was possible, that if he reached out, he wouldn't have to be alone. She wanted to tell him, teach him. Eve and Joe were now turning to face them all, laughing as they raised their joined hands. Applause and cheers. There was a surge as everyone moved across the hill toward them. Jane was applauding too and started to rush. She stopped. She could feel something. She turned toward the slope that led to the road. He had come only halfway down the slope and was standing there watching, alone. Caleb. She could barely make him out in the darkness that was falling so rapidly. He was almost a shadow figure, standing there with legs slightly parted and that easy, jaunty set to his shoulders. If she could see his face, it would probably have that mocking smile that was so familiar. None of it mattered. He had come. Yet he was so alone. And he had lessons to learn. She smiled and reached out her hand to him. The end. This book was read for you by Elizabeth Rogers, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Mind Game by Iris Johansen. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more, so look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.